Harold Worthington, who took over as manager in 1948 when the last of the evacuees had finally left, recalls how the weekly charge of £2 10 a week for a chalet for four left nothing for maintenance and improvement. I remember, after a lengthy discussion, getting permission to line with hardboard about a dozen chalets, which internally were simply the rough unfinished side of the external lapboarding, with the 3x2 framework showing inside. I did this, then realized that because of the uneven floorboards a skirting board was necessary. Not forthcoming, so I finished off the job by using the crates in which the hardboard had been delivered. Even the Primus stoves remained until the 1950s. This entailed me selling paraffin by the pint in lemonade bottles, and methylated spirit to get the wretched things going. I was hauled over the coals by a local inspector of the Board of Trade for selling meths, obtained in sixpennorths from the local chemist, without a license, so we stopped. Instead we sold small sticks of formaldehyde at a penny a time. Services were later improved, and as late as 1966 when 250,000 people had stayed there, queues form outside the Education Department offices in King Street at least 24 hours before the first day of booking. But the stage was reached when only a wholesale rebuilding, beyond the budget of the Education Department, could bring it up to modern public expectations. The chalets were bulldozed in the late 1970s and the site remains empty as the right buyer has not been found. But its beginnings in the 1930s had been full of promise, that of cheap holidays for the workers without the taint of charity or patronage. It seemed to many to be the way forward. At every cooperative conference in the late 1930s there were voices urging that the movement was missing the bus in meeting the challenges both of the forthcoming legislation for holidays with pay and of the new commercial holiday camps. Finally, a new joint organization, Travco Ltd., sponsored equally by the Cooperative Wholesale Society and the Workers' Travel Association was formed. The Workers' Travel Association had been founded in 1922 and by the Second World War had become the second largest holiday organization in Britain. The new non-profit company was intended to make a practical contribution towards the holiday problem of the family as well as individual workers of limited means, and it sought to ensure that its camps would be as modern as possible in ideas, while at the same time in keeping with the best camp traditions. Rogerson Hall at Corton, just north of Lowestoft in Suffolk, was the first of these new-style camps intended to provide a luxury holiday for lower-paid workers, drawn from the cooperative movement, the trade unions and workers' organizations generally. Rates to stay there were competitive, though a scheme was introduced in which deserving cases were nominated each week for a free place. Opened in August 1938, the camp took 200 campers a week in its first season, with early plans for 360 weekly and an ultimate ceiling of 500. It offered a full range of accommodation, communal facilities, and gardens, though certain features attracted their critics. Single and double accommodation, for instance, was not segregated in separate blocks, and huts were linked in continuous terraces. Arrangement of the huts in long continuous rows is surely a mistake, wrote the editor of Holiday Camp Review, but the architect may have been more influenced by town planning than camp planning. The Architectural Review, needless to say, saw this as a virtue. The fact that the architect has organized its chalets into unified blocks alone represents a great advance on the rows of individual shacks found in most speculative holiday camps. It was planned to follow Rogerson Hall with 5 more camps on coastal sites in the south, the southwest, South Wales, the northwest and the northeast. Although this particular strategy was not to materialize, other schemes in the 1930s certainly did. A variety of welfare organizations showed an interest in the holiday camp idea. Along the Yorkshire coast, for instance, there was a cooperative holiday association camp at Whitby, and at Hornsea a private firm had established their own camp for employees. In the 1930s the unemployed were not forgotten, but strictly one sex at a time. It was women and children only at the Yorkshire Unemployment Advisory Council's camps at Cloughton and Filey. Unemployed men could stay at the Redcar School camp in August, but only in the weeks when no women were booked in. In contrast to holidays on sufferance, A more progressive scheme was that of the Derbyshire miners. After a lengthy campaign for holidays with pay, an agreement was reached shortly before the advent of national legislation. This, combined with a holiday savings scheme organised by the Derbyshire Mining Association, provided the basis for the miners' own holiday camp by the sea. Opened in 1939, the Derbyshire Miners' Holiday Centre catered at the outset for nearly 1,000 visitors a week. A capital sum of £40,000 had been raised by the Miners' Welfare Fund and by contributions from colliery owners. Miners and their families arrived with £4 per week from the savings scheme, and the weekly charges were very low. A miner and his wife could enjoy a week's holiday for 33s, with an extra 8s. for each child, and they also benefited from a special rate negotiated with the railway companies to take them on Sundays to and from Derbyshire and Skegness. Families lived in chalets and single visitors were accommodated in what were termed cubicles. Apart from the expansive beach on the doorstep, camp life revolved around the dining hall with its well-regarded cuisine and, when meals were not being served, the nightly concerts and dances. A week at the camp meant good food and fresh air for workers who knew only dust and darkness for most of the year, and a real holiday for their wives who could leave behind their usual tasks and whose day of rest and enjoyment begins when she rises. In its first year, some 15,000 visitors took advantage of what must have been one of the most successful schemes of its kind, and Sir Frederick Sykes was probably right when he claimed that there was nothing comparable and that it was a pioneer venture that was being watched with close interest. The popularity of these various initiatives in the 1930s, and the continuing demand for cheap holidays encouraged the Trade Union Congress to take a more global look at the potential for more camps. A proposal was considered by the General Council for funds to be invested in a company to be formed jointly by the TUC and the Workers' Travel Association to promote the building of a network of holiday camps and guest houses throughout the country. Although the Second World War was to intervene before plans could be implemented, the prospect of the TUC investing in the holiday industry encouraged fierce protests from traditional holiday interests. The plight of the seaside landlady was invoked in a cry of unfair competition. But by 1939 the holiday camp had its own lobby and the legendary landladies, for years the butt of music hall jokes, were given short shrift. By 1939 it was estimated that 1.5 million people spent their holidays under canvas and in camps of all kinds. But compare this with the figures claimed by the traditional resorts. Blackpool estimated that it had 7 million a year, Southend 5.5 million, Hastings nearly 3 million, Bournemouth and Southport, 2 million each. All the same, the holiday industry felt that change was coming. Putting publicity claims aside, the resorts were uncomfortably aware that the number of summer visitors was declining year by year. At a meeting in January 1939 of the Chamber of Commerce in Lowestoft, one hotelier declared, "It is time we faced up to the simple truth. We have got to recognize the competition of holiday camps, continental tours, cruises and motor tours at home. We have arrived at a period of great change and we have got to consider the new methods of taking holidays. Pen pushers at play. When the gods look down and see the bronzed body of the young laborer they smile. When they see the pale-faced clerk crouched over his desk, they drop tears of sorrow." The clerk, quoted by David Lockwood in The Black-Coated Worker, 1958. The envy of the clerkly classes for the physical well-being of the manual laborer was founded on a fallacy. Statistical surveys in the interwar years showed without any doubt that unskilled workers had a lower life expectation and a higher mortality rate than office workers. But, following the principle that a change is as good as a rest, it was the lower middle-class holidaymakers who most exploited the new opportunities for an active holiday in the sun, housed in tent, hut, cabin, chalet, or sun-trap bungalow. When the Industrial Welfare Society held a conference on workers' holidays in 1938, the society reported that holiday camps, private camping, and visiting relations appeared to account for very few. The commercial holiday camp seemed to be hardly used at all by the average worker. Very few go abroad or to the country, fewer still take holidays through organizations such as the Holiday Fellowship, Cooperative Holidays Association, and the Workers' Travel Association. The proprietors of commercial holiday camps similarly found that their visitors were not drawn from the factory floor but consisted mainly of the smaller salaried people, the black-coated worker and his family. Even the new Rogerson Hall holiday camp, started specifically to extend holiday opportunities to working-class families, was booked up long in advance by school teachers, minor CMI servants, etc., and the people for whom it was designed were crowded out. And when Elizabeth Brunner compiled her remarkably informative survey of trends in holiday-making at the end of the war, the secretary of the Workers' Travel Association told her sadly that it does seem to me that one of the disadvantages of present arrangements is that we cannot provide the working man and his wife with a holiday cheap enough to attract them, under decent conditions, and we fill our guest houses with middle-class people. If the WTA had to give a summary of genuine manual workers who went to their holiday centers, I do not think it would amount to 10%. Two of the large unions of white-collar public employees were the pioneers of trade union holiday camps. It was W.J. Brown, for many decades the ebullient General Secretary of the Civil Service Clerical Association, the largest of the clerical unions, who claimed to have quite by chance set going what is now a very big and flourishing industry in Britain, the modern holiday camp industry. He had found, as a parent, that to be at a seaside boarding house in wet weather with young children was purgatory, and at the same time he had recollections of the Kester holiday camp. He had spent a holiday there as a young man, in a bell tent, which was full of discomfort. One had to walk 100 yards to get water for washing. The only light at night was candle light, and the food was very poor, and the countryside bleak. The idea that occurred to him in the early 1920s was, suppose that instead of a bleak field we could have wooden chalets, with running water and electric light. Suppose we could have a recreation hall for dancing, concerts, and the rest. Suppose we could have a place where, wet or fine, the children could make all the noise they liked, in circumstances where they wouldn't upset the adults who wanted quiet. Surely this would be a vast improvement on the seaside boarding house. He obtained the approval of his executive committee and found a site of wooded gardens by the sea at Corton, which had been laid out with loving care by the mustard magnate Jeremiah Coleman. Brown wanted the camp to be a cooperative enterprise, run by his association on non-profit lines. But then both his executive and the branches of the union got cold feet and found the enterprise too risky. Very well, I'd do it myself one way or another. I got together a few of my friends, and each of us contributed what we could, a few £100 in all. Then I invited the members to take up shares at £1 apiece at 5 per center. This raised the derisory figure of about £240. So, my friends having failed me, I went to the enemy. By this he meant the chiefs of various government departments, who lent £50 apiece. By one means and another we raised enough to justify us in placing an order for the erection of the camp, borrowing the balance from the bank as building got underway, and we had some security to offer. Altogether we spent many thousands of pounds, and we awaited the upshot of the venture with great anxiety. The company Brown formed, Civil Service Holiday Camps Limited, opened Corton Camp on June 7, 1924, though in the May issue of Red Tape he was still urging members to take up shares, which they were not doing anything like as rapidly as we hoped they would do. On the other hand, the accommodation was very quickly booked for the summer. The terms were £2.2s a week, with children under 12 at half price. Members were delighted, one of them writing, "When I heard Brown say during a speech on the camp at conference, 'Corton is as near an earthly paradise as I ever hoped to see,' I thought he was being carried away by his enthusiasm." After a week at Corton, my chief impression is that Brown understated this case. Corton is not nearly an earthly paradise, it is earthly paradise. In the following year, would-be campers were having to be turned away, and it was announced that the time has arrived to consider the formation of a further camp on the south or west coasts. A second site was bought, the Orchard Lease Estate at Hayling Island, and opened in 1930. it was announced that between 170 and 200 people would be very adequately accommodated, and that profiting by the results of experiments at Corton, the huts will be built on the detached principle, each from its fellows, and their distribution will be artistically arranged to overcome that feeling of sameness which tends to result from rows of huts. The columnist of the association's journal Red Tape glowed over the luxuriousness of the new camp, which he felt had secured the absolute maximum of comfort for everyone, consistent with not destroying the essential feeling that one is a camper and not a mere resident in a hotel or boarding house. By now annual reunions of campers were being held in London, and civil servants who booked for Corton in the 1930s found that the original camp could hardly be recognized, so much improved was it. In 1936 it was enlarged to take 200 campers. Prices scarcely rose from their 1920s level all through the decade. Brown was triumphant, and when the association's annual conferences were held at Corton, would silence criticism on other issues, by reminding delegates of their lack of faith in the holiday camp venture when he first mooted it. Was he tempted to give up the hectic life of a union boss and become a full-time camp entrepreneur? I suppose I should, he mused, have set to work to do what could easily have been done and has, in fact, been done by others, the building of a chain of such camps. But I confess that a life devoted to the making of money strikes me as the dullest kind of life of all. He felt that Butlin had imitated his success, but commented that in my opinion, no camp should accommodate more than 500 people. Up to this number a very rich and full corporate life can be achieved. Beyond this number it cannot, and one of the best features of camp life disappears. The other union which to this day still operates the first of its holiday centers is NALGO, now the National and Local Government Officers Association. Like W. J. Brown in the CSCA, the officers of the association were men of exceptional business flair to which the restricted field of local government gave little scope, but who were anxious to put it at the service of the union. They were aware that it was the multitude of ancillary services that the union gave to its members that drew potential members to the union and which held them there. Consequently, when at the 1930 conference of NALGO there was a call from the Manchester branch for the union to build a holiday camp for its members, this was both endorsed and eagerly accepted by the national executive and the honorary treasurer, Billy Lloyd, the borough treasurer of Hampstead. They appointed a committee to look for sites on the south and west coasts. They did not have to look far, for the committee chairman W. G. Auger, a sanitary inspector from St. Pancras, had found the ideal spot at Croydie Bay, North Devon, a newly built commercial holiday camp where he had spent his own holiday that year. It was perfectly sited on the edge of a deserted, surf-washed beach. Sheltered from the north by the whale-backed mass of Baggy Point, from the east by the foothills of Exmoor, from the sea by low sand dunes, it lay trapped in sunshine and rural peace. It had 95 asbestos huts, a recreation room and dining hall, a tennis court and putting green, a garage, and its own electricity plant and artesian well. Auger asked the owners if they were prepared to sell. They were, asking £13,000. NALGO offered £12,000 and the owners accepted the offer, plus £428 for stock. The former manager and assistant manager were taken over, and the camp was opened to members on April 2, 1931. Fired by this success, the NEC itself went to the 1932 conference seeking authority to acquire a second holiday camp in the north. This was readily given. Within 2 months, after inspecting 10 sites, the Council's Special Activities Committee had agreed to buy one of 94 acres at the top of a wooded cliff at Caton Bay, south of Scarborough. Before the year ended, plans had been prepared and building begun, for this camp was to be NALGO's own, to its own design. It comprised 124 wooden bungalows, housing 252 guests, plus dining hall, recreation room, billiards room, card room, bowling green, children's playground, and a separate bungalow on the beach below. The camp cost £25,000 and was opened in July 1933. Croydie Bay was instantly popular, even though for half its pre-war years it had a financial deficit. Almost every post-war year has shown a surplus. Caton Bay was always less popular and in most years resulted in a deficit. Some members began to criticize the association for concentrating on the frills and not on the bread and butter issues of trade unionism. Our informants who as children saw the earliest days of Croidy Bay remember the Spartan accommodation but the beautiful surroundings, but in 1937 the wood and asbestos huts were replaced by brick bungalows with heating and hot water, and the recreation room by a concert hall with stage and dance floor. The association's executive committee declared it to be several years ahead of any other holiday center in the country, for Nalgo was one of the first camp operators to change from the title camp to that of center. In the post-war decades Croidy Bay continued to be popular and profitable, but at Caton Bay it remained difficult to attract a sufficient number of members for profitable operation, and the problem was made worse by a landslip in 1969 which necessitated the removal of 18 chalets to new positions. The association's council reported in 1970 that between 1959 and 1979 the substantial profits produced by the Croidy Bay Center have been applied largely to offset losses at Caton Bay. This has been frustrating to the management of the center, who have clearly demonstrated the ability to operate the center successfully and profitably but have been unable to utilize the profits for the benefit of the center. Already in 1959 the council had recommended to the annual conference that Caton Bay should be sold, but a strong lobby of local supporters led the conference to decide that it should be retained and improved. The issue brought arguments year after year. Some members thought it was not a union's role to run holiday centers and wanted to dispose of them. Most members favored the facilities provided the centers were self-supporting financially. A small core of seasoned campers wanted the centers maintained and enlarged regardless of the cost to the union funds. Such was their enthusiasm for the camps that they fought tenaciously whenever necessary to preserve them. A Save Caton group was formed, and Nalgo members throughout the country were urged to lend their support. An independent site survey and financial appraisal were commissioned, and details were circulated to show that the image of Caton slipping into the sea, along with the association's money, was quite false. With modest changes in management and refurbishment, an attractive and viable recreational and educational center could be created. But the campaign failed, and at the end of 1976 the center was sold for about £100,000. In spite of its checkered history, the center is still remembered with affection by former visitors. Alan MacDonald was taken as a child to Caton Bay every year in the 1950s. The children were organized into teams by skipper, and known as Yorkshire Lads or Lancashire Lasses. Each wore a badge with a nickname. As he belonged to the Yorkshire cricketers, his was Freddie Truman. He remembers the long walk down to the sea on the winding path through the woods, and he remembers the weekly campfire sing-songs which ended, inevitably, with the lugubrious Good Night Campers, a parody of Jack Buchanan's song from the 1930s, Good Night Sweetheart. Croidy Bay remains, completely modernized and rebuilt, as a monument to trade union involvement in the holiday camp adventure. Camps on the rates. In the past, camps have mainly been provided by voluntary bodies, and public authorities have only been concerned under recent legislation to exercise some measure of supervision. But the camps provided by voluntary agencies by no means meet the great needs of the urban population today, particularly the London population. Secretary of the Area Committee for National Fitness, May 24, 1938. Some of the more progressive local authorities also began to look to the holiday camp as a way of bringing relief to people living in unhealthy surroundings. Lambeth Borough Council, for instance, was a pioneering authority in this respect. In 1938 plans were announced for a municipal camp that could offer a week's holiday at a maintenance cost of not more than 45 shillings for adults and less for children. Councillors were told that after the initial costs the camp could be expected to pay for itself and would not be a burden on the ratepayers. As well as being of general social benefit, it would also have an important welfare function, with health visitors alerted to identify families in need of a good holiday by the sea. There was some discussion as to whether a local authority could lawfully involve itself in this form of activity. Reference was made, however, to the Physical Recreation and Training Act, 1937, as a source of intervention, and it was also established that the Board of Education could contribute to capital costs. Thus empowered, negotiations were opened for a 50-acre site at Hillborough, Herne Bay, and the architects Max Locke and Judith Ledbore were commissioned to prepare plans. It was envisaged that the site could accommodate up to 500 campers, 400 in chalets and 100 in tents. The huts were to be constructed in timber, using prefabricated sections. As the social focus for the camp, there was to be a community block with facilities for games, recreation, and children's play as well as restrooms. It was a progressive plan and there was optimism in the air. Lambeth's alderman Wilmot expressed a common view amongst his fellow councillors when he said he was sure that the municipal camp idea was the beginning of a great development. The London Area Committee of the National Fitness Council promptly called a conference to discuss possible cooperation between all those councils intending to follow the Lambeth example. It was argued that camps so far provided by voluntary agencies fell short of the growing demands of the urban population, particularly in London. Areas of cooperation included ways of preventing competition in acquiring sites, reducing construction costs through placing bulk orders, and achieving a rational distribution of sites. More than 40 local authorities subsequently attended a conference on the theme of camps for the nation. Some authorities, like Chesterfield Borough Council, were already making similar plans to those of Lambeth. The focus of concern at the conference was for the 70% of the population who were earning £3 a week or less and who were unable to afford traditional forms of holiday. It was argued that there was little point in legislating for holidays with pay if most people could still not afford to go away for a week. To redress this had become nothing short of a national responsibility. For local authorities in areas of high unemployment, the attraction of holiday camps was especially strong. In this context, the Commissioner for the Special Areas in 1938 recommended the building of camps for the mutual assistance of the workers, their children, and the unemployed in the distressed areas. Apart from the end product in the form of healthy holidays, the very process of construction could bring relief to the unemployed. There was certainly, by the end of the 1930s, no shortage of ideas and enthusiasm for camps in one form or another. Undoubtedly, various local authorities would soon have established their own outposts by the sea. In the event, however, the outbreak of war dashed so many of these plans, including that of Lambeth. Camps for the nation. It is all very well for the Hon. Member, in kind and soothing terms, to say that if we had these state camps they would do good by advertising holidays. In another sphere he reminded me very much of Hitler. When he walked into Czechoslovakia and took over the country and put its people into concentration camps, he said it was all for their good. When the government walk in and set up state competition to the holiday industry, the Hon. Member says that it is very good for us. Mr. Robinson, in debate on Camps Bill, House of Commons. March 29, 1939. Preparations for war and thoughts of mass evacuation from the cities brought a new and more serious meaning to the idea of the planned camp. In debates on civil defense in 1938 and 1939, the question was addressed as to how and where to relocate children, especially from urban areas, in the event of a threat of enemy bombing. It was always expected that the great majority of children would be billeted in private homes away from congested areas. At the same time, purpose-built camps were considered as a partial solution, offering the dual benefit of being useful in peacetime as well as in the eventuality of war. To fulfill their implementation, the Camps Act was passed in 1939 and the National Camps Corporation Limited was established by Parliament. The very idea of government-sponsored camps was of obvious interest to existing holiday camp operators. Their interest was twofold. As the acknowledged experts in the business of building and managing camps, they had a part to play in the government program. There was also the question of what would happen to the new camps in peacetime, and whether or not the existing operators would find themselves in competition with the state. In parliamentary debates on the issue there were certainly those on the opposition benches who welcomed the possibility of a degree of national planning to enable the entire population to enjoy a holiday away from home. Others welcomed the possibility of the emergency camps being used for holidays in peacetime, but did not envisage the continuing involvement of the state. It was probably a fair reflection of opinion at that time to claim that in this country there is strong and healthy opposition to bureaucratic incursions into the spare time activities of the individual. In itself, the idea of planning a network of camps on a national basis attracted support on both sides of the House. Arrangements for evacuation had been found wanting and camps seemed a sensible answer. Criticism was more about the inadequacy of finance to provide a sufficient number of camps to a suitable standard, and about details of design, rather than about whether to have them at all. The pioneer camp lobby welcomed the spread of camps but was opposed in principle to any that were too large. Mass camps are not a desirable development in times of peace. In the event of war they would provide targets for enemy action far more vulnerable than any town. A few politicians, representing seaside towns, also raised a note of dissent. What they feared was the use of government money to create what might become unfair competition with the landladies and small hoteliers in their towns. This possible growth in state investment was, of course, precisely what others were to welcome. Labor politicians regarded the camps as an overdue measure in social progress, although it could at best, as it stood, be regarded only as a small experiment. More camps were needed, and in peacetime they should be open to adults as well as for use by schools. The belief was that the need and demand for well-planned holiday camps was well in excess of what the government had indicated. A month before the outbreak of the Second World War, the Minister of Health reported on progress to date. At that time there were plans for between 30 and 40 camps in England and Wales, each to be built at a cost of £20,000. 155 sites had been investigated and 30 had been found suitable. For strategic reasons they were all in the countryside rather than along the coast. There had been some discussion about the ideal size of camps, but a maximum of about 350 in each case was the general target. Design and construction was standardized through the National Camps Corporation. Swedish-style timber hutments were favored, using Canadian cedar with cedar shingle roofs. The units were standardized and contracts were shared between 4 firms. In spite of a call to see the camps used for family holidays in peacetime, the National Camps Corporation was required to give first preference to education authorities who could use them as school camps. Politicians spoke euphorically of the prospect of giving every child a holiday in the country. It was regarded as a social experiment, and there were substantial hopes that these camps would be the means of building up a fit race, fit not only in body, but fit as citizens. By the end of the 1930s, then, the potential moral and social contribution of camps to the life of the nation had acquired a new meaning. The imminence of war created its own priorities, and camp planning could no longer be left to the mere whim of individuals and voluntary organizations. Inevitably, the state was itself drawn into the business of what had previously seemed a marginal issue. In 1939 there seemed little likelihood that in peacetime the state would wish to retain a major interest. Yet the fact was already noted that camps, of all forms of holiday provision, lend themselves to an overall system of planning. And, in the ensuing years, when state planning became more widely understood and accepted, the possibility of a continuing role in this field became distinctly less remote. Though anathema to some, the idea of state holiday camps appealed to others as a practical means to bring the rhetoric of holidays for all into the realms of reality. Happy campers. Old campers, I am sure all agree that the real camp spirit, which counts for more than anything else, cannot be found in the town * camps. The smaller camps will continue to maintain and strengthen their hold on the real camper, who, once a camper, is always a camper. Camp Pioneer, H. E. Potter, in Holiday Camp Review, May, 1939. The pioneer camps, then, had come a long way in the 1930s. In 1938 the Labour politician George Lansbury could rightly claim that holiday camps are now part of our national life. As a socialist, though, he added a note of reservation, observing that, it was not like other parts of Europe where governments organize this and other social efforts. Before the 1930s examples had been few, and with their rudimentary conditions some were more akin to army camps than holiday centers. By the end of the decade there were more camps, the range was more diverse and the standards had improved enormously. Each year more people visited a holiday camp, and although it was still a minority form of holiday making, the trend was clear. C.W. Colin Ward, Autonomy, Solidarity, Possibility 3.jpg. National Camps Corporation Sites, 1939. Various factors had contributed to their growth in this period. Throughout the 1930s more people were taking a holiday away from home. Although manual workers suffered long periods of unemployment, for artisans and white-collar workers it was a time of rising incomes enough, at least, to pay for a week if not a fortnight at a camp. Getting away to the sea with its bracing air and open skies was also a fashionable and enviable thing to do. Wishing you were here had real meaning for those left behind in the dreary, smoke-laden environment of the industrial cities. The omnibus also played its part in carrying families with their luggage from the railway station to the holiday camp that would invariably be away from established centers. And, finally, the pioneer camps also benefited from the growing involvement and investments by the labor movement and local authorities in welfare issues. More, though, than simply profiting from external circumstances, the pioneer camps were nourished on a reputation of their own. Happy campers returned from one year to the next, and word spread that this was the way to spend a holiday. It is something good in life and needs to be exercised to the full. The holiday camp ministers to every rational need of entertainment and healthful recreation at a cost which is well within the means of millions of people. In fact, the cost claim was true in one sense, but it was also true that many with lower incomes were still excluded. Particularly as facilities were improved, weekly rates were raised to a level that was beyond the reach of many working people. At a time when the average wage was about £3 weekly, holiday camp charges of about 50 shillings each made it very difficult to take a family. In the 1930s, holiday campers were more likely to be clerks and skilled workers than dock laborers and factory hands. Another problem in terms of securing the best use of the camps was that of the people who could afford to pay, many took the cheaper accommodation. While the problem was not easily soluble, there was agreement that a means test would be objectionable, while, in any case, the segregation of poorer holiday makers was undesirable. For the lucky ones, though, it seemed like fun all the way. The story of T.S., a 23-year-old clerk, printed under the heading "First time at a camp but going back for more," is typical. I am a clerk, 23 years of age, of good health and hearty appetite. Last year I went to a holiday camp for the first time. I arrived on a Saturday evening after a sticky and crowded train journey. I won't say that the management brought out the red carpet and brass band, because they didn't, but I was met immediately by a very pleasant manager chap who saw that I got a good meal right away. Then I was shown to my hut, a roomy enough place with running water. I found that I was in time for the regular evening dance, and after a quick change I beetled in to survey my fellow campers. There were 200 or 300 dancing. You know how it is when you walk right in among a crowd of strangers. Fortunately no one tried to introduce me to anyone, because I hate that sort of gushiness. Makes you feel a fool. It wasn't long before I was dancing and the company looked pretty good. At breakfast next morning I got to know a decent crowd of chaps who were sitting at my table. We quickly arranged a foursome at tennis, and by the time I had met a lot of others swimming and sunbathing on the beach I felt thoroughly at home. I've rambled on like this just to show that there's nothing like a holiday camp for good companionship. It's easy to get to know people, everybody's friendly, and there's plenty of social life. The campers elected a committee to organize all sorts of events, and the management helped in every possible way. We had physical jerks before breakfast for the energetic early risers, sports, tennis and ping pong tournaments, beach games, rambles, cricket matches, sing-songs, whist drives and concerts. In fact, there was something doing every minute of the day, and the beauty of it was that if you wanted to be alone there was plenty of room to do it in, if you know what I mean. We got up to all sorts of stunts. We found moonlight rambles and moonlight bathing highly popular, and with the help of a BBC artist and a group of amateur actors we put on a review that would have made Cochrane himself sit up. I stayed for 2 weeks and was pretty fed up at having to go back to work. The whole holiday cost me not a penny more than £10. There was £2.10 a week for the camp, about 30/railway fares, and the rest on personal expenses. There were absolutely no extras at the camp. All games and sports were free, although we sometimes subscribed sixpence each for our tournaments. And £10 for a fortnight's holiday, living right on the edge of the sea and feeding like fighting cocks is, I submit, pretty good value for money. That's why I shall be going again this year. I'll be seeing you. Different advocates cited more specific advantages of holiday camps. C.J. was a doctor in Manchester who each year not only prescribed the restorative qualities of a week at a camp, but like many other doctors he knew, took his own medicine to spend his own holidays in this way. In medical terms, camps were the perfect antidote to urban life, offering the means for rest, fresh air, and a wholesome diet. For many of his patients, the victims of bad housing, poor food, and indifferent factory conditions, a stay in a camp would have been of more value than any medicine he could prescribe. But as it is, the majority are too poor to pay even the modest charges of a camp. I have, however, been instrumental in inducing scores of better-placed patients to visit camps. They all came back to thank me. Another interesting claim for holiday camps was that they offered a fair deal for women. Pamela Frith of Putney was a typist, not a rabid feminist, but someone who found it annoying to have so many men admiring the hat that I have on my head instead of appreciating the thoughts inside my head. In camps everyone was treated equally. At a camp alone a woman gains that pleasing sense of equality. The girl of 8, the maiden of 18, the grandma of 80 rank with the boy, youth, and grandpa without any sort of distinction. They are campers first, last, and all the time. Age and sex do not matter. 4 images of childhood in old postcards 32. For about 40 years the postcard served the same purpose that the telephone does today. It was a cheap, very convenient, and incredibly quick way of sending a message. Plain cards were first issued as a post office monopoly. Picture cards were legalized in Britain in 1894, more than 20 years after their first use in continental Europe. The earliest pictures were small, with the message on the same side and the address and stamp on the reverse. In 1902 the divided back was allowed and the golden age of the picture postcard began. Available everywhere, usually for 1 old halfpenny, or at most 2pence for real photographic cards, until 1918 they cost only a halfpenny to send. That year the doubling of the cost of the stamp, combined with the end of the First World War, halved the number of postcards sent. But the outstanding fact about the postcard years is the unbelievable speed of delivery. There were several collections and deliveries each day. A card could be sent to the butcher in the morning requesting that a shoulder of lamb or a pound of sausages to be delivered for supper the same night, or one could ask to be met at the station from the 6:15 p.m. train. If you went on journey you could instantly announce your safe arrival. Naturally an industry arose to serve this boom in instant communication. National firms produced cards for sale everywhere. Local photographers, printers, and artists found a ready market for both real photographs in the days when newspapers were not yet able to reproduce them, and, as printing techniques advanced, for lithographic and halftone reproductions of their work. They bought ready printed photographic cards and almost as a matter of course produced family photographs and local events in postcard form. The picture postcard became the popular means of recording any scene or news, from fires and railway accidents to church outings and school parties, as well as the vehicle for universal sentiments and greetings. Beyond these, what should the subject be? Obviously the first choice was topographical. Here we are at Beachy Head, or this is the High Street of Barrow-in-Furness. X marks our room in the boarding house at RHYL. They went further. In the days before any new building development anywhere was seen as environmental disaster, the local photographer was busy recording each new street or shopping parade. Plenty of prints would be bought by the new residents or shopkeepers. Very early on in postcard history, however, came cards with universal themes. Flowers, animals, motherhood and, above all, childhood. The comic postcard also made an early appearance, the joke to be shared between the sender and the recipient. Even today, 75 years after the postcard's heyday, on the wall of any workplace you can see a collection of current postcards from colleagues on holiday. The picture postcard survives as a way of saying yes, I'm still thinking of you. Children were everywhere in the street scene of Edwardian Britain, partly because families were larger and secondly because the years of schooling were shorter. Until the end of the First World War most children left school by the age of 13 out of economic necessity. Their income was vital for the family budget. Girls would join the army of domestic servants, boys would become errand or delivery lads, always visible in the streets, or learners in industry or retail trade, to be sacked at the moment when they became entitled to an adult wage. Postcards accidentally revealed another reason for the presence of children on the streets. It was a time when everyone enjoyed the freedom of the street. Before the surrender of the highway to the private motorist, it was natural to pause for a conversation in the middle of the road, stepping out of the way of horse-drawn traffic and trams, and it was equally natural for children to play skipping games, hopscotch, football, or cricket in the street, only grudgingly stepping aside to let the traffic through. Today few urban parents are happy at the thought of their children playing in the street, and most children with access to a bicycle are told by their parents not to use it in the street. It is a freedom that has had to be surrendered because of the revolution in transport. There is a fourth reason why old postcards are full of children. Poor people, even as late as the Second World War, lived at population densities which now seem beyond belief. There were areas of Paddington with 400 people to the acre and in Glasgow with as many as 900 inhabitants to the acre. Children were doing the whole family a service by spending most of their waking hours outside the home. Whether the photographer wanted them or not, they were there. In the years before radio and television, when even the cinema was in its infancy, the street itself was a theater of drama and excitement. It was populated with peddlers, traders, and hawkers. Most people associate the postcard with the seaside. It is from here that many were posted. Even day trippers, before the institution of holidays with pay, never failed to send cards to relations. Apart from comic cards with saucy jokes, there were instant pictures from the photographer on the promenade, and booths where the family poked their head through a painted scene of boats, beaches, biplanes, or the ghost train. There were also ready-made themes, like shells, buckets and spades, sandcastles, bathing machines and Punch and Judy shows. Children were seen as natural subjects of the seaside postcard. Historians became interested in postcards as direct evidence of the past. And images of childhood gradually emerged as one of the most significant aspects of this historical legacy. As children are seldom free to make their own decisions, they reveal the way our predecessors expected children to behave, how they were dressed or undressed, their place in the economy, their education, their leisure both as arranged for them and as they made it themselves. All this evidence is filtered through the market that local or national postcard producers operated. But charitable organizations were there to present another side of childhood in order to arouse sympathy and support. Big days and festivals. In the days before the mass media and the family car, every city, town, and village had a series of big events, all eagerly awaited by children. There was the fair, sometimes several throughout the seasons, like the Martinmas hirings, where farm servants, including children, were engaged for the year, and celebrations like Plough Monday, when children blacked their faces with soot and demanded pennies, and festivals like Easter and Whitsun. All over Lancashire there was a walking day with huge processions of Sunday school children, dressed in white clothes and carrying banners and flowers, led by brass bands. Pamela Horn records how, varying from parish to parish. Ochre dates were kept for events of considerable local significance, like the Shrove Tuesday orange throwing at Oving in Buckinghamshire, or the rather tougher fun enjoyed by youngsters in Somerset, Devon, and Dorset on that day. Here it was the custom for the children to go about after dusk, and throw stones against people's doors, by what was considered by them an infeasible rite, and she tells how, during the harvest festival season, one village schoolmaster wrote with gentle irony in the school log book, "This is the 5th Thanksgiving the children have left school to attend. Truly we are a thankful people." There were enormous celebrations in the cities, like the annual fair on the town moor in Newcastle, or the Nottingham Goose Fair, which until 1927 was held in the Market Square in the city centre. Travelling circuses toured the country, as did amusement fairs with helter-skelters, roundabouts with fairground organs, the Big Dipper, and endless sideshows. It was actually Billy Butlin who introduced the Dodgem car to Britain in 1928. Ancient festivals like May Day, with the crowning of a May Queen, also became labor festivals with big processions led by the elaborate trade union banners, which were paraded at huge events like the Durham Miners' Gala. Secular feasts like the annual roasting of an ox or bonfire night were intertwined with religious occasions involving children, first communions, or the installation of a boy bishop. Royal celebrations like coronations and jubilees provided excuses for firework displays, demonstrations of loyalty, and street parties. Empire Day gave an opportunity for a school holiday and parades by every uniformed organization in the town, juvenile or adult. It was as though there was a hunger for events in a drab world. They were all accompanied by music in the days when few homes had a gramophone and none had a radio. Children had a big part in all these pageants, parades, and festivals. Parents saved and scraped to ensure that there were new dresses or new boots for the big occasions. Girls and boys were at the center of the stage in the carnival float, the gymnastic display, or the annual sports day. Even if they were only spectators, they were pushed to the front of the crowd to get a better view. The postcard photographers seized the opportunities provided by high days and holidays. Their cards were on sale before any picture could appear in the local paper, and if your particular contribution was recorded, or if your children could be identified in the picture, you would certainly buy copies to post to everyone. Winning teams, prize winners, and little local champions were rounded up by the photographer to be immortalized for posterity. 5. Whose environment? 33. I do not know whether all my readers will see whither this suggested inquiry will lead us, but this I do know: if Emile returns from his travels begun and continued with this end in view, without a full knowledge of questions of government, public morality, and political philosophy of every kind, we are greatly lacking, he in intelligence and one in judgment. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Emile. There is no school subject known as environmental education in the sense that there is a subject called physical education and one called religious education. There is in some schools a subject called environmental studies, heavily biased in most instances to what used to be called rural studies. A variety of examination syllabuses are in use or in prospect, all with an emphasis on the biophysical as opposed to the socio-industrial aspects of the environment. The widening scope of the subject involves taking elements from several existing subject areas, and drawing on the services of several specialist teachers, when they are available. But environmental education has a much wider connotation, and the truth is that any school subject can be taught in an academic way, without reference to the human habitat, or it can be taught in a way which seeks to enhance the pupil's understanding of, and concern for, their environment: geography, history, chemistry, physics, biology, art, music, English, maths, religious education, all can contribute. Whether they do or not depends on the personal priorities, understanding, and ingenuity of the teacher. Like most observers of the English educational scene, I am convinced that the best environmental work is being done in the primary schools, mercifully free from the vested interests of subject subdivision. I am delighted when one of my children brings home from the local primary school evidence of its environmentally based work. I am appalled when another brings from his secondary school RE homework based on Old Testament mumbo-jumbo when I would expect that at this stage of educational sophistication, that period would be used to explore the principle of reverence for life, the basis of environmental education, however it is defined. What you expect a school to be able to provide in the way of environmental education depends on the nature of your own concern with the environment. If you are a supporter of the Society for the Preservation of Rural England, you will want people to be educated to regard as their highest priority the visual aspects of the countryside. If you are a supporter of the Civic Trust, you will want them to be taught to cherish the visual aspects of the urban scene. If you are a member of the Conservation Society, you will want them to learn to oppose tin mining in Cornwall, reservoirs on Dartmoor, and to remember that overpopulation is your baby. If you are one of the Friends of the Earth, you will want to persuade them that an ecological catastrophe is round the corner unless we change our habits and cease to exploit and pollute our planet. If you are a bird lover, you will want them to protect birds. If you belong to Keep Britain Tidy, you will want them to learn to do just that. Whatever emphasis is given to environmental education, some of us are going to be disappointed. Perhaps, to get our aims in perspective, we should see the situation in historical terms. It is 100 years and more since elementary education became free, compulsory, and universal, and we celebrated the anniversary by inventing a new word, deschooling. 100 years ago we made none of these inflated demands on education. It was a matter of teaching them to read, write, and figure, and to praise God. Government was in the hands of the governing classes, land use was a matter for landlords, local administration was in the hands of local bigwigs and their subservient officers. There was no question of public participation in planning. Market forces were regarded as the ultimate arbiter. There was no question of the overuse of the national parks. The great unwashed did not drive out in their motor cars to picnic in beauty spots, a rather vulgar concept which had only recently been invented by Wordsworth and had not yet filtered down to the wrong people. Only people of approved sensibility went there apart from the local peasants, who were itching to move to an industrial slum and earn a living wage. Neither did their beastly bungalows disfigure the seacoast, nor were their dustbins filled 40% with discarded packaging material. People stayed at home in their overcrowded rookeries, walked to work, and made few demands on their environment. 100 years later, everything is different. We have a mass society where everyone has the expectation of going everywhere and doing everything. But the old paternalistic attitudes are there too. The aristocrats have interbred with the technocrats, and we are still in a world where one lot of people make the decisions and another lot abide by them, or sabotage them. What should our aim be in environmental education? To educate for mastery of the environment, nothing less than that. We are in the early stages of moving from a formal democracy to a participatory democracy, in which people cherish their environment because it is theirs. The organizations of teachers concerned with environmental education are inevitably preoccupied with the definition of their subject matter. One widely accepted definition is that environmental education is the process of recognizing values and clarifying concepts in order to develop skills and attitudes necessary to understand and appreciate the interrelatedness among man, his culture, and his biophysical surroundings. Environmental education also entails practice in decision-making, and self-formulation of a code of behavior about issues concerning environmental quality. This is a good definition, even though it may seem a little remote from the daily concerns of the urban teacher or pupil. There is one basic distinction, of course, between those who see the environment as an object of study in its own right, and those who see it as a medium for the study of the standard subjects of the school curriculum. At a more analytical level, D.G. Watts, in his valuable survey of the claims made for environmental studies, distinguishes at least 5 overlapping but different possible definitions: the whole experience of the child, the character of the school, features of the classroom and the school used in active learning, the physical and social characteristics of the child's home, neighborhood, and wider world, and features of the neighborhood and natural surroundings used in teaching. This book is concerned with the last 2 of Mr. Watts's definitions, but as the title implies, it confines itself to the urban environment. No apology is needed for this. Well over 80% of our children live in urban surroundings and well over 90% are taught in urban schools. And yet most environmental teaching ignores the built environment. There is a perfectly reasonable argument, of course, that education on rural matters is doubly important for the town child. As Rousseau remarked, 2 schoolboys from the town will do more damage in the country than all the children of the village. But we are concerned here with the education of active citizens, and where can this be undertaken if not in the city? Formulators of ideal environments, from Thomas More to Paul Goodman, have been quite specific about the rural education of the urban child. They saw the town children spending the summer months working on the farm. The educative effect was an incidental accompaniment. The nearest thing in real life when I was a boy was the annual migration of families from East and Southeast London to the hop fields of Kent, 3 weeks of sun and air and merriment in a holiday which paid for itself and set you up for the winter. Mechanization and affluence have put an end to that, but what is the rural education of the hoppers' grandchildren? A trip to a stately home, to wander, like moujiks shuffling beneath the painted ceilings of the Winter Palace, through some fully certificate bit of our architectural heritage, followed by a fleeting glimpse of the lions in the paddock. It has as much to do with environmental education as a visit to Snow White's palace in Disneyland. Fortunately, the journey there and back might provide a few thrills. Arthur Razzle, in his book Juniors, has caught beautifully in an urban context the difference between the environmental education that is intended, and the incidental education that actually happens. He is describing a visit to the Tower of London by a party of 10-year-olds from a deprived area in London. For the children it was quite clearly an outing, in all the wonderful Cockney meanings of the word. Everyone, right back to grandmother, knew what an outing involved, and the children were ready to extract the maximum amount of pleasure from it. The teacher, on the other hand, had planned an educational visit with great care, and it was to form part of the work that the class was doing on castles. She had carefully duplicated some excellent quiz sheets, on the lines of the I Spy books, and each child had a copy to complete on arrival at the tower. What the children enjoyed most was the underground, with the thrill of the moving staircase. In their writing which followed the visit, they recorded at great length, the journey to and from the tower, with every smallest detail described, and dwelt upon the warm rushing wind that preceded the arrival of the train, the automatic doors, the distinctive smell, the fear they felt at the rush of the train into the station, the smallness of the tube into which the train fitted, the signal cables that appeared to wobble up and down as the train sped past them, the automatic ticket machines, described as being worth 4p just to hear them whir and the ticket poke out. This list could be continued, but I query whether any other age group in the human race could observe so vividly or so passionately the variety of things which those children saw and recorded. I'm going to save up £1 million to buy one of them machines to have in my home. The teacher was mature enough not to feel despondent. The bloody tower would keep. Tired children had absorbed from the visit the things which were meaningful and had interest to them at that particular stage of their development. They were not inattentive during their time at the tower, and they did all that was expected of them. However, when invited to write and talk about their experiences, they selected those things which seemed significant to them, and they wrote with fluency, involvement, and enthusiasm. However much the teacher may have desired them to attend to the details of Norman Castle construction, she was wise enough to work with eyes unclouded by longing, and she took and built upon the interests of her children. The study of London's underground service lasted on and off for several weeks, and the teacher herself now claims to be something of an authority on the subject. Mr. Razzle's little anecdote has all the profundity of Tolstoy's educational fables from the school at Yasnaya Polyana. The child is right. He extracts from the educational visit an education in city sense the transport system and how to manipulate it, something more intrinsically interesting than the excesses of dead kings and castle builders. The Council for Environmental Education in its report to the Countryside in 1970 conference referred to schools exploding into the environment. In this book they explore some of the implications of this idea in an urban setting. There was never a more apposite moment for such an explosion. For there is not only a crisis of confidence in the school system, there is also a crisis of confidence in the wisdom of the decision-makers who shape our urban environment. Ideas are in the air today which could transform our whole conception of the school and of its place in the community. I am referring of course to the deschoolers, a catchword to describe a number of educational theorists who, thinking both locally and globally, have attacked the very idea of the school, some key works in this movement being those by Paul Goodman, Ivan Illich, Everett Reimer, and Keith Payton. Nothing could be more mistaken than the tendency to dismiss the ideas they represent as a passing fad. They have raised questions which may change the whole course of the continuing debate on education. The deschoolers make a number of radical criticisms of the school system which has evolved in all countries, rich and poor, seeing the institutionalization of education as a means of preventing people from educating themselves. They decry schools as special and expensive structures for containing education, and teachers as special people licensed to accomplish this process. We have all met pretentious Adermen who announce at speech days that they were educated in the school of life. They have now found unexpected allies who have turned their autobiography into ideology. Our concern here is with their impact on environmental education, where they have already provided us with a fund of experiences and ideas. The Parkway Education Program in the city of Philadelphia has been in operation for 3 years, supported and funded by the local education authority. Students are not handpicked but are chosen by lottery from a waiting list of applicants from the 8 geographically determined school board districts of the city, who are in grades 9 to 12 regardless of academic or behavioral background. There is no school building. Each of the 8 units or communities has a headquarters with office space for staff and lockers for students. All teaching takes place within the community. The search for facilities is considered to be part of the process of education. The city offers an incredible variety of learning labs. Art students study at the art museum, biology students meet at the zoo, business and vocational courses meet at on-the-job sites such as journalism at a newspaper, or mechanics at a garage. The program pays for none of its facilities, but instead looks for wasted space which is maintained 24 hours a day, but is in use perhaps less than 5 or 6 of those hours. Students, then, in going from class to class, will travel around the city. There is a student-teacher ratio of 16:1 and for every teacher a university intern is added to the staff. The Parkway program claims that, although schools are supposed to prepare students for a life in the community, most schools so isolate students from the community that a functional understanding of how it works is impossible. Few urban educators now deny that large numbers of students are graduating from our urban secondary schools unprepared for any kind of useful role in society. Since society suffers as much as the students from the failures of the educational system, it did not seem unreasonable to ask the community to assume some responsibility for the education of its children. The Parkway program, directed by John Brammer, was followed a year later by Chicago's Metro High School, which operates from 3 leased floors of an old office building in a decayed commercial area on the south edge of the Loop, Chicago's central business district. Metro has also been given the use of 1 or 2 rooms in each of several office buildings and 2 churches scattered around the Loop. Buses and trains provide good access between the Loop and most other parts of Chicago. Metro's students are selected from among applicants by a lottery, taking an equal number from each school district in Chicago and, overall, an equal number of boys and girls. The resulting student body is a cross-section of the city's youth from black slum and public housing residents to affluent whites, except that all are motivated to try this new school. For some the motivation is positive. They think Metro will be more fun, more interesting and rewarding than the conventional high schools they would otherwise attend. For many, the motivation is negative, to escape from bad schools, neighborhoods dominated by violent gangs, personal problems, etc. Metro offers a full-length high school program and has the same requirements for graduation as any other Chicago high school, but within each of these categories there is considerably more freedom of choice than in normal high schools. A similar project, Metro Education Montreal seeks to use that city's underground railway as the central corridor for the same kind of activity, since it is not used to capacity and gives rapid access to a variety of underused facilities throughout the city center. People have been approached to give an hour a week to teaching the young about their work. All the necessary equipment for an education system already exists. Cinemas are empty all morning, there is vacant office space, underused computer centers, restaurants, libraries, clinics, and laboratories. Lucky Montreal, to have an underused metro. One could hardly recommend the use of the London Underground for this purpose, in spite of Arthur Razel's story of its educative function, although he has reminded us in Teachers' World that when the London County Council was responsible for both education and the operation of the London tramways, schools were issued with books of vouchers enabling children and teachers to travel freely on the trams during the period of normal schooling. Well, although the trams have long since gone, London transport is now under the control, at last, of the Greater London Council, from which the Inner London Education Authority is not entirely divorced. Mr. Razel remarks that although the railways have been nationalised for almost 3 decades, we have still not learned to regard them as people's trains. As a result, our railways have never been seriously considered as an available national resource capable of being more fully utilized in the cause of education, despite the fact that the taxpayer who pays for education is also the taxpayer who owns the railways. Just to indicate how narrow our definition is of educational resources, he remarks that a recent major research project on resources for learning thought almost exclusively in terms of resources which were capable of being introduced into the classroom. Ought we not, he asks, to be planning for a major proportion of every child's education to take place beyond the confines of a school building? These reflections lead us to another fruitful idea which is fashionable now, that of the community school. We talk a lot today of the idea that the school premises and facilities represent a community resource that should be available for other people besides those within the statutory age range, and that others besides teachers have an educative function in it. But there is an important corollary to this eminently sensible point of view. Just as the school should be open to the community, so should the community be open to the school. The argument is well put in the description I have quoted of the Parkway project. All the resources of the community are educational resources. It ought to be taken for granted that the school has a claim on the factories, warehouses, offices, transport depots, municipal departments, supermarkets, and sewage plants of the town. As it is, of course, so hermetically sealed are our educational institutions that schools seldom have recourse to the specialist facilities of other schools controlled by the same authority. One primary school, embarking on an environmental project, a study of the effect of herbicides on roadside verges, was balked by a lack of chemical expertise and apparatus which it eventually found was readily available in the neighboring secondary school. But how often does the secondary school have access to the facilities of the technical college, the polytechnic, or the university? Open schools in an open city is the logical slogan for the community school. Another contemporary trend which leads us to consider the potentialities of the exploding school is the crisis of community consciousness. The last few years have seen a fantastic flowering of locally based bodies, amenity societies, community action groups, tenants and residents associations. Their newspapers and newsletters proliferate, and their activism is in striking contrast to the general level of apathy towards and disillusionment with the official structure of local politics. The school, apart from hiring out its hall for meetings, is aloof from these stirrings of citizenship, even though its catchment area often provides the physical delineation of the neighborhood, and even though much of our contact with neighbors arises from our common situation of parenthood. Shouldn't the school become the inquiring school, and its students the local researchers who service the community with information on rents, traffic densities, current planning proposals, employment prospects, and so on? One of the discussion panels at the York Conference on Social Deprivation and Change in Education recommended that pupils ought, through problem-oriented community projects, to become involved in the actual problems of the local community. The results could be passed on to adults for appropriate action. All these current tides of thought about the role of the school in its immediate neighborhood are significant for the expectations we have of environmental education, its subject matter, its methods, and the kind of exploration which the school makes of the environment. They are important above all for what we have learned to call the effective domain of education, where we are concerned with the attitudes and values which our students adopt. What do we want them to discover, think, and feel about the built environment? Why does it matter? Civic education, says Bernard Crick, in an important paper quoted in the next chapter, must be aimed at creating citizens. If we want a passive population, leave well alone. 6. The Anarchists and Schools. 34. My political attitude is that of anarchism, which in the definition written for the Encyclopaedia Britannica by its best-known spokesman, Peter Kropotkin, is the name given to a principle or theory of life and conduct under which society is conceived without government harmony in such a society being obtained, not by submission to law, or by obedience to any authority, but by free agreements concluded between the various groups, territorial and professional, freely constituted for the sake of production and consumption, as also for the satisfaction of the infinite variety of needs and aspirations of a civilized being. Such an ideology is bound to have implications for anarchist attitudes to schools and schooling, and indeed the editors of one of the many recent anthologies of anarchist writings remark that from the school prospectus issued by William Godwin in 1783 to Paul Goodman's book of 1964 Compulsory Miseducation, anarchism has persistently regarded itself as having distinctive and revolutionary implications for education. Indeed, no other movement whatever has assigned to educational principles, concepts, experiments, and practices a more significant place in its writings and activities. This remark is amply justified, yet when I was first asked to talk on this topic at the Institute of Education, there was hardly anything in its vast library to which I could refer my listeners for a quick conspectus of anarchist opinions on schools and schooling. But while the educational climate has worsened, the range of accessible literature on anarchist views and experiences has widened, and this is why I'm handing out a book list of half a dozen recent books in the hope that you will seek them out. To my mind, the most impressive anarchist philosopher of education was the earliest, William Godwin, who is best known as the husband of Mary Wollstonecraft and the father of Mary Shelley. When I trained as a teacher in the 1960s, I resolved to write my dissertation on his educational ideas, and quickly found that the then standard textbooks like Doctrines of the Great Educators made no mention of him, and that, apart from his inquiry concerning political justice, now a Penguin classic, it was dauntingly hard to get a sight of facsimiles or photocopies of his specifically educational writings. Happily, his best recent biographer, Peter Marshall, has included a good selection of them in his book of extracts from Godwin. His critics described him as cold as ice, but his educational proposals reveal him to be as passionately on the side of the child as Mary Wollstonecraft, and I have suggested that someone who enjoys that kind of research might analyze the influences on each other of these remarkable propagandists for the freedom of children. Godwin's first educational tract was published in 1783 as an account of the seminary that will be opened on Monday the 4th day of August, at Epsom in Surrey, for the instruction of 12 pupils. It failed to convince enough parents and the school never opened. In this pamphlet he declared that modern education not only corrupts the heart of our youth, by the rigid slavery to which it condemns them, it also undermines their reason by the unintelligible jargon with which they are overwhelmed in the first instance, and the little attention that is given to accommodating their pursuits to their capacities in the second. And he added that there is not in the world a truer object of pity than a child terrified at every glance and watching with anxious uncertainty the caprices of a pedagogue. He did not believe in a solitary education at home, nor did he want large schools. If he had lived 200 years later, he would be a supporter of the National Association for the Support of Small Schools. He wanted the advantages of a social community, not in order to arouse the spirit of competition but because of the importance of socialization in childhood. I would wish to see the connection of pupils consisting only of pleasure and generosity. They should learn to love and not to hate each other. Godwin's book The Inquirer of 1797 contains, As Peter Marshall rightly says, some of the most remarkable and advanced ideas on education ever written. Its first words are the splendid affirmation that the true object of education, like that of every other moral process, is the generation of happiness. And it goes on to assert the rights of the child against the automatic assumptions of authority of the adult world. I could quote his 18th century rhetoric all night, but will content myself with one observation. Children, it is said, are free from the cares of the world. Are they without their cares? Of all cares, those that bring with them the greatest consolation are the cares of independence. There is no more certain source of exultation than the consciousness that I am of some importance in the world. A child usually feels that he is nobody. Parents, in the abundance of their providence, take good care to administer to them this bitter recollection. How suddenly does a child rise to an enviable degree of happiness, who feels that he has the honor to be trusted and consulted by his superiors. Between these two resounding manifestos came Godwin's most famous book, his Inquiry Concerning Political Justice in 1793. In the course of this book he diverged sharply from progressive opinion in Britain and from the Enlightenment philosophers Rousseau, Helvetius, Diderot, and Condorcet, all of whom put forward schemes for national systems of schooling, postulating an ideal state, which in Godwin's view was a contradiction in terms. He had three cogent objections, which I will condense as far as I can. The injuries that result from a system of national education are, in the first place, that all public establishments include in them the idea of permanence. Public education has always expended its energies in the support of prejudice. This feature runs through every species of public establishment, and even in the petty institutions of Sunday schools, the chief lessons to be taught are a superstitious veneration for the Church of England, and to bow to every man in a handsome coat. Secondly, the idea of national education is founded in an inattention to the nature of mind. Whatever each man does for himself is done well, whatever his neighbors or his country undertake to do for him is done ill. It is our wisdom to incite men to act for themselves, not to retain them in a state of perpetual pupillage. Thirdly, the project of a national education ought uniformly to be discouraged on account of its obvious alliance with national government. This is an alliance of a more formidable nature than the old and much contested alliance of church and state. Before we put so powerful a machine under the direction of so ambitious an agent, it behoves us to consider well what we do. Government will not fail to employ it to strengthen its hand and perpetuate its institutions. Their views as instigators of a system of education will not fail to be analogous to their views in their political capacity. In the countries where liberty chiefly prevails, it is reasonably to be assumed that there are important errors, and a national system has the most direct tendency to perpetuate those errors and to form all minds on one model. Now I've known admirers of Godwin's thought who are embarrassed by this rejection of progressive opinion and who recollect the hard struggle to achieve free, universal, compulsory education for all under the Education Act of 1870, much delayed by silly disputes between the lobbies of the Church of England and the nonconformist factions, and not actually made effective until years later. A centenary publication from the National Union of Teachers explained that apart from religious and charitable schools, dame or common schools were operated by the private enterprise of people who were often barely literate, and it explained the widespread working-class hostility to the school boards with the remark that parents were not always quick to appreciate the advantages of full-time schooling against the loss of extra wages. But more recent historians have shown the resistance to state schooling in a quite different light. Stephen Humphreys found that working-class private schools were, by the 1860s, providing an alternative education to that of the charitable, national or British schools, for approximately one-third of all working-class children, and he suggests that the enormous demand for private as opposed to public education is perhaps best illustrated by the fact that working-class parents in a number of major cities responded to the introduction of compulsory attendance regulations not by sending their children to provided state schools, as government inspectors had predicted, but by extending the length of their children's education in private schools. Parents favored these schools for a number of reasons, they were small and close to home and were consequently more personal and more convenient than most publicly provided schools. They were informal and tolerant of irregular attendance and unpunctuality. No attendance registers were kept. They were not segregated according to age and sex. They used individual as opposed to authoritarian teaching methods, and, most important, they belonged to and were controlled by the local community rather than being imposed on the neighborhood by an alien authority. I find this observation very significant, and it was reinforced by a mass of contemporary statistical evidence exhumed by Philip Gardner in his book on the lost elementary schools of Victorian England. The author concluded that working-class schools, set up by working-class people in working-class neighborhoods, achieved just what the customer wanted: quick results in basic skills like reading, writing and arithmetic, wasted no time on religious studies and moral uplift, and represented a genuinely alternative approach to childhood learning to that prescribed by the education experts. In the view of the historian Paul Thompson, the price of eliminating these schools through the imposition of the national education system was the suppression in countless working-class children of the appetite for education and ability to learn independently which contemporary progressive education seeks to rekindle. It is certainly ironical that the centenary of state education in Britain was accompanied by a chorus of Marxist sociologists explaining that the function of the public education system has been to learn to labor, to slot working-class children into working-class jobs, now that these traditional jobs have disappeared. I am anxious to learn whether the history of education courses for teachers in training include the recent findings which support Godwin's warnings. But I must turn to later anarchist educational insights. Historians of anarchist ideas tend, rightly or wrongly, to work their way through a series of big thinkers, chronologically through William Godwin, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, Michael Bakunin, and Peter Kropotkin. The more thorough of them also examine the German advocate of conscious egoism, Max Stirner, the educational ideas of Leo Tolstoy and his observations of the school he started at Yasnaya Polyana, and the Spanish teacher and founder of the modern school movement, Francisco Ferrer. It is certainly remarkable how an anarchist approach led a variety of anarchist thinkers to offer educational opinions in anticipation of the progressive opinion of a century later. For example, Bakunin, in a mere footnote to a polemic about something else, envisaged the school as a lifelong educational resource. They will be schools no longer, they will be popular academies, in which neither pupil nor masters will be known, where the people will come freely to get, if they need it, free instructions, and in which, rich in their own experience, they will teach in their turn many things to the professors who shall bring them knowledge that they lack. This then will be a mutual instruction, an act of intellectual fraternity. He was writing in 1870, and if this argument about the future of schooling is familiar to you, it is precisely because identical aspirations were expressed a century later by people like Ivan Illich and Paul Goodman, or in this country and in this building by people like Michael Young and Professor Harry Ree, who told an audience of young teachers that I think we are going to see in your lifetime the end of schools as we know them. Instead, there will be a community center with the doors open 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, where anybody can wander in and out of the library, workshops, sports center, self-service store, and bar. In 100 years' time, the compulsory attendance laws for children to go to school may have gone the same way as the compulsory laws for attendance at church. I suspect, however, that for many people the actual practice of anarchist ideas in education is more interesting than the theories. For most of us, the most influential and longest lasting of progressive schooling in Britain is Summerhill School, and its founder A.S. Neal. Neal was suspicious of the embrace of the anarchist movement, though friendly and welcoming to individual anarchists like me. I would advise you to read Jonathan Crowell's 2 excellent books on Neal. But if you want to read just a couple of general surveys of the anarchists and schools, I have just 2 to press on you, as both of them are concerned with both theory and experience in and out of the official education system. The first is Michael Smith's The Libertarians and Education. When this book appeared, I was asked to review it for a teacher's journal. I responded eagerly, anxious to publicize it, but my review was rejected, which left me downcast, not on my account but on Smith's. He reminds us that when A.S. Neil's first book, A Dominie's Log, was published in 1915, one reviewer was scandalized by the fact that the author seemed totally ignorant of a tradition in progressive education, and offered him, as teacher trainers are wont to do and just as I am doing today, a reading list. It consisted of names like Rousseau, Pestalozzi, Froebel, Montessori, and Dewey. Michael Smith suggests that a more appropriate reading list for a teacher of Neil's turn of mind would have been Godwin, Proudhon, Tolstoy, Robin, and Ferrer. This is interesting, firstly because most teachers would not, then, or now, have heard of most of these alternative gurus, and those they did know would not be thought about in an educational context, and secondly because Smith is one of the very few to make a distinction between the liberal/progressive educators and the libertarian/anarchist ones. The handful of people who have sought to put their ideas of free education into practice have always been so beleaguered by the amused hostility of the institutionalist education system on the one hand and by the popular press on the other that they have tended to close ranks and minimize their differences. Neil just couldn't stand the high-minded and manipulative progressives. By the 1930s he was writing to Dora Russell of Beacon Hill School that she and he were the only educators. As one of his mentors, Homer Lane, put it, "Give the child freedom is the insistent cry of the new educators, but then its exponents usually devise a system which, although based on the soundest of principles, limits that freedom and contradicts the principle." Lane was echoing the opinion of William Godwin in the Inquirer, where he found that Rousseau, even though the world was indebted to him for the irresistible energy of his writings, and the magnitude of his speculations, had fallen into the common error of manipulating the child. His whole system of education is a series of tricks, a puppet show exhibition, of which the master holds the wires, and the scholar is never to suspect in what manner they are moved. Dr. Smith's survey of anarchist approaches to education distinguishes between the libertarian position and the libertarian movement. He shares my enthusiasm for Godwin, and before moving on to the concept of integral education developed by the French anarchists, he visits Harmony, the utopian community envisaged by Charles Fourier, whose educational ideals were directed, naturally, towards social harmony and the minimization of the exercise of authority. What endears Fourier to me is his proposal that in the primary years education should be arranged around cooking and opera, these being activities which developed all the human arts and skills and which did not rely on book learning. They would also be fun. In the secondary years the unruly impulses of children were to be channeled into socially valuable work. Fourier envisaged two main independent child societies, the little hordes and the little bands. The little hordes would reflect children's taste for dirt and excitement. They would keep Harmony clean, repair roads, kill poisonous snakes, feed the animals and so on. Their highly necessary tasks were menial in themselves, but precisely because they were seen as nasty by the adult world and because they were performed for the community, the little hordes would be highly honored. They would have special dress and badges of distinction, they would ride horses and would go about their work to the accompaniment of music. The little bands would be more concerned with cultural matters, they would cultivate dress and good manners, would care for the sick and would tend the plants and vegetables. As Michael Smith comments, though it all sounds nutty, the psychology is not at all askew. The child is given a valued social role. He then moves on to Bakunin and Proudhon. Proudhon was the craftsman's son of a peasant, and both his political and educational thinking reflected this. Proudhon was always conscious of the fact that the children he was talking about were the children of workers. Work was going to be their life when they grew up. Proudhon saw nothing wrong with this. The work a man did was something to be proud of, it was what gave interest, value, and dignity to his life. It was right, therefore, that school should prepare the young for a life of work. That is, an education that was entirely bookish or grammar schoolish in conception, was valueless from the point of view of ordinary working-class children. Of course, an education that went too far in the other direction, which brought up children merely to be fodder for factories, was equally unacceptable. What was required was an education which would equip a child for the workplace but would also give him a degree of independence in the labor market. This could be achieved by giving him not just the basis of a trade but, as well, a whole range of marketable skills which would ensure that he was not totally at the mercy of an industrial system which required specialization of its workers and then discarded them when the specialization was no longer of interest to the firm. Thus Proudhon was led to the idea of an education that was polytechnical. You will have guessed, correctly, that Proudhon was concerning himself solely with the education of boys, but this was not true of his successors like Kropotkin with his opinions on the integration of brain work and manual work, nor of others like Ferrer whose approach was similarly that of education for emancipation as opposed to education to meet the needs of industry or the state, which they saw as education for subservience. This leads Smith to some of his most interesting pages for the English-speaking reader, when he describes integral education in practice through the experience of the French anarchist Paul Robin and the school that he ran from 1880 to 1894 at Champius. It was based on workshop training and the abandonment of the classroom in favor of what we would now call the resource center. Cooking, sewing, carpentry, and metalwork were undertaken by both sexes, and the Champius children, both girls and boys, were among the first children in France to go in for cycling. Co-education, sexual equality, and atheism brought Robin's downfall, but another celebrated French anarchist, Sébastien Faure, ran a school called La Ruche. Faure had learned one very significant lesson from Robin's downfall, to stay completely out of the state system and so be assured of complete independence. Smith takes us through the experience of Tolstoy and Ferrer and concludes by relating the varied traditions of libertarian pedagogy from the past, to the widely read authors of the 1960s and 1970s whom we lump together as the Deschoolers, all of them published in widely circulated cheap editions by Penguin Education in those days, John Holt, Paul Goodman, George Dennison, Paulo Freire, and Ivan Illich. Finally I turn to a changing group of people who, as the Libertarian Education Collective, have published the journal LibEd as a magazine for the liberation of learning since 1966. Files of this journal will be found in the libraries of virtually all teacher training institutions and an index to its contents as well as general bibliographies and addresses are to be found in their publication Freedom in Education. One of their number, John Shotton, has produced a large-scale survey of a century of educational experiment in Britain. In my foreword to this book I explained that one reason for its importance was that it was in effect the final part of a trilogy of recent books by authors in different fields which, through painstaking and impeccable research, have turned the standard histories of education and their assumptions upside down. The first two were the books I have mentioned by Stephen Humphreys and Philip Gardner. For the opening section of Shotton's book rescues from the enormous condescension of posterity in the now famous phrase of E.P. Thompson's, a whole series of local working-class libertarian schools and Sunday schools in Britain in the early years of this century. He calls this section the thirst for knowledge, a reminder to us in the profoundly anti-educational climate of contemporary schooling that there were, and are, times and places when schooling was and is valued for its own sake. He goes on to describe a century of private ventures in libertarian education, with the usual names of Summerhill, Darrington Hall, Burgess Hill, Kilcuhanity, and Beacon Hill, and some lesser-known private adventures. This is followed by his description of a similar variety of libertarian schools for the unschoolable, and an account of efforts to introduce libertarian education into state schooling, with a description of Prestoley in Lancashire, St. George in the East in Stepney, Braehead School, and Summerhill Academy in Scotland and Countsthorpe College in Leicestershire where Shotton himself was a teacher. Finally he tells the story of over a dozen examples of the deschooling movement in British cities between 1960 and 1990. Shotton makes no claims that cannot be backed up by evidence and he looks specifically for the evidence provided by children rather than by propagandists. In the bleak climate of educational reaction in the 1990s, he draws us into unexplored territory and reminds us that experiment is the oxygen of education. It dies without it. This is why the anarchist literature on schools is important for all of us. 7 Towards a Poor School 35. The technological society has deliberately cultivated a careless, consumptive, egoistic, and slovenly human being. The frugal society, must start with redirecting our attitudes and re-educating our values. Henryk Skolimowski. Perhaps the best-known contribution made by John Dewey to the endless debate on education was his remark that what the best and wisest parent wants for his own child, that must the community want for all of its children. But perhaps the best and wisest of parents are the very ones who are least able to specify their hopes in this respect, and the more they perceive and acknowledge the uniqueness of each child, the less likely would be their hopes for any particular child to have any general relevance. Unless, that is, they take refuge in generalities of universal application. They might want their child to be happy, to be fulfilled, to be autonomous, or to make a contribution. But who doesn't? What guide to individual or collective action could we derive from such aspirations? I have a friend, a Paraguayan anarchist, whose children were named according to parental convictions. Regardless of sex or custom, the first was named liberty, the second was called equality, and the third was named fraternity. It is hard to guess which of the family would grow up most embarrassed by this imposition of ideology on nomenclature, and I have no idea whether he sought for each child an education compatible with the slogans with which he labeled his offspring. He would be in trouble if he did, because the resounding catchphrases we have inherited from the 18th century may go together marvelously on French postage stamps, but do they go together in life, or in educational policy making? Dr. Ronald Sampson of Bristol recently gave an address with the title "The Choice Between Inequality and Freedom in Education," and that title at least draws attention to one of our most agonizing and unresolved educational dilemmas. For it often seems to me that people's social and political attitudes are determined, not on the conventional left-right spectrum, but on the relative values they place on at least the first two characters in this holy trinity. There is a quite different continuum which shapes their approaches to the politics of education as to everything else, that between authoritarians and libertarians. In terms of the ordinary crudities of party politics, you can, for example, place our representatives in either of the two main parties on this continuum, and you might very well find that in one of those two parties the egalitarians are always on the back benches, while in the other the libertarians are usually to be found there. In the politics of education in Britain, people's devotion to one or other of these principles leads them into some very sterile posturing, and it often lays them open to uncomfortable changes of hypocrisy, since sometimes what they want for their own children is something other than what they want for all the community's children. The pathos of the battle for equality in education is that it revolves around the principle of the quality of opportunity to be unequal. The last word on this particular issue was said many years ago in a deceptively modest little book, disguised as a satire, The Rise of the Meritocracy, by Michael Young. This book looks back from the 21st century at our own day as the period when two contradictory principles for legitimizing power were struggling for mastery: the principle of kinship and the principle of merit. Kinship implies that you are the child of your parents and consequently have access to the opportunities they can provide. In Michael Young's satire, merit wins in the end, with the perfection of intelligence testing, and consequently with earlier and earlier selection. A new, non-self-perpetuating elite is formed, consisting of the 5% of the population who know what 5% means. The top jobs go to the top people, and payment by merit widens the gap between top and bottom people. The people at the bottom not only are treated as inferior, they know they are inferior. But to select the few is to reject the many, and in the meritocratic society new tensions arise. By the end of the 20th century, although the new working class no longer includes people of outstanding intellectual capacity, a populist movement arises, consisting of dissident intellectuals, mainly women, allied with the disruptive proletariat, declaring in the Chelsea Manifesto of the year 2000 their belief in the classless society. Needless to say, the manifesto cuts no ice with the meritocrats of the year 2000, though it becomes a rallying point in the bitter insurrection in 2033. The Chelsea Manifesto declared that the classless society would be one which both possessed and acted upon plural values. Were we to evaluate people not according to their intelligence and their education, their occupation and their power, but according to their sympathy and generosity, there could be no classes. Who would be able to say that the scientist was superior to the porter with admirable qualities as a father, and the civil servant with unusual skill at gaining prizes superior to the lorry driver with unusual skill at growing roses? The classless society would also be the tolerant society, in which individual differences were actually encouraged as well as passively tolerated, in which full meaning was at last given to the dignity of man. Every human being would then have equal opportunity, not to rise up in the world in the light of any mathematical measure, but to develop his own special capacities for leading a rich life. Well, my own experience is that the same people who would give an enthusiastic ideological assent to the propositions of the Chelsea Manifesto complain most bitterly when they discover that their children can earn more working for the district council's cleansing department than they can in the lower ranks of professional employment. Yet in the strike of toolroom workers at British Leland in February 1977 they would bitterly criticize the strikers who asserted that with their years of training and immense skill they would only earn the same as foremen of the lavatory cleaners. Other people's defense of pay differentials is always marked by sordid self-interest, our own is always above reproach. Education is not a path to social equality. What do we say about liberty, the first of the Holy Trinity? As a political issue this is construed as parental freedom of choice in schooling for their children. As an educational issue it means, among a great many other things, the absence of coercion of the child. The goods are displayed in the educational supermarket and the customer selects or rejects. I am afraid that, with the exception of a few heroes, known by name to most of us, we are as guilty of hypocrisy in the name of this great abstraction as we are in the name of equality. In the publicly provided education system we have a book of martyrs to make the point, among them Mr. Dwayne, Mr. Mackenzie, and Mr. Ellis. In the privately provided sector we know how, at some stage in adolescence, parental interest in the sacred freedom of the child diminishes until the child is removed suddenly to attend a cramming establishment to achieve whatever educational qualifications are necessary to keep open the doors to a growing number of adult careers. Martin Buber, looking into the candid eyes of a rebellious pupil, remarked, "I love freedom, but I don't believe in it." His remark epitomizes the position of the modern progressive parents. They do love freedom so long as it does not interfere with the chances of their children in the occupational status race. It is nothing to do with the education system or with the philosophy of education, but it is a fact that in most high-status jobs the qualifications for entry as well as the length of training have been raised and extended to a ludicrous extent in order to upgrade that occupation. I need only to mention one occupation, that with which I am most familiar, the profession of architecture. To be accepted for professional training involves at the outset, in terms of the English education system, 3 O-levels and 2 O-levels, preferably in approved subjects, followed by 6 years of professional training, after which the successful aspirant finds himself preparing schedules of doors and windows for some building in the design of which he has had no hand. Now within living memory, and I think you will probably agree that architecture has been of an aesthetically and technically higher standard within the lifespan of some living people, it was totally different. Sir Clough Williams Ellis confided to Sir Edwin Lutyens that he spent a term at the Architectural Association in London, learning his trade. "A term," said Lutyens, horrified. "My dear fellow, it took me 3 weeks." Was Lutyens a better or worse architect than the people who by a restrictive act of Parliament are today exclusively entitled to call themselves architects? The first architect I ever worked for learned his trade at an age when we still by law imprison children in the compulsory education machine, drawing full-size details in chalk on brown paper on a barn floor here in Devon, for the building of Truro Cathedral for the man to whom he was apprenticed, Sir John Loughborough Pearson, R.A. Go and look at the building and see if it leaks. What I say of an occupation of which I have intimate knowledge applies, I am certain, to the whole range of employment. I deliberately mentioned various architectural nights to indicate that I am not generalizing from the experience of the riffraff of the architectural profession who all, no doubt, have been through the academic treadmill. In this I am saying, as in so many other spheres of life, Professionalism is a conspiracy against the laity, and if it is the reason why we have tacitly abandoned our educational belief in liberty, we need to be quite clear that it is these external circumstances rather than our educational ideas which have forced us into this position. For motivated families, the belief in liberty has been modified by the requirements of occupational entrance, and this view has spread from the intelligentsia to the skilled working class. Anyone from a city like Glasgow, Newcastle, or Belfast will tell you how the educational qualifications for an engineering apprenticeship have risen to impossible heights within the last decade. You need 2 O-levels to be employed with a car washing machine in South Shields. No doubt you occasionally wash the cars lent by the Department of Education and Science to members of Her Majesty's Inspectorate so that they can get around to schools and tell teachers about the need to encourage children to aim at jobs in Britain's manufacturing industries. Poor families and poor children interpret liberty in education quite differently. When the sociology graduate from Keele University drifts into teaching because we are overstocked with sociologists, and announces to his class that he wants them to feel free to express their own view of the situation, those amongst his conscripts who can actually hear his voice conclude with resignation that he does not really care about them. They conclude that in his opinion they are not worth teaching, and in their minds this is why he adopts his laissez-faire attitude. He didn't care whether we learned anything or not, is their verdict on the no-departed teacher. We have written off liberty as an educational goal. What are we to say about fraternity as one of the aims of education? It is a concept even harder to define than the other two. Looking for a way of coming to terms with the idea, I am helped by a passage I read recently from André Malraux's book, Lazare. He says, "People think they understand fraternity because they confuse it with human warmth. But in point of fact it is something much deeper, and it was belatedly, and almost apologetically, that it was added to the blazon of the Republic, whose flag at first bore only the words liberty and equality. The word liberty has still the same ring to it, but fraternity now stands only for a comical utopia in which nobody would ever have a bad character. Men believe that fraternity was just tacked on, one Sunday, to feelings like justice and liberty. But it is not something that can be tacked on at will. It is something sacred, and it will elude us if we rob it of the irrational element that lies hidden within it. It is as mysterious as love, it has nothing to do with duty, or with right thinking. Like love, and unlike liberty, it is a provisional sentiment, a state of grace. I am sure that Malraux betrays some ignorance of the history of ideas in his own country in making these remarks, but that is not my concern. Can we get closer to the meaning of fraternity? Peter Kropotkin chose to define it as mutual aid, and in his book of that name he remarks that to reduce animal sociability to love and sympathy means to reduce its generality and its importance, just as human ethics based on love and personal sympathy only have contributed to narrow the comprehension of the moral feeling as a whole. It is not love of my neighbor whom I often do not know at all which induces me to seize a pail of water and to rush towards his house when I see it on fire, it is a far wider, even though more vague feeling or instinct of human solidarity and sociability which moves me. It is a feeling infinitely wider than love or personal sympathy, an instinct that has been slowly developed among animals and men in the course of an extremely long evolution, and which has taught animals and men alike the force they can borrow from the practice of mutual aid and support, and the joys they can find in social life. Well, he's right, isn't he? But when the sense of fraternity, or solidarity, is cultivated in educational institutions, it is frequently in opposition to the institution itself. Teachers know that the fraternity is that of the peer group and that the values it represents are profoundly anti-educational. I have the greatest difficulty in restraining them from tearing up each other's work at the end of the period, a hard-pressed secondary school teacher told me. Indeed, the closer we get to the classroom, the more diminished is our faith that the school can be the agent of social change or the vehicle for social justice. In many parts of the world there is still a hunger for schooling. Immense sacrifices are made by parents to achieve it for their children. They and their children would find unbelievable the size of education budgets in the schools of the Western world and the low esteem in which our schools are held by their scholars. 13 years ago I wrote an article called A Modest Proposal for the Repeal of the Education Act, and it was later blessed in the symposium Children's Rights as the first time anyone in England had dared to formulate out loud, even to a possibly friendly audience, what many of us had begun to hear as a question in our heads. That reference to a friendly audience is important because it is easy to be misunderstood. At a time when teachers are joining the ranks of the unemployed, and when their unions as well as those of students are demonstrating under banners reading "Fight the Education Cuts," am I not grotesquely misjudging the present climate of education in putting on my banner the slogan "Towards a Poor School"? Let me declare my vested interest in having rich schools. I earn half my living producing a bulletin for teachers called B, the Bulletin of Environmental Education. It costs £4 a year, a modest sum, and in the last year the curve of circulation growth has completely flattened, as our renewal notices keep getting returned with sad little notes saying, "We like it very much." It's marvelously useful, but we have had to cut our spending drastically. I always say that they ought to ask their classes to subscribe their pennies, on the grounds that getting our bulletin will improve the quality of the teaching they are subjected to, but no one takes me seriously because it is a basic educational principle, isn't it, that no one should raise a penny for his own education? I earn the other half of my income running a project for the Schools Council, which is the body concerned with curriculum development in England and Wales. Our project is called Art and the Built Environment. Can you imagine anything more frivolous, while the nation's economy goes down the drain? Not only is our project one of those marginal frills, by the standards of the education industry, but its sponsor, the Schools Council, is itself vulnerable. The notorious yellow paper, the report to the Prime Minister from the Department of Education and Science, which was leaked to the press, described its performance as mediocre. Seoul have a strong interest in an education system rich enough to support marginal activities or activities which in the eyes of the system are marginal. In what sense do I see virtues in the idea of a poor school? There is a Polish stage producer, Grotowski, who wrote a book called Towards a Poor Theater, implying that the theater would get a new lease of life if it shed all the expensive trimmings of the proscenium, elaborate lighting and equipment, all that audiovisual gear. Similarly, there is a movement, as I understand it, in the Christian Church, known as Towards a Poor Church, a kind of echo of all those religious reformers who have haunted that religion, with their bare feet and shaggy beards, urging their fellows to abandon all that expensive architecture and ecclesiastical silverware in order to free themselves to become receptive to the message. Whatever we may say when we lobby against cuts in educational spending, let us reflect between friends on the implications of educational poverty. And before we get self-righteous about it, let us think about the implications of the Houghton Pay Award to teachers a couple of years ago. Cause and effect there may or may not be, but before Houghton, when teachers were complaining of their poverty, there was no job shortage, there was a teacher shortage. Many schools had a terrifying turnover of staff every term. In 1974 many urban schools were sending children home because there was no one to teach them. I read 2 items about the same city in the same newspaper on the same day that year, one of which reported the sending home of school children for this reason while the other reported the rounding up by the police of truants, collected off the streets. After the Houghton Pay Award, the huge staff turnover stopped. The oldest inhabitants of the city school became the staff once more instead of the 5th-year conscripts, and the supply of jobs dried up. As the schools became poorer, they became more stable as institutions. The truth is that in the boom period, now over, education was oversold. Every additional bit of expenditure, every increase in student numbers at the upper and more expensive end of the system, every new development in educational technology, was a step towards some great social goal. But it has not delivered the goods. Professor A.H. Halsey, writing in the Times Educational Supplement, remarks that we live today under sentence of death by 1,000 cuts. In education the position is one of extreme relative deprivation, not only because of the financial background of a sudden halt to previously mounting largesse, but also, and more seriously, because of the collapse of belief in education either as the best investment for national production, or the great redistributor of chances to the traditionally disadvantaged. Nor is this simply a British phenomenon. Fred M. Heckinger, the author of Growing Up in America, also writing in the Times Educational Supplement, says that, America is in headlong retreat from its commitment to education. Political confusion and economic uncertainty have shaken the people's faith in education as the key to financial and social success. Among the people or trends which he blames for this changed circumstance are the right-wing backlash and what he calls the destructive influence of the desk rulers like Ivan Illich and the views of critics like Edgar Z. Friedenberg, John Holt, and Christopher Jenks. I think, on the contrary, that these people have had an immensely liberatory effect on our ideas about the way that the intelligentsia lapped up the desk-cooling literature of a few years ago, the works of Paul Goodman, Everett Reimer, and Ivan Illich. But when, at the same time, the schools were sending home pupils for lack of teachers, they failed, with a few exceptions in the free school movement, to make the connection. The community did not seize the occasion to use the wonderful resources of the city to provide an alternative education for the kids who were wandering the streets. They just waited for the statistics for such offenses as shoplifting, vandalism, and taking and driving away, to rise, which they did. At the same time, in the universities, well-educated Marxist lecturers were explaining how the education system in our society was simply a device for preparing us for our particular slot in capitalist industry. The government, as though anxious to prove them right, has set off a moral panic about the failure of the education system to meet the needs of industry. I do not believe that the roots of or the cure for our chronic economic malaise are to be found in the education system, and, if it is true that the young do not like industrial jobs, at either a shop floor or a graduate level, I think it ironical that instead of wanting to change the nature of industrial work, of wanting to make it an adventure instead of a penance, we should want to change the nature of the young. Actually, it is not even true that we are short of graduate engineers, and we are certainly not short of shop floor fodder. There must be many teachers who went through the boom years without even knowing that they were in them. They found themselves committed to a policy of make do and mend as usual, and never got their hands on the money because it was being spent somewhere else. No one here who is a teacher will deny my assertion that the characteristic situation is for the teacher to say all year that he would like this or that set of books or piece of equipment, and be told that there was no cash, while 3 days before the end of the financial year the head of department would say, "You've got £400 to spend by the end of the week. Let me know what to order before the end of the afternoon, because otherwise we'll lose the money." I was in a school the other day, in an art and design department, where thousands of pounds were available to spend on machinery, but the art teacher had only £38 to lay out on paper, paint, and other expendables. He could have kilns but no clay. As an advocate of the use of the local environment in education, I have often come across the situation where the teacher can easily get an illuminated terrestrial globe to suspend from the ceiling, but found that it was not in order for him to buy a class set of street maps of the locality. The person who worships the state and thinks that any other mode of provision is a let-off for the state or a cop-out from the state, when faced by the politics of retrenchment, can only protest and wave his banner. There is, for example, in the world of preschool education a deep ideological division between those who believe in the provision of day nurseries and nursery schools by local education authorities, on principle, and those who believe on principle in baby minders and parent-organized playgroups. Every now and then there is a scandal about illicit baby minding, but it was left to an outsider, Brian Johnson, to think up the idea of courses in baby minding for unofficial baby minders. Now, as part of its education cuts, one English county has decided, reluctantly, to close all its nursery schools. The customers are helpless. If the local community had developed its own unofficial network of provision for the under 5s, it would have been better off today. My first priority is that we should put our money at the bottom end of education rather than at the top. Now this really would be a revolutionary change in the order of things. For the greater the sums of money that are poured into the education industries of the world, the smaller the proportion which benefits the people at the bottom of the educational, occupational, and social hierarchy. The universal education system turns out to be yet another way in which the poor are obliged to subsidize the rich. A decade ago, Everett Reimer found that the children of the poorest 1/10 of the population of the United States cost the public in schooling $2,500 each over a lifetime, while the children of the richest 1/10 cost about £35,000. Assuming that 1/3 of this is private expenditure, the richest 1/10 still gets 10 times as much of public funds for education as the poorest 1/10. In his suppressed UNESCO report of 1970, Michael Huberman reached the same conclusion for the majority of countries in the world. In Britain we spend twice as much on the secondary school life of a grammar school sixth former as on a secondary modern school leaver, while, if we include university expenditure, we spend as much on an undergraduate in 1 year as on a normal school child throughout his life. The Fabian Tract, Labor and Inequality, calculates that while the highest social group benefits 17 times as much as the lowest group from the expenditure on universities, they only contribute 5 times as much revenue. No wonder Everett Reimer calls schools an almost perfectly regressive form of taxation. In the scramble for dwindling public expenditure on education, you may be sure that the universities are going to be almost obscenely successful by comparison with the preschool education lobby. In reordering our expenditure, I would invest heavily in preschool education, and in the infant and junior school. My aim would be the traditional, and currently approved one, that every child should be literate and numerate on leaving the junior school at 11. All right, it will take up to the age of 14 to achieve this for some children, but I want to assert that the compulsory prolongation of schooling beyond such an age is an affront to the freedom of the individual and has nothing to do with the aims of education, even though it has everything to do with the restrictive practices of the job market. I mentioned earlier the entry qualifications demanded by the architectural profession. A month ago the REBA Council solemnly sat and discussed how to make it harder still, like demanding 4 A-levels so as to restrict entry still further. Do we have to wait until 2 A-levels instead of 2 O-levels are needed to get a car wash job in South Shields, or do we say enough is enough, this is not what we have teachers for? I quoted earlier the brilliant satire, The Rise of the Meritocracy, written by Michael Young in the 1950s. He was interviewed by one of the Sunday papers this year and explained why he feels that there is no future for secondary schools as we know them. He said, "I think secondary schools in their present form are doomed. They haven't yet managed to reflect the new kind of family. The father used to be the fount of authority. Today, that authority is greatly diminished, partly because it's shared. Schools and universities borrowed authority from the authoritarian father, and now that it's no longer there to be borrowed, children in secondary schools are not going to accept it. There has to be a reduction in the school leaving age and a move over to half-time education. People will be learning at home, at the workplace, and not forced into institutions which use a bogus authority." Dr. Young has the honesty and the poor taste to bring up the subject of the crisis of authority in the secondary school, a crisis that ensures that much of our expenditure on teachers and plant is wasted by attempting to teach people what they do not want to learn in a situation that they would rather not be involved in. A poor school could not afford such waste and frustration of both teachers and taught. The school has become one of the instruments by which we exclude adolescents from real responsibilities and real functions in the life of our society. We have in the last year of secondary schooling pathetic attempts to give relevance by providing work experience courses aimed at acclimatizing the young to the shock of going to work, or by providing courses in colleges of further education with such titles as Adjustment to Work, for the benefit of those unable or unwilling to hold down a job. The Trades Union Congress and the Confederation of British Industry have joined forces in backing a project for informing school children about industry. Arthur Young, the headmaster of Northcliffe High School in Yorkshire, has for years been trying to find the right equation between learning and earning. He values the efforts of his pupils to earn money for themselves and has sought, within the narrowly prescribed limits of the law, to provide opportunities in and out of school for them to do so. He remarks of work experience projects that they have never really got off the ground because of the legal, insurance and trade union problems that hedge them around. I have always thought that the schemes proposed were phony. The most important aspect of work experience is being neglected completely: the wage at the end of the week. Like Michael Young, Arthur Young sees an urgent need to change the relationships in the secondary school. Describing the efforts made to provide actual cash-earning experiences for the most unlikely lads at his school, and the effect it has had on their attitudes to running their own lives, taking decisions, budgeting, fulfilling obligations, dealing with strangers, as well as such mundane things taken for granted by the middle-class child as using the telephone, he remarks. We have to overcome the ridiculous idea that giving children the chance to earn money in school is somehow immoral. In the changing situation in education, pupil-teacher relationships and roles are the essence of much heart-searching and debate. We might do well to compare the differences in an earning-learning situation between master and apprentice and in the traditional school situation, captive scholars facing chalk and talk across the barrier of the teacher's desk. The comparison of relationships between newsagent and paperboy and between paperboy and schoolmaster might also be revealing. The carelessly rich school, greedy for resources, has no need to be a productive institution. The poor school could not afford not to be a productive workshop and belongs to a society in which every workshop is an effective school. Don't think I am denigrating or downgrading the teacher. Far from it. A poor school could not afford to have its spending kept out of the individual teacher's hands. A poor school needs to know what it is paying for. In the 1960s, educational spenders were swept away on a tide of commercially inspired expensive options like programmed learning and teaching machines, which are greeted with a cynical laugh in the 1970s. The expensive hardware of educational technology has become an irrelevancy and an embarrassment in this decade. I want the school to have a clearly stated published budget with a personal allocation to each member of the staff to spend as he or she sees fit. The teacher should be responsible for his own spending. He can do it wisely or foolishly on such materials and equipment as he desires. He can pool it with others, he can carry it over to next year. The poor school would be self-catering. Why shouldn't the school meals service be in the hands of the pupils? Why shouldn't every secondary school include a day nursery run by the pupils? The poor school would be too valuable a community asset to be open for a small part of the day and for a restricted age band. Already we are feeling our way towards such an institution through the concept of the community school and the community college. When we consider how little the massive educational spending of the last decade did to enhance the lives or life chances of the children in what is known as the lower quartile of the ability range in secondary education, we may perhaps hope that the new age of frugality will lead us to devise appropriate educational experiences in a climate where we make fewer grandiose claims for what the school can do. By settling for less, we might even achieve more. 8 Fringe benefits. Colin Ward is alarmed as the City of London spreads over Spitalfields 36. My friend Bobby has for 25 years had his little office in Commercial Street, London L. Nowadays he's besieged with phone calls making offers for the premises. Bobby is always polite. He listens to the smart young speculators, gratefully accepts their offers, and just when they propose to come round with the papers, explains that he doesn't actually own the place. Receiver crashes down at the other end. I keep telling him that he's going to be bought out, squeezed out, or otherwise eased out, but he goes on believing in his gentleman's agreement with the landlord, forgetting that there aren't any gentlemen in the property business. I went the other night to an exhibition called A Farewell to Spitalfields. It was rushed together by John Shaw and Ralph Samuel of Ruskin College, from old and new photographs and testimony, to remind us of the implications of the coming closure of Spitalfields Market, and its removal eastward to Temple Mills. It's moving not because of traffic congestion or underuse, but because the annual turnover of the fruit and veg wholesalers is worth less than the 1 million square feet of potential office development right next door to the City of London which will replace it. This ancient area outside the city wall has been a market since the 14th century and a center for the rag trade since the 15th. It is in the geographer's terms, the classic zone of transition where, as everyone knows, the Huguenots, then the Irish, then the Jews and now the Bengalis, have gained their first toehold in the urban economy. It has always been a place of unlicensed factories in upper rooms, child labor, sweatshops, family solidarity, and racial antagonism from outside. It has also been the hugely productive center where the latest modes are run up for the smartest shops. And of course it houses the Petticoat Lane Market, known 400 years ago as Rag Fair, and the Market for Birds and Animals, Club Row. People have been thankful to get into it and glad to get out. The same streets have always contained dozens of minute businesses supplying or applying the buttons, zips, fixings and trimmings or pressing, pinning, and packaging for the wholesale market. What you wear either comes from a chain of subcontractors in places like Spitalfields or from their equivalents in Southeast Asia. If you don't like it, you should make your own clothes. What you shouldn't do is to applaud the elimination of the low-rent workshop economy by the high-rent finance industry that doesn't deal with useful commodities at all, just in money. The organizers of that little exhibition at the Bishopsgate Institute were right to say that, the viewer is thus confronted with two versions of the enterprise culture, one of family business and small-scale firms, the other of international high finance with computer screens linking the City of London to the money markets of the world. The left, when in office, used a lot of energy in attempting to eliminate the zone of transition, which represented everything it despised about petty capitalism. The right carelessly wipes it out because low-income enterprises are automatically absurd when property as such is a much better investment. Politically, neither side recognizes the need for the scruffy, busy workshop economy which depends on cheap premises close to the market. The whole industrial economy of Spitalfields, Shaw and Samuel claim, rests on cheap workrooms. Rentals in the new office complex are some 8 times greater than they are in the purlieus of Brick Lane, and with the dizzy rise in property values which will flow, accommodation of all kinds, whether for working space or home, will be beyond local people. But who cares? Section 5, Influences and Alternatives. 1. Anarchy and a Plausible Future. 37. For the earlier part of my life I was quieted by being told that ours was the richest country in the world, until I woke up to know that what I meant by riches was learning and beauty and music and art, coffee and omelets. Perhaps in the coming days of poverty we may get more of these. W.R. Lethaby, Form in Civilization. This book has illustrated the arguments for anarchism, not from theories, but from actual examples of tendencies which already exist, alongside much more powerful and dominant authoritarian methods of social organization. The important question is, therefore, not whether anarchy is possible or not, but whether we can so enlarge the scope and influence of libertarian methods that they become the normal way in which human beings organize their society. Is an anarchist society possible? We can only say, from the evidence of human history, that no kind of society is impossible. If you are powerful enough and ruthless enough, you can impose almost any kind of social organization on people for a while. But you can only do so by methods which, however natural and appropriate they may be for any other kind of ism acting on the well-known principle that you can't make an omelette without breaking eggs, are repugnant to anarchists, unless they see themselves as yet another of those revolutionary elites leading the people to the promised land. You can impose authority, but you cannot impose freedom. An anarchist society is improbable, not because anarchy is unfeasible, or unfashionable, or unpopular, but because human society is not like that, because, as Malatesta put it, we are, in any case, only one of the forces acting in society. The degree of social cohesion implied in the idea of an anarchist society could only occur in a society so embedded in the cake of custom that the idea of choice among alternative patterns of social behavior simply did not occur to people. I cannot imagine that degree of unanimity, and I would dislike it if I could, because the idea of choice is crucial to any philosophy of freedom and spontaneity. So we don't have to worry about the boredom of utopia, we shan't get there. But what results from this conclusion? One response would be to stress anarchism as an ideal of personal liberation, ceasing to think of changing society, except by example. Another would be to conclude that because no roads lead to utopia, no road leads anywhere, an attitude which, in the end, is identical with the utopian one because it asserts that there are no partial, piecemeal, compromise or temporary solutions, only one attainable or unattainable final solution. But, as Alexander Herzen put it over a century ago, a goal which is infinitely remote is not a goal at all, it is a deception. A goal must be closer at the very least the laborer's wage or pleasure in the work performed. Each epoch, each generation, each life has had, and has, its own experience, and the end of each generation must be itself. The choice between libertarian and authoritarian solutions is not a once and for all cataclysmic struggle, it is a series of running engagements, most of them never concluded, which occur, and have occurred, throughout history. Every human society, except the most totalitarian of utopias or anti-utopias, is a plural society with large areas which are not in conformity with the officially imposed or declared values. An example of this can be seen in the alleged division of the world into capitalist and communist blocs. There are vast areas of capitalist societies which are not governed by capitalist principles, and there are many aspects of the socialist societies which cannot be described as socialist. You might even say that the only thing that makes life livable in the capitalist world is the unacknowledged non-capitalist element within it, and the only thing that makes survival possible in the communist world is the unacknowledged capitalist element in it. This is why a controlled market is a left-wing demand in capitalist economy along with state control, while a free market is a left-wing demand in a communist society along with workers' control. In both cases, the demands are for whittling away power from the center, whether it is the power of the state or capitalism, or state capitalism. So what are the prospects for increasing the anarchist content of the real world? From one point of view the outlook is bleak. Centralist power, whether that of governments or supergovernments, or of private capitalism or the supercapitalism of giant international corporations, has never been greater. The prophecies of 19th-century anarchists like Proudhon and Bakunin about the power of the state over the citizen have a relevance today which must have seemed unlikely for their contemporaries. From another standpoint the outlook is infinitely promising. The very growth of the state and its bureaucracy, the giant corporation and its privileged hierarchy, are exposing their vulnerability to non-cooperation, to sabotage, and to the exploitation of their weaknesses by the weak. They are also giving rise to parallel organizations, counter-organizations, alternative organizations, which exemplify the anarchist method. Industrial mergers and rationalization have bred the revival of the demand for workers' control, first as a slogan or a tactic like the work-in, ultimately as a destination. The development of the school and the university as broiler houses for a place in the occupational pecking order have given rise to the deschooling movement and the idea of the anti-university. The use of medicine and psychiatry as agents of conformity has led to the idea of the anti-hospital and the self-help therapeutic group. The failure of Western society to house its citizens has prompted the growth of squatter movements and tenants' cooperatives. The triumph of the supermarket in the United States has begun a mushrooming of food cooperatives. The deliberate pauperization of those who cannot work has led to the recovery of self-respect through claimants' unions. Community organizations of every conceivable kind, community newspapers, movements for child welfare, communal households have resulted from the new consciousness that local as well as central government exploit the poor and are unresponsive to those who are unable to exert effective pressure for themselves. The rationalization of local administration in Britain into larger and more effective units is evoking a response in the demand for neighborhood councils. A new self-confidence and assertion of their right to exist on their own terms has sprung up among the victims of particular kinds of discrimination: black liberation, women's liberation, homosexual liberation, prisoners' liberation, children's liberation, The list is almost endless and is certainly going to get longer as more and more people become more and more conscious that society is organized in ways which deny them a place in the sun. In the age of mass politics and mass conformity, this is a magnificent reassertion of individual values and of human dignity. None of these movements is yet a threat to the power structure, and this is scarcely surprising since hardly any of them existed before the late 1960s. None of them fits into the framework of conventional politics. In fact, they don't speak the same language as the political parties. They talk the language of anarchism and they insist on anarchist principles of organization, which they have learned not from political theory but from their own experience. They organize in loosely associated groups which are voluntary, functional, temporary, and small. They depend, not on membership cards, votes, a special leadership and a herd of inactive followers but on small functional groups which ebb and flow, group and regroup, according to the task in hand. They are networks, not pyramids. At the very time when the irresistible trends of modern society seem to be leading us to a mass society of enslaved consumers, they are reminding us of the truth that the irresistible is simply that which is not resisted. But obviously a whole series of partial and incomplete victories, of concessions won from the holders of power, will not lead to an anarchist society. But it will widen the scope of free action and the potentiality for freedom in the society we have. But such compromises of anarchist notions would have to be made, such authoritarian bedfellows chosen, for a frontal attack on the power structure, that the anarchist answer to cries for revolutionary unity is likely to be, "Whose noose are you inviting me to put round my neck this time?" But in thinking about a plausible future, another factor has entered into the general consciousness since the late 1960s. So many books, so many reports, so many conferences have been devoted to it, that it is only necessary for me to state a few general propositions about it. The first is that the world's resources are finite. The second is that the wealthy economies have been exploiting the unrenewable resources at a rate which the planet cannot sustain. The third is that these developed economies are also exploiting the resources of the third world countries as cheap raw materials. This means, not only that the third world countries can never hope to achieve the levels of consumption of the rich world, but that the rich countries themselves cannot continue to consume at the present accelerating rate. The public debate around these issues is not about the truth of the contentions, it is simply about the question, how soon? How soon before the fossil fuels run out? How soon before the third world rises in revolt against international exploitation? How soon will we be facing the consequences of the non-viability of future economic growth? I leave aside the related questions about pollution and about population. But all these questions profoundly affect all our futures and the predictions we make about social change, whether we mean the changes we desire or the ones which circumstances force upon us. They also cut completely across accepted political categories, as do the policies of the ecology lobby or the environmental pressure groups in both Britain and the United States. The growth economists, the politicians of both right and left, who envisaged an ever-expanding cycle of consumption, with the philosophy characterized by Kenneth Burke as borrow, spend, buy, waste, want, have just not caught up with future realities. If anyone has, it is that minority among the young in the affluent countries who have consciously rejected the mass consumption society, its values as well as its dearly bought products, and adopted, not out of puritanism but out of a different set of priorities, an earlier consumer philosophy: eat it up, wear it out, make it do, or do without. The editor of The Ecologist summed up the argument thus: affluence for everybody is an impossible dream, the world simply does not contain sufficient resources, nor could it absorb the heat and other waste generated by the immense amount of energy required. Indeed, the most important thing to realize, when we plan our future, is that affluence is both a local and a temporary phenomenon. Unfortunately, it is the principal, if not the only, goal our industrial society gives us. His journal in its Blueprint for Survival has the distinction of being among the few commentaries on the crisis of environment and resources to go beyond predicting the consequences of continued population growth and depletion of resources, to envisaging the kind of physical and economic structure of life which its authors regard as indispensable for a viable future, drawing up a timetable for change for the century 1975 to 2075, to establish in that time a network of self-sufficient, self-regulating communities. The authors cheerfully accept the charge that their program is unsophisticated and oversimplified, the implication being that if the reader can formulate a better alternative, or a different time scale, he should do so. The interesting thing is that they have reinvented an older vision of the future. Back in the 1890s, three men, equally unqualified as shareholders in Utopia Limited, formulated their prescriptions for the physical setting of a future society. William Morris, designer and socialist, wrote News from Nowhere. Peter Kropotkin, geographer and anarchist, wrote Fields, Factories and Workshops. And Ebenezer Howard, inventor and parliamentary shorthand writer, wrote Tomorrow, A Peaceful Path to Real Reform. Each of these blueprints for survival was more influential than its original readers could have supposed, though less than its author would have hoped. Morris's vision was totally irrelevant for the 20th century, but his picture of a post-industrial, decentralist, state-free Britain in the 21st century, certainly makes sense for the new ecologically aware generation, while any American will recognize the force of his backward glance at the future of the United States, for these lands, and, I say, especially the northern parts of America, suffered so terribly from the full force of the last days of civilization, and became such horrible places to live in, that one may say that for nearly 100 years the people of the northern parts of America have been engaged in gradually making a dwelling place out of a stinking dust heap. Howard's legacy is of course the new towns. His immediate purpose was to mobilize a voluntary initiative for the building of one demonstration model, confident that its advantages would set in motion a large-scale adoption of the idea of urban dispersal in social cities, or what the TCPA calls a many-centered nexus of urban communities. Lewis Mumford notes that by now, our neotechnic and biotechnic facilities have at last caught up with Howard's and Kropotkin's intuitions. Howard's plan for canalizing the flow of population, diverting it from the existing centers to new centers, his plan for decentralizing industry and setting up both city and industry within a rural matrix, the whole plan to a human scale, is technologically far more feasible today than it was. Kropotkin's own vision of the future, with industry decentralized, and the competition for markets replaced by local production and consumption while people themselves alternate brain work and manual work, is being realized in a political climate he hardly foresaw, in China, but is equally in harmony with the program of the Blueprint for Survival. The scattering of industries over the country so as to bring the factory amidst the fields, to make agriculture derive all those profits which it always finds in being combined with industry and to produce a combination of industrial with agricultural work is surely the next step to be taken. This step is imposed by the necessity for each healthy man and woman to spend a part of their lives in manual work in the free air, and it will be rendered the more necessary when the great social movements, which have now become unavoidable, come to disturb the present international trade, and compel each nation to revert to her own resources for her own maintenance. The authors of the Blueprint, having set out their analysis of the crisis of population, resources, and environment, sketch out what they see as a necessary and desirable future for the human habitat. They argue for decentralization on several grounds. Their first reason is that it would promote the social conditions in which public opinion and full public participation in decision-making become as far as possible the means whereby communities are ordered. Their second reason is that, on ecological grounds, they foresee a return to diversified farming instead of prairie-type crop growing or factory-type livestock rearing, with production for a local market and the return of domestic sewage to the land, in the setting of a decentralist society of small communities where industries are small enough to be responsive to each community's needs. Thirdly, they think it significant that the decreasing autonomy of communities and local regions, and the increasing centralization of decision-making and authority in the cumbersome bureaucracies of the state, have been accompanied by the rise of self-conscious individualism, an individualism that feels threatened unless it is harped upon. They see the accumulation of material goods as the accompaniment of this self-conscious individualism and believe that the rewards of significant relationships and mutual responsibilities in a small community will provide ample compensation for the decreasing emphasis on consumption, which will be essential for the conservation of resources and the minimization of pollution. Their final reason is that to deploy a population in small towns and villages is to reduce to the minimum its impact on the environment. This is because the actual urban superstructure required per inhabitant goes up radically as the size of the town increases beyond a certain point. Affirming that they are not proposing inward-looking, self-obsessed, or closed communities, but in fact want an efficient and sensitive communications network between all communities, they conclude with the splendid declaration, "We emphasize that our goal should be to create community feeling and global awareness, rather than that dangerous and sterile compromise which is nationalism." But will it ever happen? Will this humane and essentially anarchistic vision of a workable future simply join all the other anarchical utopias of the past? Years ago George Orwell remarked, "If one considers the probabilities, one is driven to the conclusion that anarchism implies a low standard of living. It need not imply a hungry or uncomfortable world, but it rules out the kind of air-conditioned, chromium-plated, gadget-ridden existence which is now considered desirable and enlightened. The processes involved in making, say, an aeroplane are so complex as to be only possible in a planned, centralized society, with all the repressive apparatus that implies. Unless there is some unpredictable change in human nature, liberty and efficiency must pull in opposite directions." This, from Orwell's point of view, is not in itself a criticism of anarchism, and he is certainly right in thinking that an anarchist society would never build Concord or land men on the moon. But were either of these technological triumphs sufficient in terms of the resources poured into them and the results for the ordinary inhabitant of this planet? Size and resources are to the technologist what power is to the politician, he can never have too much of them. A different kind of society, with different priorities, would evolve a different technology. Its bases already exist, and in terms of the tasks to be performed it would be far more efficient than either Western capitalism or Soviet state capitalism. Not only technology but also economics would have to be redefined. As Kropotkin envisaged it, political economy tends more and more to become a science devoted to the study of the needs of men and of the means of satisfying them with the least possible waste of energy, that is, a sort of physiology of society. But it is not in the least likely that states and governments, in either the rich or the poor worlds, will, of their own volition, embark on the drastic change of direction which a consideration of our probable future demands. Necessity may reduce the rate of resource consumption, but the powerful and privileged will hang on to their share both within nations and between nations. Power and privilege have never been known to abdicate. This is why anarchism is bound to be a call to revolution. But what kind of revolution? Nothing has been said in this book about the two great irrelevancies of discussion about anarchism, the false antitheses between violence and nonviolence and between revolution and reform. Your most violent institution in our society is the state, and it reacts violently to efforts to take away its power. As Malatesta used to say, you try to do your thing and they intervene, and then YWZ are to blame for the fight that happens. Does this mean that the effort should not be made? A distinction has to be made between the violence of the oppressor and the resistance of the oppressed. Similarly, there is a distinction not between revolution and reform, but on the one hand between the kind of revolution which installs a different gang of rulers or the kind of reform which makes oppression more palatable or more efficient, and on the other those social changes, whether revolutionary or reformist, through which people enlarge their autonomy and reduce their subjection to external authority. Anarchism in all its guises is an assertion of human dignity and responsibility. It is not a program for political change but an act of social self-determination. To Martin Buber, 38. Every one of my influences has had views to express about the nature of human society. The reason why I found Martin Buber to be the best explainer of everything I believe about social organization was precisely because he did it more simply than anyone else. I came across Buber only because he was frequently quoted by Herbert Read in articles in the anarchist newspaper Freedom. Reed was a director of the publishers Routledge and in 1949 produced an English translation of Buber's book Paths in Utopia. This was a reassertion of the anarchist tradition in socialist thought, ridiculed for decades both before and after its publication by two kinds of state worship, that of the Fabians and that of the Marxists. Thereafter I watched Buber's sociological thought, and was won over by his lecture on society and the state, which crystallized a range of ideas that, paradoxically, earned him only hostility. In the 1950s my friend the architect Gabriel Epstein, whose parents chanced to live in the same street in Jerusalem as Buber, confirmed that the then Labour Party ruling elite in Israel saw him as a saboteur, not as a support. 30 years later, a veteran kibbutznik told me that in his opinion Buber was just an old phony, and, sure enough, when Buber died in 1965, The Guardian reported how in Palestine his idea of binationalism caused him to be ostracized by the Orthodox as an enemy of the people. A philosopher who manages to antagonize everyone, yet who was himself a model of gentle benevolence, must have something important to say, I reflected, and I don't think I was wrong. His reputation was as a theologian, though I can remember him declaring to a puzzled clergyman on a BBC television program that I must confess that I don't like religion very much, and parrying the suggestion that he was a mystic with the reply that he was in fact a rationalist, and the affirmation that rationalism was the only one of my worldviews that I have allowed to expand into an ism. The only time I ever saw him was in 1956 at King's College in the Strand, where, lecturing on that which is common, he related his philosophy of dialogue, set out in his book I and Thou, with his views on community and society. He took as his text an account of Aldous Huxley's experiments with the drug mescaline, which became, in Buber's slow and emphatic English, a parable of what he saw as the disjointed society of Western individualism. Huxley, in his escape from the painful earthly world under the influence of the drug, found that his lips, the palms of his hands, and his genitals became cold, and he avoided the eyes of those who were present. For, said Buber, to look into the eyes of others would be to recognize that which is common. And after this flight from the self and from the ordinary environment, Huxley met them with a deep mistrust. Huxley regarded his mescaline intoxication as a mystical experience, but, declared Buber, those whom we call mystics, like those we call creative artists, do not seek to escape from the human situation. They do not want to leave the authentic world of speech in which a response is demanded. They cling to the common world until they are torn from it. My innermost heart, he confessed, loves the world more than it loves the spirit, and he embarrassed his chairman by leaping up the steps of the steep lecture theatre to question his questioners in order to discern what they really wanted to know. For Buber held, as Herbert Reed put it, that the communication of any truth, of any lesson, depends on the existence of a condition of mutuality between the teacher and the pupil. All effective communication is a dialogue. Buber has a different significance for different readers. For me he is a social philosopher, a sociologist in fact, who had grasped many decades ago the nature of the crisis of both capitalism and socialism. The era of advanced capitalism, he wrote, has broken down the structure of society. The society, which preceded it, was composed of different societies, it was complex and pluralistic in structure. This is what gave it its peculiar social vitality and enabled it to resist the totalitarian tendencies inherent in the pre-revolutionary centralistic state. But socialism too, had fallen victim to state worship, and if socialism is to emerge from the blind alley into which it has strayed, among other things the catchword utopian must be cracked open and examined for its true content. He wasn't an anarchist. He was an advocate of what he called socialist pluralism. But socialists have not yet caught up with him, neither in the West nor the East. Buber was born in Vienna, a child of the Jewish Enlightenment and Emancipation, but when his parents divorced, went to live with his grandfather at Lemberg in Galicia. There he enjoyed his all too brief and trembling years of piety and ceased in his formal obedience to Jewish law, but also discovered the pietistic sect, the Hasidim. As a student of philosophy in Vienna in the 1890s, he encountered both the anarchist poet and propagandist Gustav Landauer and the Zionist movement. He was Landauer's collaborator, and after Landauer's murder in the massacres following the Munich Council Republic in the wake of the First World War, his executor. Buber's relations with Zionism were stormy. For him it had nothing to do with hopes for a Jewish state, although for many Zionism became the cloak of pride, the instrument of masking their alienation and lack of roots in European soil. It was for Buber the means of renewing roots, the ultimate device of re-establishing, not sundering contact, with the European tradition, as well as with the ideology of cooperative settlements propagated by secular, socialist pioneers like Aaron David Gordon. In the cataclysm that befell Germany, Buber left in 1938 and was appointed professor of social philosophy at the Hebrew University at Jerusalem. There he was more isolated, ideologically, than at any time in his life. During the strife that accompanied the prelude and consummation of the State of Israel, Buber assumed a position which alienated vast elements of the Israeli community. Arguing with Judah Magnus, Ernst Simon, and others, that the only solution to the Jewish problem, a binational state in which the Arabs and Jews should jointly participate and share, he aroused great bitterness and resentment. In 1951 Buber was criticized for accepting the Goethe Prize of the University of Hamburg. Was he not, it was asked, in too much haste to forgive? His reply was to accept another German prize, and in doing so, to say these words. About a decade ago a considerable number of Germans, there must have been many thousands of them under the indirect command of the German government and the direct command of its representatives, killed millions of my people in a systematically prepared and executed procedure whose organized cruelty cannot be compared with any previous historical event. I, who am one of those who remained alive, have only in a formal sense a common humanity with those who took part in this action. They have so radically removed themselves from the human sphere, so transposed themselves into a sphere of monstrous inhumanity inaccessible to my conception, that not even hatred, much less an overcoming hatred, was able to arise in me. And what am I that I could here presume to forgive? When I think of the German people of the days of Auschwitz and Treblinka, I behold, first of all, the great many who knew that the monstrous event was taking place and did not oppose it. But my heart, which is acquainted with the weakness of men, refuses to condemn my neighbor for not prevailing upon himself to become a martyr. Next there emerges before me the mass of those who remained ignorant of what was withheld from the German public, and who did not try to discover what reality lay behind the rumors which were circulating. When I have these men in mind, I am gripped by the thought of the anxiety, likewise well known to me, of the human creature before a truth which he fears he cannot face. But finally there appears before me, from reliable reports, some who have become as familiar to me by sight, action, and voice as if they were friends, those who refused to carry out the orders and suffered death or put themselves to death, and those who learned what was taking place and opposed it and were put to death, or those who learned what was taking place and because they could do nothing to stop it killed themselves. I see these men very near before me in that especial intimacy which binds us at times to the dead and to them alone. Reverence and love for these Germans now fill my heart. Buber's book Paths in Utopia, completed in 1945, is a defense and restatement of that stream in socialist thought that was castigated by Marx and Engels as utopian, and was consequently ignored in the histories and university courses on political ideas. It focuses in particular on the anarchist tradition represented by Proudhon, Kropotkin, and Landauer. On the issue of ends and means, he explains that Kropotkin summed up the basic view of the ends in a single sentence: the fullest development of individuality will combine with the highest development of voluntary association in all its aspects, in all possible degrees and for all possible purposes, an association that is always changing, that bears in itself the elements of its own duration, that takes on the forms which best correspond at any given moment to the manifold strivings of all. This is precisely what Proudhon had wanted in the maturity of his thought. It may be contended that the Marxist objective is not essentially different in constitution, But at this point a yawning chasm opens out before us which can only be bridged by that special form of Marxist utopics, a chasm between, on the one side, the transformation to be consummated sometime in the future, no one knows how long after the final victory of the revolution, and, on the other, the road to the revolution and beyond it, which road is characterized by a far-reaching centralization that permits no individual features and no individual initiative. Uniformity as a means is to change miraculously into multiplicity as an end, compulsion into freedom. As against this, the utopian or non-Marxist socialist desires a means commensurate with his ends. He refuses to believe that in our reliance on the future leap we have to have now the direct opposite of what we are striving for. He believes rather that we must create here and now the space now possible for the thing for which we are striving, so that it may come to fulfillment then. He does not believe in the post-revolutionary leap, but he does believe in revolutionary continuity. He was writing, of course, long before the 40 wasted years of the imposition of Marxist regimes on Eastern Europe. But when we examine capitalist society, Buber goes on, we see that it is a society inherently poor in structure, and growing poorer every day. He compares Proudhon's views with those of Saint Simon. Saint Simon started from the reform of the state, Proudhon from the transformation of society. A genuine reconstruction of society can only begin with the radical alteration of the relationship between the social and political order. It can no longer be a matter of substituting one political regime for another, but of the emergence, in place of a political regime grafted upon society, of a regime expressive of society itself. Buber sees Kropotkin as amplifying Proudhon's thought in stating the simple antithesis between the principles of the struggle for existence and mutual help. He regards Kropotkin's earlier theory of state as historically undersubstantiated and sees as more useful the later view Kropotkin expressed in the French edition of 1913 of his Modern Science and Anarchism. All through the history of our civilization, two contrary traditions, two trends, have faced one another, the Roman tradition and the national tradition, the imperial and the federal, the authoritarian and the libertarian. And he thinks that Gustav Landauer's step beyond Kropotkin consists in his insight into the state. For Landauer, the state is a condition, a certain relationship between human beings, a mode of human behavior. We destroy it by contracting other relationships, by behaving differently. He examines the ideas of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, and shows how in their attitudes to cooperatives and workers' councils, as well as to the old Russian communal institutions, the Mir and the Artel, these are seen simply as tools in the political struggle. From the standpoint of Leninism, said Stalin, the collective economies and the Soviets as well, are taken as a form of organization, a weapon, and nothing but a weapon. One cannot in the nature of things, comments Buber, expect a little tree that has been turned into a club to put forth leaves. Everything about Buber's social philosophy draws him towards the cooperative movement, whether seen as consumer co-ops, producer co-ops, or the idea of cooperative living. He begins with the obvious comment that, for the most part, the running of large cooperative institutions has become more and more like the running of capitalist ones, and the bureaucratic principle has completely ousted, over a wide field, the voluntary principle, once prized as the most precious and indispensable possession of the cooperative movement. This is especially clear in countries where consumer societies have in increasing measure worked together with the state and the municipalities, and Charles Gide was certainly not far wrong when he called to mind the fable of the wolf disguised as a shepherd and voiced the fear that, instead of making the state cooperative, we should only succeed in making the cooperative static. Those of us who have spent a lifetime as members of ordinary retail cooperative societies in Britain would no doubt agree. We have seen the internal politics of the cooperative movement used as a stepping stone to office by politicians of the left. At the same time, we have watched the local branch managers of retail cooperative societies lured away by a doubling of their wages by the capitalist chains of retail supermarkets. But Buber moved on to examine the repeated attempts in the previous 150 years in both Europe and America to found cooperative settlements. He found that he had to apply the word failure not merely to those attempts, which after a short existence, either disintegrated or took on what he saw as a capitalist complexion, thus going over to the enemy camp. He also applied a similar criticism to cooperative efforts which had aimed at a wider style of cooperative living, but in isolation from the rest of the world. For the real, the truly structural task of the new village communes begins with their federation, that is, their union under the same principle that operates in their internal structure. Even where, as with the Doukhobors in Canada, a sort of federation itself continues to be isolated and exerts no attractive and educative influence on society as a whole, with the result that the task never gets beyond its beginnings and, consequently, there can be no talk of success in the socialist sense. It is remarkable that Kropotkin saw in these two elements, isolation of the settlements from one another and isolation from the rest of society, the effective causes of failure even as ordinarily understood. If the full cooperative in which production and consumption are united and industry is complemented by agriculture, is to become the cell of a new society, it is necessary, Buber argues, that there should emerge a network of settlements, territorially based and federatively constructed, without dogmatic rigidity, allowing the most diverse social forms to exist side by side, but always aiming at the new organic whole. He believed, in 1945, that there was one effort which justifies our speaking of success in the socialistic sense, and that is in the Jewish village commune in its various forms, as found in Palestine. He called the kibbutz movement a signal non-failure. He could not say a signal success, because he was too aware of the setbacks and disappointments, of the intrusion of politics, and of the lamentable fact that the all-important attitude of neighborly relationship has not been adequately developed, and of how much remained to be done. There are two poles of socialism, Buber concluded, between which our choice lies. One we must designate so long as Russia has not undergone an essential interchange by the formidable name of Moscow. The other I would make bold to call Jerusalem. This polarity has not worn well. Nearly half a century later, there may well be essential interchanges in Moscow, though not in the direction Buber might have hoped. As for Jerusalem, few would see it as a beacon of socialism. It was as long ago as the 1920s that Buber warned the Zionist movement that if the Jews in Palestine did not live with the Arabs as well as next to them, they would find themselves living in enmity towards them. In 1950, as part of the celebration of the 25th anniversary of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Buber delivered his lecture on Society and the State. He begins by citing the view of the sociologist Robert McIlver that to identify the social with the political is to be guilty of the grossest of all confusions, which completely bars any understanding of either society or the state. Buber traces through sages from Plato to Bertrand Russell the confusion between the social principle and the political principle. The political principle is seen in power, authority, and dominion, the social principle in families, groups, union, cooperative bodies, and communities. It is the same distinction that Jayaprakash Narayan used to draw between Rajniti and Lokniti. For Buber, the fact that every people feels itself threatened by the others gives the state its definite unifying power. It depends upon the instinct of self-preservation of society itself. The latent external crisis enables it when necessary to get the upper hand in internal crises. Administration in the sphere of the social principle, says Buber, is equivalent to government in that of the political principle. But all forms of government have this in common: each possesses more power than is required by the given conditions. In fact, this excess in the capacity for making dispositions is actually what we understand by political power. The measure of this excess, which cannot of course be computed precisely, represents the exact difference between administration and government. I call it the political surplus. Its justification derives from the latent state of crisis between nations and within every nation. The political principle is always stronger in relation to the social principle than the given conditions require. The result is a continuous diminution in social spontaneity. Ever since I read these words, I have found Buber's terminology far more valuable as an explanation of events in the real world and far more helpful than a dozen lectures on political theory or on sociology. They cut the rhetoric of politics down to size. Apply them for example to the politics of Britain in the 1980s. Governments used the populist language of rolling back the frontiers of the state and of setting the people free, while at the same time pursuing policies of ruthless and pervasive central control, as in their war against the slightest independent policies of local authorities. Voluntary organizations too were manipulated into becoming vehicles of government policy. The blatant external crisis in the form of the Cold War or the Falklands campaign was exploited when necessary to get the upper hand, and when the Cold War collapsed, the Gulf became a convenient successor. If Buber's categories are observable in a relatively free society like Britain, they apply with dramatic force to the totalitarian regimes characteristic of the 20th century, which invariably sought to destroy all those social institutions they could not themselves dominate. The importance of the Catholic Church in Poland or the Lutheran Church in East Germany was not a matter of religious dogma, but in fact that they were among the few remaining alternative foci of power. Buber's continuous diminution in social spontaneity is a feature of the Nazi period in Germany or the Bolshevik period in the Soviet Union, or indeed of Pinochet's Chile or Socsku's Romania, that every survivor records. Like Buber, I believe that the conflict between the social principle and the political principle is a permanent aspect of the human condition. He did us a service in excavating from Kropotkin's always optimistic writings the observation that the conflict between the authoritarian tradition and the libertarian tradition are as much part of the history of the future as of the past, and Landauer's view that this is not something that can be destroyed by a revolution. If we want to weaken the state, we must strengthen society, since the power of one is the measure of the weakness of the other. Buber's exploration of the paths to utopia, far from confirming an acceptance of the way things are, confirms, as do several of my influences, that the fact that there is no route map to utopia does not mean that there are no routes to more accessible destinations. 3. The welfare road we failed to take. 39. Every writer produces, every now and then, a phrase, a sentence or a paragraph, which to his or her immense gratification, other people quote. I have been writing for all my adult life, for propagandist reasons, so I frequently recycle other people's words, quite apart from my own, and I too, have a most quoted paragraph, which I first used, I think, in a letter to the listener in 1960 and recycled in 1973 in my Anarchy in Action, which I am happy to say is endlessly translated and reprinted. It expresses a commonplace of social history with which a specialist audience like you will be thoroughly familiar, but which perhaps is or was less well known in the outside world. My most quoted paragraph was this. When we compare the Victorian antecedents of our public institutions with the organs of working-class mutual aid in the same period, the very names speak volumes. On the one side the workhouse, the Poor Law Infirmary, the National Society for the Education of the Poor in accordance with the principles of the established church, and on the other, the Friendly Society, the Sick Club, the Cooperative Society, the Trade Union. One represents the tradition of fraternal and autonomous associations springing up from below, the other that of authoritarian institutions directed from above. Now my quotable paragraph stresses a truth that has been ignored by socialists for generations, but it also relates to a question that students of politics have been asking themselves since 1979, which is that of the failure of British socialism to win the hearts of the British public. In this connection, the paragraph that I frequently quote comes from Fabian Tract No. 4 called What Socialism Is, published in 1886. The anonymous introduction to that text remarked that English socialism is not yet anarchist or collectivist, nor yet defined enough in point of policy to be classified. There is a mass of socialistic feeling not yet conscious of itself as socialism. But when the unconscious socialists of England discover their position, they also will probably fall into two parties, a collectivist party supporting a strong central administration and a counterbalancing anarchist party defending individual initiative against that administration. I have always found that to be an extraordinarily interesting unfulfilled prophecy, not because anyone would have expected an anarchist party in the ordinary sense to have emerged, but because it was evident over a century ago that there were other paths to socialism beside the electoral struggle for power over the Central East state. It is also interesting because of its assumption that anarchism was individualistic as opposed to the collectivism of Fabian socialists. Now the one celebrated anarchist thinker with whom the early Fabians were personally acquainted was Peter Kropotkin. In fact, in that same year, 1886, he and a Fabian, Charlotte Wilson, were to start the anarchist journal Freedom, which of course exists to this day, and was then subtitled A Journal of Anarchist Communism. His ideology was the very opposite of individualism, and his most famous book, Mutual Aid, A Factor of Evolution, was a long and detailed celebration of cooperation as the condition for survival in any species, in opposition to the so-called social Darwinists and the dogma of the war of each against all. In a later book, Modern Science and Anarchism, he declared that the economic and political liberation of man will have to create new forms for its expression in life, instead of those established by the state. For he thought it self-evident that this new form will have to be more popular, more decentralist, and nearer to the folk mode self-government than representative government can ever be, reiterating that we will be compelled to find new forms of organization for the social functions that the state fulfills through the bureaucracy, and that as long as this is not done, nothing will be done. Part of Kropotkin's argument, and mine, is that in the 19th century the newly created British working class built up from nothing a vast network of social and economic initiatives based on self-help and mutual aid. The list is endless: friendly societies, building societies, sick clubs, coffin clubs, clothing clubs, up to enormous federated enterprises like the trade union movement and the cooperative movement. The question that latter-day rediscoverers of that tradition ask is, how did we allow it to ossify? The Indian politician Jayaprakash Narayan used to say that Gandhi used up all the moral oxygen in Indian, so the British Raj suffocated. In exactly the same way, I would claim that the political left in this country invested all its fund of social inventiveness in the idea of the state, so that its own traditions of self-help and mutual aid were stifled for lack of ideological oxygen. How on earth did British socialists allow these concepts to be hijacked by the political right, since it is these human attributes, and not the state and its bureaucracies, that actually hold human society together? Politically, it was because of the implicit alliance of Fabians and Marxists, both of whom believed completely in the state, and assumed that they would be the particular elite in control of it. Administratively it was because of the alliance of bureaucrats and professionals, the British civil service and the British professional classes, with their undisguised contempt for the way ordinary people organized anything. I have been reading Ralph Dahrendorf's History of the LSE and have reached his account for the Minority Report of the Royal Commission on the Poor Law from 1909. He remarks that what followed from the Minority Report was a welfare state with specialized public agencies for every need: health and housing, education and unemployment, disability and old age. There were many reasons to be skeptical. Some undoubtedly preferred the status quo to the socialism of a welfare state of this kind, others abhorred the bureaucratic nightmare and the rule of unaccountable experts. However, that document set the pattern realized after 1945. The great tradition of working-class self-help and mutual aid was written off, not just as irrelevant, but as an actual impediment, by the political and professional architects of the welfare state, aspiring to a universal public provision of everything for everybody. The contribution that the recipients had to make to all this theoretical bounty was ignored as a mere embarrassment apart, of course, from paying for it. The 19th century working classes, living far below the tax threshold, taxed themselves in pennies every week for the upkeep of their innumerable friendly societies. The 20th century employed workers, as well as its alleged national insurance contributions, pays a large slice of its income for the support of the state. The socialist ideal was rewritten as a world in which everyone was entitled to everything, but where nobody except the providers had any actual say about anything. We have been learning for years, in the anti-welfare backlash, what a very vulnerable utopia that was. history itself was reinterpreted to suit the managerial, political, and bureaucratic vision. The medical historian Roy Porter remarks that Beatrice Webb admitted doctoring the presentation of her evidence on friendly societies for the 1909 report, as though everybody knew this. And what is taught about the origins of the welfare state implies that 20th century state universalism replaced the pathetic unofficial or voluntary and patchy pioneering ventures of the 19th century. However, in the past 25 years or so, a new interest in popular history, exemplified by the history workshop movement and the boom in local and oral history, has uncovered buried layers of our past. Take education as an example. We have absorbed the official line that it was only rivalry between religious bodies that delayed until 1870 universal, free, and compulsory elementary education. A centenary publication from the National Union of Teachers said that apart from religious and charitable schools, dame or common schools were operated by the private enterprise of people who were often barely literate, and it explained the widespread working-class hostility to the school boards with the remark that parents were not always quick to appreciate the advantages of full-time schooling against the loss of extra wages. But recent historians have shown the resistance to state schooling in a quite different light. Stephen Humphreys is the author of Hooligans or Rebels? An Oral History of Working-Class Childhood and Youth. 1889 to 1939. He finds that these private schools, by the 1860s, were providing an alternative education for approximately one-third of all working-class children and suggests that this enormous demand for private as opposed to public education is perhaps best illustrated by the fact that working-class parents in a number of major cities responded to the introduction of compulsory attendance regulation not by sending their children to provided state schools, as government had predicted, but by extending the length of their child's education in private schools. Parents favored these schools for a number of reasons. They were small and close to home and were consequently more personal and more convenient than most publicly provided schools. They were informal, tolerant of irregular attendance and unpunctuality, no attendance registers were kept, they were not segregated according to age and sex, they used individual as opposed to authoritarian teaching methods, and, most important, they belonged to, and were controlled by the local community rather than being imposed on the neighborhood by an alien authority. This dissenting interpretation of the history of schooling was reinforced with a mass of statistical evidence in a subsequent book by Philip Gardner, The Lost Elementary Schools of Victorian England. He found that what he called working-class schools, set up by working-class people in working-class neighborhoods, achieved just what the customers wanted: quick results in basic skills like reading, writing and arithmetic, wasted no time on religious studies and moral uplift, and represented a genuinely alternative approach to childhood learning to that prescribed by the education experts. When the historian Paul Thompson discussed the implications of this book in New Society, he concluded that the price of eliminating those schools had been the suppression in countless working-class children of the very appetite for education and ability to learn independently which contemporary progressive education seeks to rekindle. Since he wrote, of course, the Department of Education has sought to extinguish the concept of progressive education. Another field where the excavation of previously distorted history has yielded surprising facts is that of medicine. Now I am old enough to have been an employed worker under the pre-NHS system of panel doctors and approved societies, so of course I know that it was a comprehensive and free at the point of delivery system provided that you were an employed worker, with no prescription charge and no charge for dentistry, for example. I also know that it wasn't the Thatcher government which set about reorganizing the NHS. It has been in a state of continuous reorganization since its inception. Like you, I have heard former employees of the expensive consultants McKinsey's, confessing that the advice they gave was bad advice, just as I have heard Mr. William Tatton Brown, the former chief architect to the Department of Health, confessing that the advice he had given on the distribution, size, and design of hospitals was also wrong. In this area I can't improve on Ivan Illich's conclusions about the professionalization of knowledge. It makes people dependent on having their knowledge produced for them. It leads to a paralysis of the moral and political imagination. Overconfidence in better knowledge becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. People first cease to trust their own judgment and then want to be told the truth about what they know. Overconfidence in better decision-making first hampers people's ability to decide for themselves and then undermines their belief that they can decide. Consequently, 10 years ago I was happy to read the book by David Green, who had recently been a Labour councillor in Newcastle upon Tyne, called Working Class Patients and the Medical Establishment, Self-Help in Britain from the mid-19th century to 1948. His study of self-governing working-class medical societies showed that the self-organization of patients provided a rather better degree of consumer control of medical services than had been achieved in post-Lloyd George and post-Bevan days. Not the least of the virtues of that book was that, as Roy Porter noted, he takes that hallowed belief of progressives that the improvement of the people's health hinges on state intervention, challenges its historical accuracy, and questions whether it is, in any case, a good doctrine for the left to hold. I first met David Green only recently, at a seminar organized by Demos, and learned that there was no place for him on the political left, since he was talking as director of the Health and Welfare Unit at the Institute of Economic Affairs. I must add that his recent Sue / I Reinventing Civil Society is a criticism, not a defense of Thatcherism. But it is also a criticism of the automatic assumptions of the political left and its faith in the state. Since most of us gather more information from television than from books, it is worth noting that more people were set thinking about the issues involved by Peter Hennessy's Channel 4 series called What Has Become of Us. In preparation for his book Never Again, he talked to retired miners in the shadow of a statue of Aneurin Bevan. They had been members of the Tredegar Medical Aid Society, founded in 1870, which provided medical and hospital care for everyone in the district, whether or not they were among the 9 million people who were members of mutual aid societies among the 12 million covered by the 1911 Act. They told Hennessy that we thought he was turning the whole country into one big Tredegar. On the day I met David Green, the Independent chanced to have a story about the final demise of this body. This explained that it sustained itself through the years by voluntary contributions of 3 old pennies in the pound from the wage packets of miners and steel workers. At one time the society employed 5 doctors, a dentist, a chiropodist, and a physiotherapist, and of course a hospital to care for the health of about 250,000 people. Why didn't the whole country become, not one big Tredegar, but a network of Tredegars? The answer is that all parties became advocates of what that anonymous Fabian pamphleteer of 110 years ago called a strong central administration, or what the philosopher Martin Buber called the political surplus of the state over society. There is no room for self-taxation in a state where the treasury of central government has a virtual monopoly of revenue gathering. When every employed worker in Tredegar paid a voluntary levy of 3 old pence in the pound, the earnings of even high-skilled industrial workers were below the liability to income tax. But ever since PAYE was introduced in the Second World War, the Treasury has creamed off the cash which once supported local initiatives. If the pattern of local self-taxation on the Tredegar model really had become the universal pattern for health provision, it would not have become the plaything of central government financial policy. As it is, of course, the affluent can buy private health care, though neither BUPA nor the NHS can be described as user-controlled. There once was the option of universal health provision at the point of service if only Fabians, Marxists, and Aneurin Bevan had trusted the state and centralized revenue gathering and policy making less, and our capacity for self-help and mutual aid more. Now the standard argument against a localist and decentralist point of view, is that of universalism, an equal service to all citizens, which it is thought that central control achieves? The short answer to this is that it doesn't. We have all learned how in the early 1920s George Lansbury and Poplar borough councillors went to jail for refusing to pay the poor rate demanded from them, when far richer boroughs paid less. Isn't it still true today that the council tax is higher in London's poorest boroughs than in its richest ones? When I was a child, certain parts of the country were designated as depressed areas, for extra central government aid. Later the names were changed to special areas or assisted areas. Despite decades of special redistributive policy, they are still the poorest parts of the country. Standards of provision do vary despite years of allegiance to universalist policies. I live deep in the country in an affluent area, midway between two large towns. Doctors refer patients to the big hospitals in Town A or Town B, but you can hear from patients that they have very different reputations, which often relate to individual departments. The same user opinion obviously applies to schools too. I think it is time to admit that universalism is an unattainable idea in a society that is enormously divided in terms of income and access to employment. We would do better to look at a society which turns British assumptions upside down. I am talking about Switzerland, which considers itself to be a welfare society rather than a welfare state. I do not suggest that the Swiss Confederation is anything like an anarchist society. But in that country, where voluntary bodies for every conceivable purpose proliferate, the revenue-gathering body is the commune, large or small, grudgingly passes over some cash to the cantons, which passes on some to the Federal Council. What I learned from students of the Swiss system like Johan Bowen-Ries in Government by Community or Jonathan Steinberg in Why Switzerland, is that the civic sense there is so well developed a tradition that the rich communes come to the rescue of the poor communes, out of a sense of social responsibility. I attribute the fact that this is inconceivable in Britain to the fact that we stifled the localist and voluntarist approach in favor of conquest of the power of the state. We took the wrong road to welfare. The appalling problem, for you as much as for me, is the question of how we get back on the mutual aid road instead of commercial health insurance and private pension schemes. We have all watched the eagerness with which building societies have turned themselves into banks and shed the last vestiges of their origins as mutual-friendly societies. Similarly, we have seen the retail cooperative movement shaking off its history faced by the inroads into its market by its capitalist rivals. As the official welfare edifice, patiently built up by the Fabians and Beveridge, becomes merely the safety net for the poor who can't afford anything better, the likeliest slow renewal of the self-help and mutual aid principle seems to me to emerge from the new so-called underclass of those people rejected by the economy in alliance with those déclassé people who just can't stomach current economic and social values. I am thinking of marginal activities like food co-ops, credit unions, tenant self-management, and lets. Huge welfare networks were built up by the poor in the rise of industrial Britain. Perhaps they will be rebuilt, out of the same sheer necessity during its decline. What do you think? Bibliography. What Socialism Is, Fabian Tract No. 4, Fabian Society, London. Gardner, Philip. The Lost Elementary Schools of Victorian England. London, Croomhelm, 1984. Green, David. Reinventing Civil Society. London, Institute of Economic Affairs, Health and Welfare Unit, 1993. Working Class Patients and the Medical Establishment, Self-Help in Britain from the Mid-19th Century to 1948. Adershot, Gower/Temple, 1985. Humphreys, Stephen. Hooligans or Rebels? An Oral History of Working Class Childhood and Youth 1889 to 1939. Oxford, Basil Blackwell, 1981. Kropotkin, Peter. Mutual Aid, A Factor of Evolution. London, Freedom Press, 1987. Porter, Roy. New Society. Rees, Johan Bowen. Government by Community. London, Chas Knight, 1971. Steinberg, Jonathan. Why Switzerland? Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1996. Thompson, Paul. New Society. Ward, Colin. Anarchy in Action. London, Freedom Press, 1996. 4 Green Cities 40. Before the explosion in the population in the 19th century, cities were green. Old maps show them to be full of gardens both around and detached from the houses. Birmingham was a garden city. a historian of the years 1810 to 20 celebrated the Birmingham working man with whom the cultivation of flowers was carried to great perfection, and in 1825 the author of A Picture of Birmingham recorded that, "From the west end of this area we enjoy a pleasing and lively summer view over a considerable tract of land laid out in small gardens. This mode of applying plots of ground in the immediate vicinity of the town, is highly beneficial to the inhabitants. They promote healthful exercise and rational enjoyment among families of the artisans, and, with good management, produce an ample supply of those wholesome vegetable stores, which are comparatively seldom tasted by the middling classes when they have to be purchased." The Georgian Square, in both its grand and its humble forms, combining urbanity and greenness, was the finest architectural expression of the domestic love of foliage. Thus even in the most tightly packed streets of terraced houses the view from the rear upstairs window was of plants in pots, barrels, orange boxes and old tin cans among the wash houses and privies in tiny backyards. In Nottingham a century ago, when the close-packed terraces often even omitted a backyard, one family in three had an allotment on which they grew roses as well as cabbages. The urban back garden has always been one of the most cherished of amenities, being used not only as an outdoor room, a storage space, a workshop, a dump, a playpen and safe playground, but also as the one place where people can indulge in their passion for growing things. The uses change from family to family and from time to time in the same household. The important thing is that the space is there and that the space is theirs. The managers of urban space ignored these domestic priorities. Sir Ashley Bramall wisely commented that the old county of London was a city of small houses, and not only did the war scatter the population and destroy the homes, but it led to the rebuilding of London as a city of blocks of flats, of increasing height. This change has never been fully accepted by the population, and there has been an increasing urge for movement to outer London and to the counties beyond, where the old pattern of street and house and garden could be recaptured. In fact, it could always have been recaptured. A variation on the Georgian Square developed in some places in the early 19th century, the Hollow Square. Here there was street, house, and garden, but the garden opened into, or overlooked, a hidden open space which was surrounded on all four sides by streets, but gave an impression of rural seclusion. They occur not only on a grand scale behind Holland Park and Ladbroke Grove in West London, but also in a more workaday way in Fulham, where, in the 1960s, there was still a enclosed small holding surrounded by the densest pattern of streets, or in Hackney, where the neighbours in surrounding streets have colonized one of these secret gardens to provide allotments and an adventure playground. When I expressed amazement at the great green space beyond the garden of his house in Lansdowne Road, Will, the late Derek Bridgewater, told me that every urban pundit from Steen Eiler Rasmussen to Lewis Mumford had been just as surprised. It is almost 80 years since Raymond Unwin demonstrated, in his pamphlet Nothing Gained by Overcrowding, the immense saving in development costs which this layout provided, as well as the advantages for the occupants. Happily, the Mulberry Housing Cooperative follows precisely the layout of the Hollow Square. It is a much more useful and usable form of open space than a sea of municipal grass around a housing estate. But the provision of greenery in the urban environment is not primarily a matter of residential layout, for it depends on easy and daily access. In the 19th century, battles were fought to preserve ancient commons for public use, benefactors dedicated parkland to their communities, and the city fathers established the tradition of public parks. In the 20th century, planning standards were laid down to ensure that there was a certain quantity of open space per 1,000 of population. The National Playing Fields Association, which saw its function as broader than the simple provision of football fields or cricket pitches, drew attention to the overcrowded inner-city areas which were inevitably underprovided for by comparison with richer or newer parts of the city. Wartime bombing provided the opportunity for local authorities to convert some inner-city areas back to grass in attempts to make good the deficiencies in playing field and playground space. Some very dreary and windy open spaces resulted. Official attitudes, as late as the 1960s and 1970s, were based on a hierarchical principle, parks fulfill different functions with increasing size and distance from the home. Variety of park function is thus achieved through a spatial supply of sites where the most diverse functions are offered by the largest parks. The hierarchy assumes that parks of equivalent status offer the same quality of recreational experiences and that they are equally accessible to all sections of the community. The shift in perception that contradicted this hierarchical, statistical approach to the provision of green space in the city was a result of the emergence of what is loosely called the environmental movement. This has taken a variety of forms, sometimes with very different aims. One branch is the intense growth of interest in wildlife, where changes in rural life, especially in agriculture, have resulted in the paradox that, like the gypsies, wild creatures can often best be studied in the cities. Old graveyards, railway embankments, reservoirs, and derelict sites became a sanctuary for both flora and fauna. This is not a new phenomenon. It was carefully recorded after the war by Robin Fitter and given new topicality by Richard Mabey in the 1970s. By the 1980s it was possible for Bob Smythe, an inner-city councillor for 5 years, to publish a gazetteer of urban wildlife sites in Greater London, Bristol and South Wales, Birmingham and the Midlands, Manchester and the North West, Yorkshire and the North East, and Scotland. The fact that he can guide us to over 300 urban wildlife sites is not only an indication of a change in perception, but also of altered professional and official attitudes in response to the incredible spread of local wildlife groups since the 1970s. Such bodies as the British Trust for Conservation Volunteers have moved from being organizers of voluntary activists who are now increasingly unhappy at their own diminishing influence on the Trust's affairs to becoming large-scale employers of labor under the ever-changing regime of urban aid, partnership, and EEC funding. They have to exploit the sources of finance available to them, and they simply reflect the enormous interest in the greening of the cities. Parallel with the urban wildlife movement has been the growth of city farms. We forget how within living memory, not only horses but also cows, sheep, goats, pigs, and poultry were kept in inner city areas. Much of this husbandry was insanitary, a lot of it was downright cruel, but it is true that before the war, the East End was teeming with animals. The rediscovery of urban farming began with the initiative of Interaction in Kentish Town in London in 1972. It has a community workshop, riding school, stable, sheep, goats, pigs, rabbits, geese, chickens, ducks and a cow. There is a conscious aim of mixing age groups, with children and young people looking after the animals while adults, working on their own projects, are constantly around. A second such venture in the derelict Surrey docks was the work of Hilary Peters, who paradoxically remarked that I find farming methods in the country very cruel and difficult to stomach. Farming in London is easier and freer. The movement spread. I remember from the late 1970s the local couple, who found their ideal mission in running the Spitalfields farm, reflecting on the educational value of sending children to the market wholesalers to scrounge fodder for the livestock they had come to cherish. The mud hut in the Isle of Dogs is a hummocky area that originated from the dumping of waste material excavated when the Millwall docks were first built. This 30-acre site became the biggest of all city farms, with a grant from the London Docklands Development Corporation. Look closely, and all of the poignant contradictions of the 80s are here. As cows graze peacefully beneath the tower blocks, the beleaguered local community, the cheerful, and expert, local history group and community poster project. At the eastern end of the Docklands area, I found the Beckton Meadows community small holding in a 2.5-acre wedge of former allotment land where a handful of local people, convinced that animal husbandry is an essential aspect of urban life, keep goats, geese, ducks, rabbits, and a breeding sow, with a bunch of children and teenagers to help them. Through accidents of history, the London residuary body owns the site and has a statutory duty to make the maximum financial gain from it, when the LDDC is ready to bid. The city farm movement has spread, not through any official body but from local enthusiasm, to every city in Britain. There are now between 50 and 60 such ventures, linked by a quarterly journal. A similar burst of new interest has arisen in the world of the allotment or community garden. Allotment gardens have been part of the urban scene for 200 years. They have symbolic and historical significance as the only enshrinement in law of the ancient and universal belief that every family has a right of access to land for food production. The legislation does not say where, when, or how soon the citizens can have their plots. Some local authorities have waiting lists, others have embarrassingly empty ground. A sharp post-war decline led the government to review policy and recommend legislative and other changes by way of a committee chaired by Professor Harry Thorpe. He saw the allotment movement as declining, an enthusiasm of a dwindling bunch of old men which would die with them unless radical changes were introduced. No government has acted on his recommendations, published in 1969, but his forebodings of inevitable decline did not come true. For, in the 1970s, the new environmental consciousness, ideas of self-sufficiency, and the upsurge of enthusiasm for fresh and organically grown food brought a new influx of demand. It was reported in 1979 that nearly all towns and cities in Great Britain are experiencing a boom in the interest shown in allotments. In England and Wales, the waiting list for allotments has gone up a staggering 1,600 per cent. By the 1980s the demand has stabilized and allotment societies are ill-equipped to withstand the pressures on local authorities to dispose of land for more profitable uses, despite the statutory protection. Sometimes these pressures have been successfully resisted, but, in any case, a whole series of new initiatives, outside the traditional allotment movement, have sought to make new gardens in the heart of the inner cities. In Moorside, Manchester, Bill McKeever of Playthorpe Street, through a total personal commitment, has established new allotments in the housing action area. In the East End of Glasgow, the Barrowfield Community Association has established its own secret gardens. In Hackney, East London, a local general practitioner, John Fuller, has persuaded the council to release and fence a whole series of pocket-sized sites for the new Hackney Allotment Society. In Newcastle upon Tyne, the activities coordinated by voluntary initiatives in vacant areas have created a variety of new gardens. In Spark Brook, Birmingham, the Ashram Asian Vegetable Project has turned abandoned land into food production for the local community. In Islington, a group of residents made use of the council's partnership program to make the Culpeper Community Garden. These initiatives, like dozens of others, are not coordinated and, in fact, there is no reason why they should be. For they depend absolutely upon local enthusiasm and energy, and on the ability to make use of the range of grants and special funding, as well as of temporary work funded by the Youth Employment Scheme or now abandoned community program. The reliance on short-term funding and job creation projects brings its own difficulties, but has also enabled local groups to establish new permanent work in city greening and in associated activities, such as recycling waste products, insulating houses, and other environmental improvements. The greening of the cities, in thousands of little local projects, is a genuinely popular movement made possible by the thinning out of the overcrowded industrial city. Yet these values emerging from the daily lives of city dwellers are consistently undervalued by politicians and professions. Jonathan Porritt reports that greenery seems to have become irrevocably entangled in the barbed wire of class antagonism by being perceived as being overwhelmingly middle class. On the other hand, when Jacqueline Burgess and Carolyn Harrison of the Geography Department of University College, London, attended a conference on public perceptions of the countryside, they reported with dismay that throughout the proceedings the general public was portrayed as insensitive, ignorant, and passive, as people who do not share the same insights, knowledge, or active concerns of the committed few. Doctors Harrison and Burgess were entitled to be dismissive, as for years they had been conducting an extensive series of interviews and group discussions to discover the concepts, beliefs, and values about the green environment among residents of different neighborhoods in several inner city areas ranging from a white working-class district, through a group of Asian women, to a middle-class community. They found that these groups, regardless of social class, income, or residence, gained great pleasure from the natural world, less in parks or playing fields than in daily life. The sensuous experience of encountering the natural world gave enormous pleasure in walks along the riverside, round the houses and on the way to school, waste places seen from the top of a bus or used by children, streams and scrubby bits, farmland, woodland, golf courses, cemeteries, and squares in shopping centers. All these spaces, especially the wild bits, and most especially among people living in estates without gardens, were highly valued because they provide places where children can have adventures, experience independence for the first time, enjoy the companionship of other children, and discover the natural world. This view of the social role of the urban green was given great stress by the Asian women, separated from their childhood by geographical distance as well as age, and whose ordinary experiences of open spaces include racial abuse and physical harassment. Indeed, since everyday fears, especially of more wooded and secluded places, include assault and violence, sexual dangers for women and children, vandalism, glue-sniffing and every kind of contemporary horror, Doctors Harrison and Burgess stress the need for more social management of these places which have a social meaning. They tried to find a concept that really reflected the aspirations of the inner city groups whose green values they explored, which embraced the sensory experience of contact with nature, the wonderland of adventurous play for the young, and a shared experience with children, families, neighbors, and friends. The memorable phrase which occurred to them was outside the vocabulary of the Parks Department, the Director of Leisure Services and even, I fear, that of the Conservation Lobby. It was Gateways to a Better World. 5. Anarchist Sociology of Federalism 41. The background. That minority of children in any European country who were given the opportunity of studying the history of Europe as well as that of their own nations, learned that there were two great events in the last century, the unification of Germany, achieved by Bismarck and Emperor Wilhelm I, and the unification of Italy, achieved by Cavour, Mazzini, Garibaldi, and Vittorio Emanuele II. The whole world, which in those days meant the European world, welcomed these triumphs. Germany and Italy had left behind all those little principalities, republics, and city-states and papal provinces, to become nation-states and empires and conquerors. They had become like France, whose little local despots were finally unified by force, first by Louis XIV with his majestic slogan L'État c'est moi, and then by Napoleon, heir to the Grande Revolution, just like Stalin in the 20th century, who built the administrative machinery to ensure that it was true. Or they had become like England, whose kings had successfully conquered the Welsh, Scots, and Irish, and went on to dominate the rest of the world outside Europe. The same thing was happening at the other end of Europe. Ivan IV, correctly named the Terrible, conquered Central Asia as far as the Pacific, and Peter I, known as the Great, using the techniques he learned in France and Britain, took over the Baltic, most of Poland and the West Ukraine. Advanced opinion throughout Europe welcomed the fact that Germany and Italy had joined the Gentlemen's Club of national and imperialist powers. The eventual results in the present century were appalling adventures in conquest, the devastating loss of life among young men from the villages of Europe in the two world wars, and the rise of populist demagogues like Hitler and Mussolini, as well as their imitators, to this day, who claim that L'État c'est moi. Consequently, every nation has had a harvest of politicians of every persuasion who have argued for European unity, from every point of view, economic, social, administrative and, of course, political. Needless to say, in efforts for unification promoted by politicians, we have a multitude of administrators in Bruxelles issuing edicts about which varieties of vegetable seeds or what constituents of beef burgers or ice cream may be sold in the shops of the member nations. The newspapers joyfully report all this trivia. The press gives far less attention to another undercurrent of pan-European opinion, evolving from the views expressed in Strasbourg from people with every kind of opinion on the political spectrum, claiming the existence of a Europe of the regions, and daring to argue that the nation-state was a phenomenon of the 16th to 19th centuries, which will not have any useful future in the 21st century. The forthcoming history of administration in the federated Europe they are struggling to discover is a link between, let us say, Calabria, Wales, Andalusia, Aquitaine, Galicia or Saxony, as regions rather than as nations, seeking their regional identity, economically and culturally, which had been lost in their incorporation in nation-states, where the center of gravity is elsewhere. In the great tide of nationalism in the 19th century, there was a handful of prophetic and dissenting voices, urging a different style of federalism. It is interesting, at the least, that the ones whose names survive were the three best-known anarchist thinkers of that century, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, Michael Bakunin, and Peter Kropotkin. The actual evolution of the political left in the 20th century has dismissed their legacy as irrelevant. So much the worse for the left, since the road has been emptied in favor of the political right, which has been able to set out its own agenda for both federalism and regionalism. Let us listen, just for a few minutes, to these anarchist precursors. Proudhon. First there was Proudhon, who devoted two of his voluminous works to the idea of federation in opposition to that of the nation-state. They were La Fédération et Unite en italic of 1862, and in the following year, his book Des Principi Fédératifs. Proudhon was a citizen of a unified, centralist nation-state, with the result that he was obliged to escape to Belgium. And he feared the unification of Italy on several different levels. In his book De la Justice of 1858, he claimed that the creation of the German Empire would bring only trouble to the Germans and to the rest of Europe, and he pursued this argument into the politics of Italy. On the bottom level was history, where natural factors like geology and climate had shaped local customs and attitudes. Italy, he claimed, is federal by the constitution of her territory, by the diversity of her inhabitants, in the nature of her genius, in her mores, in her history. She is federal in all her being and has been since all eternity. And by federation you will make her as many times free as you give her independent states. Now it is not for me to defend the hyperbole of Proudhon's language, but he had other objections. He understood how Cavour and Napoleon III had agreed to turn Italy into a federation of states, but he also understood that, per esempio, the House of Savoy would settle for nothing less than a centralist constitutional monarchy. And beyond this, he profoundly mistrusted the liberal anti-clericalism of Mazzini, not through any love of the papacy but because he recognized that Mazzini's slogan, Dio e Popolo, could be exploited by any demagogue who could seize the machinery of a centralist state. He claimed that the existence of this administrative machinery was an absolute threat to personal and local liberty. Proudhon was almost alone among 19th-century political theorists to perceive this. Liberal today under a liberal government, it will tomorrow become the formidable engine of a usurping despot. It is a perpetual temptation to the executive power, a perpetual threat to the people's liberties. No rights, individual or collective, can be sure of a future. Centralization might, then, be called the disarming of a nation for the profit of its government. Everything we now know about the 20th century history of Europe, Asia, Latin America, or Africa supports this perception. Nor does the North American style of federalism, so lovingly conceived by Thomas Jefferson, guarantee the removal of this threat. One of Proudhon's English biographers, Edward Hyams, comments that, it has become apparent since the Second World War that United States presidents can and do make use of the federal administrative machine in a way which makes a mockery of democracy. And his Canadian translator paraphrases Proudhon's conclusion thus. Solicit men's view in the mass, and they will return stupid, fickle, and violent answers. Solicit their views as members of definite groups with real solidarity and a distinctive character, and their answers will be responsible and wise. Expose them to the political language of mass democracy, which represents the people as unitary and undivided and minorities as traitors, and they will give birth to tyranny. Expose them to the political language of federalism, in which the people figures as a diversified aggregate of real associations, and they will resist tyranny to the end. This observation reveals a profound understanding of the psychology of politics. Proudhon was extrapolating from the evolution of the Swiss Confederation, but Europe has other examples in a whole series of specialist fields. The Netherlands has a reputation for its mild or lenient penal policy. The official explanation of this is the replacement in 1886 of the Code Napoleon by a genuine Dutch criminal code based upon cultural traditions like the well-known Dutch tolerance and tendency to accept deviant minorities. I am quoting the Netherlands criminologist Dr. Willem de Haan, who cites the explanation that Dutch society has traditionally been based upon religious, political, and ideological rather than class lines. The important denominational groupings created their own social institutions in all major public spheres. This process is responsible for transporting a pragmatic, tolerant general attitude into an absolute social must. In other words, it is diversity and not unity, which creates the kind of society in which you and I can most comfortably live. And modern Dutch attitudes are rooted in the diversity of the medieval city-states of Holland and Zeeland, which explained, as much as Proudhon's regionalism, that a desirable future for all Europe is in accommodation of local differences. Proudhon listened, in the 1860s, to the talk of a European Confederation or a United States of Europe. His comment was that, by this they seem to understand nothing but an alliance of all the states which presently exist in Europe, great and small, presided over by a permanent Congress. It is taken for granted that each state will retain the form of government that suits it best. Now, since each state will have votes in the Congress in proportion to its population and territory, the small states in this so-called confederation will soon be incorporated into the Latga ones. Bakunin. The second of my 19th-century mentors, Michael Bakunin, claims our attention for a variety of reasons. He was almost alone among that century's political thinkers in foreseeing the horrors of the clash of modern 20th-century nation-states in the First and Second World Wars, as well as predicting the fate of centralizing Marxism in the Russian Empire. In 1867 Prussia and France seemed to be poised for a war about which empire should control Luxembourg, and this, through the network of interests and alliances, threatened to engulf all Europe. A League for Peace and Freedom held its Congress in Geneva, sponsored by prominent people from various countries like Giuseppe Garibaldi, Victor Hugo, and John Stuart Mill. Bakunin seized the opportunity to address this audience, and published his opinions under the title Federalisme, Socialism's et Anti-Theologism. This document set out 13 points on which, according to Bakunin, the Geneva Congress was unanimous. The first of these proclaimed, that in order to achieve the triumph of liberty, justice, and peace in the international relations of Europe, and to render civil war impossible among the various peoples which make up the European family, only a single course lies open, to constitute the United States of Europe. His second point argued that this aim implied that states must be replaced by regions, for it observed, that the formation of these states of Europe can never come about between the states as constituted at present, in view of the monstrous disparity which exists between their various powers. His fourth point claimed, that not even if it called itself a republic could a centralist bureaucratic and by the same token militarist state enter seriously and genuinely into an international federation. By virtue of its constitution, which will always be an explicit or implicit denial of domestic liberty, it would necessarily imply a declaration of permanent war and a threat to the existence of neighboring countries. Consequently, his fifth point demanded, that all the supporters of the League should therefore bend all their energies towards the reconstruction of their various countries in order to replace the old organization founded throughout upon violence and the principle of authority by a new organization based solely upon the interests, needs and inclinations of the populace, and owning no principle other than that of the free federation of individuals into communes, communes into provinces, provinces into nations, and the latter into the United States, first of Europe, then of the whole world. The vision thus became bigger and bigger, but Bakunin was careful to include the acceptance of secession. His eighth point declared that, just because a region has formed part of a state, even by voluntary accession, it by no means follows that it incurs any obligation to remain tied to it forever. No obligation in perpetuity is acceptable to human justice. The right of free union and equally free secession comes first and foremost among all political rights. Without it, confederation would be nothing but centralization in disguise. Bakunin refers admiringly to the Swiss Confederation practicing federation so successfully today, as he puts it, and Proudhon, too, explicitly took as a model the Swiss supremacy of the commune. As the unit of social organization, linked by the canton, with a purely administrative federal council. But both remembered the events of 1848, when the Sonderbund of secessionist cantons were compelled by war to accept the new constitution of the majority. So Proudhon and Bakunin were agreed in condemning the subversion of federalism by the unitary principle. In other words, there must be a right of secession. Kropotkin. Switzerland, precisely because of its decentralist constitution, was a refuge for endless political refugees from the Austro-Hungarian, German and Russian empires. One Russian anarchist was even expelled from Switzerland. He was too much, even for the Swiss Federal Council. He was Peter Kropotkin, who connects 19th-century federalism with 20th-century regional geography. His youth was spent as an army officer in geological expeditions in the far eastern provinces of the Russian Empire, and his autobiography tells of the outrage he felt at seeing how central administration and funding destroyed any improvement of local conditions, through ignorance, incompetence, and universal corruption, and through the destruction of ancient communal institutions which might have enabled people to change their own lives. The rich got richer, the poor got poorer, and the administrative machinery was suffocated by boredom and embezzlement. There is a similar literature from any empire or nation-state, the British Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and you can read identical conclusions in the writings of Carlo Levi or Danilo Dolci. In 1872, Kropotkin made his first visit to Western Europe and in Switzerland was intoxicated by the air of a democracy, even a bourgeois one. In the Jura Hills he stayed with the watch case makers. His biographer Martin Miller explains how this was the turning point in his life. Kropotkin's meetings and talks with the workers on their jobs revealed the kind of spontaneous freedom without authority or direction from above that he had dreamed about. Isolated and self-sufficient, the Jura watchmakers impressed Kropotkin as an example that could transform society if such a community were allowed to develop on a large scale. There was no doubt in his mind that this community would work because it was not a matter of imposing an artificial system such as Muraviv had attempted in Siberia, but of permitting the natural activity of the workers to function according to their own interests. It was the turning point of his life. The rest of his life was, in a sense, devoted to gathering the evidence for anarchism, federalism, and regionalism. It would be a mistake to think that the approach he developed is simply a matter of academic history. To prove this, I need only refer you to the study that Camillo Bernieri published in 1922 on Unfederalist Rousseau, Pietro Kropotkin. Bernieri quotes the letter to the workers of Western Europe that Kropotkin handed to the British Labour Party politician Margaret Bonfield in June 1920. In the course of it he declared, "Imperial Russia is dead and will never be revived. The future of the various provinces which composed the empire will be directed towards a large federation. The natural territories of the different sections of this federation are in no way distinct from those with which we are familiar in the history of Russia, of its ethnography and economic life. All the attempts to bring together the constituent parts of the Russian Empire, such as Finland, the Baltic provinces, Lithuania, Ukraine, Georgia, Armenia, Siberia, and others under a central authority are doomed to certain failure. The future of what was the Russian Empire is directed towards a federalism of independent units. You and I today can see the relevance of this opinion, even though it was ignored as totally irrelevant for 70 years. As an exile in Western Europe, he had instant contact with a range of pioneers of regional thinking. The relationship between regionalism and anarchism has been handsomely, even extravagantly, delineated by Peter Hall, the geographer who is director of the Institute of Urban and Regional Development at Berkeley, California, in his book Cities of Tomorrow. There was Kropotkin's fellow anarchist geographer, Elisee Reclus, arguing for small-scale human societies based on the ecology of their regions. There was Paul Vidal de Lablac, another founder of French geography, who argued that the region was more than an object of survey, it was to provide the basis for the total reconstruction of social and political life. For Vital, as Professor Hall explains, the region, not the nation, which as the motor force of human development, the almost sensual reciprocity between men and women and their surroundings, was the seat of comprehensible liberty and the mainspring of cultural evolution, which were being attacked and eroded by the centralist nation-state and by large-scale machine industry. Patrick Geddes. Finally, there was the extraordinary Scottish biologist Patrick Geddes, who tried to encapsulate all these regionalist ideas, whether geographical, social, historical, political or economic, into an ideology of reasons for regions, known to most of us through the work of his disciple Lewis Mumford. Professor Hall argued that many, though by no means all, of the early visions of the planning movement stemmed from the anarchist movement, which flourished in the last decades of the 19th century and the first years of the 20th. The vision of these anarchist pioneers was not merely of an alternative built form, but of an alternative society, neither capitalist nor bureaucratic socialistic, a society based on voluntary cooperation among men and women, working and living in small self-governing communities. Today, now in the last years of the 20th century, I share this vision. Those 19th century anarchist thinkers were a century in advance of their contemporaries in warning the peoples of Europe of the consequences of not adopting a regionalist and federalist approach. Among survivors of every kind of disastrous experience in the 20th century, the rulers of the nation-states of Europe have directed policy towards several types of supranational existence. The crucial issue that faces them is the question of whether to conceive of a Europe of states or a Europe of regions. Proudhon, 130 years ago, related the issue to the idea of a European balance of power, the aim of statesmen and politician theorists, and argued that this was impossible to realize among great powers with unitary constitutions. He had argued in La Fédération et l'Unité en Italie that the first step towards the reform of public law in Europe was the restoration of the confederations of Italy, Greece, the Netherlands, Scandinavia, and the Danube, as a prelude to the decentralization of the large states and hence to general disarmament. And in Du Principe Fédératif he noted that among French Democrats there has been much talk of European Confederation, or a United States of Europe. By this they seem to understand nothing but an alliance of all the states which presently exist in Europe, great and small, presided over by a permanent Congress. He claimed that such a federation would either be a trap or would have no meaning, for the obvious reason that the big states would dominate the small ones. A century later, the economist Leopold Kohr, who also describes himself as an anarchist, published his book The Breakdown of Nations, glorifying the virtues of small-scale societies and arguing, once again, that Europe's problems arise from the existence of the nation-state. Praising, once again, the Swiss Confederation, he claimed, with the use of maps, that Europe's problem as that of any federation is one of division, not of union. Now to do them justice, the advocates of a united Europe have developed a doctrine of subsidiarity, arguing that governmental decisions should not be taken by the supranation institutions of the European community, but preferably by regional or local levels of administration, rather than by national governments. This particular principle has been adopted by the Council of Europe, calling for national governments to adopt its charter for local self-government to formalize commitment to the principle that government functions should be carried out at the lowest level possible and only transferred to higher government by consent. This principle is an extraordinary tribute to Proudhon, Bakunin, and Kropotkin, and the opinions which they were alone in voicing, but of course it is one of the first aspects of pan-European ideology which national governments will choose to ignore. There are obvious differences between various nation-states in this respect. In many of them, for example Germany, Italy, Spain, and even France, the machinery of government is infinitely more devolved than it was 50 years ago. The same may soon be true of the Soviet Union. This devolution may not have proceeded at the pace that you or I would want, and I will happily agree that the founders of the European community have succeeded in their original aim of ending old national antagonisms and have made future wars in Western Europe inconceivable. But we are still very far from a Europe of the regions. I live in what is now the most Central East state in Western Europe, and the dominance of central government there has immeasurably increased, not diminished, during the last 10 years. Some people here will remember the rhetoric of the then British Prime Minister in 1988. We have not successfully rolled back the frontiers of the state in Britain, only to see them reimposed at a European level, with a European superstate exercising a new dominance from Brussels. This is the language of delusion. It does not relate to reality. And you do not have to be a supporter of the European Commission to perceive this. But it does illustrate how far some of us are from conceiving the truth of Proudhon's comment that, even Europe would be too large to form a single confederation, it could form only a confederation of confederations. The anarchist warning is precisely that the obstacle to a Europe of the regions is the nation-state. If you and I have any influence on political thinking in the next century, we should be promoting the reasons for regions. Think globally, act locally is one of the useful slogans of the international Green Movement. The nation-state occupied a small segment of European history. We have to free ourselves from national ideologies in order to act locally and think regionally. Both will enable us to become citizens of the whole world, not of nations nor of transnational superstates. References and sources. Bakunin, Michael and Lenning, Arthur. Selected writings. London, Jonathan Cape, 1973. Bernieri, Camillo. Peter Kropotkin, His Federalist Ideas. London, Freedom Press, 1942. Council of Europe, The Impact of the Completion of the Internal Market on Local and Regional Autonomy. Council of Europe Studies and Texts, Series No. 12, 1990. De Haan, Willem. The Politics of Redress. London, Onwin Hyman, 1990. Hall, Peter. Cities of Tomorrow, An Intellectual History of Urban Planning and Design in the 20th Century. Oxford, Basil Blackwell, 1988. Hyams, Edward. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. London, John Murray, 1979. Coer, Leopold. The Breakdown of Nations. London, Routledge, 1957. Miller, Martin. Kropotkin. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1976. Proudhon, Pierre-Joseph and Edwards, Stewart. Selected writings. London, Macmillan, 1970. Proudhon, Pierre-Joseph and Vernon, Richard. The Principle of Federation. Toronto. University of Toronto Press, 1979. Wistch, Ernest. After 1982, The United States of Europe. London, Routledge, 1989. 6 Deadsville Revisited 42. Get into the habit of seeing things as they are, with the dirt, strewn paper and orange peel thrown in. Don't acquiesce, don't be content. It is the deadness of our town life which produces the deadness of our architecture, the unutterable deadness which has come over English cities and villages in the last 40 years, the stagnation and daily dying of the towns up and down the country. For the earlier part of me life one was quieted by being told that ours was the richest country in the world, until I woke up to know that what I meant by riches was learning and beauty and music and art, coffee and omelets. Perhaps in the coming days of poverty we may get more oft he's. W. R. Lethaby, Form in Civilization. In Market Street, Deadsville, the market has gone. The new shopping center has drained away the multiple groceries, although some of the shops there are still unlet. But so are the old shops in Market Street too, and this was probably why the Education Committee was able to secure a lease on the old co-op premises in that street to turn the building into their street work center. It was cheaper than the proposed sixth form center at Deadsville County Secondary School, which had been pushed back, year after year, in the Department of Education and Sciences building program. It is a deep, double-fronted shop with 2 stories above and an extension behind, and the decision to take the lease was based on the square footage available for a relatively low outlay. On the left of the main entrance, in what used to be the home furnishings department, is now the Omelette House, run by the community industry, which couldn't help being a success as it is the only place for decent food in Deadsville. People enjoy the continually changing mural on the wall, the decor of old griddles and grids, as well as the menu with its 25 different egg dishes. You will recognize the waiters and the cooks, last year's or is it this year's, 5th form. You will recognize the group too, playing in the evening. Wasn't that boy, singing the songs that Cecil Sharp noted down in this area 60 years ago, in your English class 2 years ago? Did he learn them from you? Did you know he played the guitar? Where did he learn those tough American Railroad songs, at the very time when they are proposing to close down Deadsville Central? Does he see the irony? Did this enter into your scheme of work? But our interest is on the other side of the main entrance, in what used to be the grocery department. Today it houses the Egghead, which involves not only the 6th Form Center, but is also the Rosla headquarters, for it had been decided that there was no reason why the two should be separate. The Egghead is becoming more and more the focus of upper school work in Deadsville, and various groups can be seen there in the morning, discussing their assignments with their tutors over coffee. The English group are preparing a feature "What's Under Your Back Garden" for next week's Bugle. Their task is to put into layman's language the findings of a number of Mode 3 projects in history, commerce, geology, and geography which related to the 18th and 19th century coal workings around the town, using the evidence from the sites and from the maps in the county library and the National Coal Board archives. Another group, the cartographers, is preparing the map which will illustrate the feature article, superimposing a street map of Deadsville onto the Geological Survey. Bugle was started by the neighborhood council which had been set up a few years earlier, when people in the town realized that the changes in the structure of local government in 1974 had made government even less local than it had been before. Bugle is printed on the offset litho printing machine operated by the community industry in what used to be the gents' working footwear department at the back of the Egghead. A lot of printing is done there for a variety of local enterprises including the school, which uses the same premises for its art department, whose output of silk screen posters has become famous. Some of their collectors' items are sold by post from the community shop, further down Market Street. Children from the lower school sell Bugle from door to door every Friday, on a commission basis. The result is that everybody in Deadsville, including the kids, reads Bugle. The history group, upstairs in the Egghead, are working through the papers of the old Urban District Council under the direction of the county archivist, this being thought better than burying them in the vaults of the new District Council. They are preparing a monograph on public health in Deadsville 1888-1973. The work is sometimes tedious, but the students are conscious that they are handling materials which no historian has touched before. But for us as visitors, the most stimulating of the projects going on at the Egghead is the one everyone calls futurology, although it is officially known as the planning group. They are engaged in long-term strategic planning. The futurology project mushroomed from the preoccupations of two members of staff. One of them, who was charged with the task of giving careers advice, was continuously perplexed and depressed by the lack of useful answers to the question constantly put to him, "Well, sir, is there any future for this part of the world?" He and another teacher had been up to the Newcastle upon Tyne Festival in 1972 and attended the conference on planning for people, where they heard a talk by Robert Allen of the Ecologist magazine on the subject "Has the Northeast a Future?" Allen was appealing for people and organizations in the region to form committees to set out their plans for the development of the Northeast, looking ahead to 2073. He got a cool reception from his audience in Newcastle, it seemed to them at the time, but the implications struck a responsive chord in those teachers from Deadsville. The problems which they tried to cope with, and to find an answer for, were very similar to those of the Northeast, and they went back home excited by Mr. Allen's propositions, so it is worth quoting them at length. The problems of the Northeast are well known: unemployment, declining heavy industry, the abandonment of long-established mining communities, pollution, and dereliction. Are they being tackled properly? Will the solutions to one problem make any of the others worse? Take unemployment. In the period 1960 to 1970, the percentage of unemployed went up from 2 to 9 to 4 to 8, as against the national average which went up from 1 to 7 to 2 to 7. The north of England has a higher percentage of unemployed than any other region of the UK except Northern Ireland. What is the conventional solution to this and related problems? It was expressed succinctly enough 6 years ago in the foreword to the Northern Economic Planning Council's publication, Challenge of the Changing North. It is immediately clear that success in meeting the challenge that faces the region will come only by the continued expansion of its industry and commerce. When these words were published, unemployment stood at 35,100. By 1970, it had risen to 63,300, an increase of 83%. During the same period, public investment in new construction rose from £107.6 million to £181.2 million, an increase of 68.4%. This increase was unable to prevent a worsening of the situation, let alone bring about an improvement. It is not difficult to understand why. A major key to economic expansion is the maximization of labor productivity, so that a given investment will provide fewer and fewer jobs. The proposed new steel complex for Teesside is a typical example of this. As BSC's Deputy Chairman, Dr. M. Finiston, has pointed out, we produce 120 tons for every man-year in the corporation. But the Japanese are producing nearly 4 times that, and any single plant of modern design will produce 750 tons per man, or 6 times as much, so to produce the required tonnage of steel, you need 1/6 of the manpower. You are investing only to reduce the manpower. BSC is not the way out for this area. He is quite right. The relationship between industrial expansion and social betterment is unproven to say the least. Worse, expansion of any kind is not a process which can continue for very long. Sooner or later we will run out of the raw materials required to sustain such expansion, and the best available evidence indicates that it will be sooner. Also, the increasing consumption of raw materials and energy leads inevitably to greater pollution, which not only damages human health but also jeopardizes those ecological networks on which we all depend for life. As long as growth come what may is seen as the answer to the ills of the Northeast, the region will continue to suffer from heavy unemployment and pollution, and any solution to either problem is likely to fail, or to aggravate the other problem, or both. Indeed, within today's social and economic context, the jobs versus beauty and health dichotomy is an irrelevant diversion. Industrial expansion can give us none of these. This is not to say that the problems of the Northeast are insoluble. Quite the contrary. But the solutions must reflect basic social needs and recognize real biophysical limitations. More important than industrial expansion is a sustainable society. It is very difficult for people to envisage what such a society might be like or how it might be achieved. What is needed, therefore, is an exercise in popular planning and public imagination. All sections of the community must look at the problems of this region in a new light, and together work out the kind of society they would like their children to be able to enjoy. This is the object of NE 2073, a future for the Northeast. Farmers, housewives, industrialists, trades unionists, planners, lawyers, scientists, miners, factory workers, anybody and everybody, professionally or privately in Northumberland, Durham, and the North Riding of Yorkshire are invited to form committees to develop a blueprint for the Northeast. They will imagine that the Northeast is a semi-independent region, with sufficient self-government to formulate its own agricultural, educational, development, employment, housing, transport and urban renewal policies, in other words free to do what it likes in all those areas that would not have direct effect on other regions. The committees will discuss how the region could meet basic demands for food, shelter, health, etc., and how to stabilize and contain surplus demands, more and bigger roads, reservoirs and so on. They will try to decide the optimum population for the Northeast, how satisfying employment can be given to its citizens without causing ugliness and ill health, and what social reforms are necessary, what is the best social structure for the Northeast. It will be an exciting exercise, but above all it will be a useful one, for 3 reasons. Everyday decisions by local government are taken with a number of limited futures in mind, and sometimes none at all. This is why they betray so little imagination or insight. If you want to change the decisions, big or small, you've got to change the framework in which they're taken. Show the local authorities you have a different future in mind. This is the way to do it. Many politicians, national and local, including a high proportion of those in government, are well aware that the serious social and environmental problems we face today can't be solved without radical change. The trouble is that they are afraid to initiate it until they know the public are behind them. This is the way to show them. If you want a decent future for you and your children, we must begin to plan with a difference. This will only happen by public demand. This means that people must know about the problems and the solutions. You can see, can't you, why this proposal so excited those teachers from Deadsville? It spoke to their condition. They spent a weekend feverishly rewriting it in terms of their own region and their own town. Then they discussed their version with their colleagues at Deadsville County Secondary School, and evolved a plan for building a great deal of the school's work around a strategic plan for Deadsville 2073. By the time the Futurology project members were meeting this morning, several reports on alternative strategies had already been produced and published, and had been, and still are, the subject of acrimonious disputes in the correspondence columns of the Deadshire Echo, and of course in Bugle. One group is making a journey to London tomorrow, as it is involved in conducting a feasibility study for Deadsville Carbon Fibers, a prospective firm in the district. It is going to gather information from the managers and employees of the Morganite Carbon Company. On the following day, following the traditional split between the sciences and the humanities, one segment will conduct a statistical survey of waiting times for lifts in high flat blocks in Southwark, while the other conducts a graffiti survey in Battersea. The other group from the Futurology project have a more homespun mission. They are concerned with the long-term productivity study of Goods Yard Holdings Ltd, another joint, mutually supportive venture of the Education Department and the community industry. When British Rail shut down the Goods Yard, and the branch line to Deedington, the Education Department stepped in, and acquired not only the site of the branch line, but the Goods Yard too. The disused railway land on the way to Deedington has become one of the first urban nature trails, and the school's part in tree planting year, 1973, was not only to plant in Market Square and on the Jack Lawson estate in Deadsville itself, but to plant forest trees, and protect them, along the Deedington Linear Nature Reserve. This is not the only trail in Deadsville, of course. After the school had perfected its town trail, it developed the Industrial Museum, which really is a museum without walls, unless you count the visitors center housed in the Pithead Baths, built by the Miners' Welfare Commission in 1936, and lovingly restored to house an introduction to the rise and decline of Britain's basic industries in the form of a dramatic photoplay of slides and tapes made in the school, followed by a guided itinerary showing how water, coal, and iron shaped the town. But on the way, what is this alien corn blowing in the wind in the front yard of Arnold Weinstock Close? It's part of the project's experiment in the horticultural treatment of cereals. Each of those transplanted wheat plants is expected to produce between 600 and 1,000 grains of wheat, and the project has set itself the onerous task of counting each over a period of years. You can tell that Mr. Compost, of the school's rural science course, is gathering material for his paper, Intensive Agriculture, a Horticultural Approach. When we arrive at the goods yard, what a spectacle! There are roosters on the roof of the station. It is like one of those old Ealing comedies, except that the station is glistening with newly applied paint, and so are the chicken houses. For much of the goods yard has become a free-range chicken run, and there they are, scratching around in the ballast and dog daisy, supplying the needs of the omelette house and the egg head. They even produce a surplus which is sold at the first stall in the marketplace, since after such a battle it was closed to traffic. Pretty soon their productivity will meet the whole town's needs. But what will the supermarket in the shopping center say about that? The school's involvement in food production goes further. The train shed has become a piggery. Swill collection, something which the older generation recalls from the past, is suddenly relevant again. Just lately they have got a couple of cows, and are talking of making Deadsville cheese. They already have a firm bid from the omelette house for everything they can produce. All this has been a delight to Mr. Compost, who always maintained that urban and rural studies were one, but even he has been surprised at the latest turn of urban study work in the sixth form. Inquiring into housing, land ownership, industry, jobs, and incomes in Deadsville, they found that the majority shareholders in all these respects are public authorities. The state, or a government department, or a public corporation, or a nationalist industry, or the local authority, control just about everything in Deadsville. Now, since this is so, say the sixth form, why hasn't recent development here been in the interests of the inhabitants, instead of working against them? The issue came to a head over the coal board houses. The board found them an embarrassment and decided to sell them off, but to a private bidder, to the local authority, to the sitting tenants, or to a housing association. This practical issue, which vitally affected many of the town's inhabitants, was debated in Bugle and in the sixth form forum. The way in which these political issues were traditionally presented seemed irrelevant to them. The polarization of private and public enterprise was unreal. They saw it as a matter of the politics of dependence or of community action. At the mucky end of the goods yard, known as the dump, students from the technical department of the school are busy experimenting in car recycling. They had seen the days when old cars stood around in the streets because it was worth nobody's while to haul them away, and they had seen on television the giant machine which compresses all that delicate mechanism into a few cubic feet of old metal for the melting pot. Surely, they thought, all this gadgetry could be used for something? So they tried stripping down the useful ends of the old cars into their components. They found that they could link the dynamo with the propeller and, by mounting the assembly in a place which caught the wind, generate electricity. This explains those windmills scattered around Deadsville, and the more sophisticated structures they are now building for this purpose. They also found that the delicate filigree of the radiators could be used as a ready-made component in a heat pump. This is the basis of some of the house heating devices which they have developed with the support of the school's council Project Technology, and of the experimental eco-houses which the community industry is building in Deadsville. Environmental studies in Deadsville have taken some paths which were scarcely imagined when their program began, but which led to a deeper and deeper involvement in the community's future, and which obliterated the differences between urban and rural studies, and between the study of what is and what might be. Ty, head of the county secondary school, is delighted. In the past his best students automatically left Deadsville just as soon as they could, while the ordinary ones joined the ranks of the permanently unemployed. Now he finds them involved in one way or another, thanks to the direction taken by the school's concern with the whole spectrum of environmental issues, and to the continuity provided by the growth of the community industry, in the whole future of the town. They and the school have been thrust into the center of a campaign to make Deadsville habitable. Could he ask for more than that? 7. An Anarchist Approach to Urban Planning. 43. 40 years ago, when the Rivista Volante was edited in Naples by my friends Giovanna Bernieri and Cesare Zaccaria, they published an article about housing and planning by a young architect, Giancarlo De Carlo, which I laboriously and, no doubt, inaccurately, translated for the English anarchist journal Freedom. Then, as now, anarchist propaganda has been impeded by its insistence that nothing can happen until everything happens. The destruction of both capitalism and the state were the prerequisites for the building of a free society. The problem is that neither De Carlo nor me, nor the millions of people actually involved, then or now, can actually wait for these revolutionary changes. Ask yourself whether they are nearer or further than they were 40 years ago. In looking for alternative approaches, he examined building cooperatives, tenants' cooperatives, rent strikes, and squatting, the illegal occupation of empty houses. Now we have seen over these 40 years since 1948 that every one of these techniques of direct action by poor citizens, whether in Italy, Britain, or the United States, has led to a wider involvement in urban planning. And in the part that citizens can demand. All those years ago, De Carlo went on to consider the possible anarchist attitudes to town planning. It is possible to adopt a hostile attitude. The plan must necessarily emanate from authority, therefore it can only be detrimental. Changes in social life cannot follow the plan will be the consequence of a new way of life. Or, he suggested, an attitude of participation could be adopted. The plan is the opportunity for liquidating our present social order by changing its direction, and this changed aim is necessarily the preliminary for a new social structure. The first main attitude is based on two principal arguments. Firstly, that authority cannot be a liberating agent, perfectly true. Secondly, that man can do nothing until he is free, a mistaken view. Man cannot be liberated, he must liberate himself, and any progress towards that liberation can only be the conscious expression of his own will. The investigation of the full extent of the problems of region, city, and home, is such an activity. To find out the nature of the problems and to prepare their solutions is a concrete example of direct action, taking away the powers of authority and giving them back to men. The attitude of hostility that really means waiting for the revolution to do it, does not take into account the fact that the social revolution will be accomplished by clear heads, not by sick and stunted people unable to think of the future because of the problems of the present. It forgets that the revolution begins in the elimination of these evils so as to create the necessary conditions of a free society. Giancarlo De Carlo was arguing two important propositions. Firstly, that whatever kind of society they live in, it is important for the anarchist to push forward those approaches to personal and social needs which depend on popular initiatives and which present alternatives to dependency on capitalism and the state. Secondly, that urban planning can become a revolutionary weapon if we succeed in rescuing it from the blind monopoly of authority and in making it a communal organ of research and investigation into the real problems of social life. For me, this point of view from 40 years ago, has always been important and helpful, because I am convinced, and I am still, that one of the tasks of the anarchist propagandist is to propagate solutions to contemporary issues which, however dependent they are on the existing social and economic structures, are anarchist solutions, the kind of approaches that would be made if we were living in the kind of society we envisage. We are much more likely to win support for our point of view, in other words, if we put anarchist answers which can be tried here and now, than if we declare that there are no answers until the ultimate answer, a social revolution which continually disappears over the horizon. Let me take the first of Giancarlo's points of 40 years ago, the importance of the squatters' movement, the illegal seizure of empty housing. At the time when he was writing, we had been through the post-war eruption of squatting in Italy, in Britain, and elsewhere. Its history and its lessons were forgotten. Then, many years later, in the 1960s, it became important again, in Turin, in London, in Berlin and in Copenhagen, and in dozens of European and American cities. Not only was the squatters' movement successful as a tactic for housing oneself, it was also a political education. And it is a fact that the most successful of the housing cooperatives that have flourished in Britain in the past decade, started life as illegal squats. A second point of interest in his argument of 1948 was his use of the phrase an attitude of participation. Now the word participation was not part of the vocabulary of architects and planners in the 1940s, nor in the 1950s. It crept into the language after the phase of post-war reconstruction in the cities of Britain and the United States which was known as urban renewal. As we all understand by now, urban renewal meant in practice, driving the poor out of town, and it also meant the destruction of the traditional working class culture of the cities. We have a huge library of books on the implications of this. There are the famous American studies by Robert Goodman and Jane Jacobs, and there are English equivalents, of which just one was the work of a socialist counselor, not an anarchist, who declared that planning in our society is in essence the attempt to inject a radical technology into a conservative and highly inegalitarian economy. The impact of planning on this society is rather like that of the education system on the same society. It is least onerous and most advantageous to those who are relatively powerless or relatively poor. Planning is, in its effect on the socio-economic structure, a highly regressive form of indirect taxation. So there grew up a new 1960s ideology of participation which was populist, socialist, and to a small but important extent, rediscovery, by people who had never heard of anarchism, of anarchist values. One of the most important attempts to measure the actual worth of these exercises in participation was made by an American planner, Sherry Arnstein, in what became known as Arnstein's ladder of participation. The rungs of her ladder, climbing up from the bottom, were citizens' control, delegated power, partnership, placation, consultation, informing, therapy, manipulation. I have always found Arnstein's ladder a very useful measuring rod which enables us to get behind the barrage of propaganda and decide whether any particular exercise in public participation is merely manipulation or therapy, or often deception. Naturally, the anarchist aim is the very top rung of Arnstein's ladder, that of full citizen control. It's something worth aiming at, whatever kind of society we live in. We may not win the economic battles, but we can sometimes win the environmental battles. There have been histories of success in the cities of the United States, of Britain, and of Italy, as well as exhausting failures. But we do have to ask ourselves whether participation was one of those words of the 1960s and 1970s which has been quietly abandoned in the 1980s. You will know that the governments of both Britain and the United States, with their ideology of the new right, when they talk about the cities at all, talk in terms of partnership of business and government. They do not speak of participation of ordinary citizens. The word renewal, having been discredited, is replaced by new equivalents, like regeneration and revitalization. We are all invited to see the regeneration of the cities of the United States. I was invited to a conference in Pittsburgh, USA on the theme of remaking cities. There was one speaker there, Alan Malik of New Jersey, who addressed himself to the issue that concerns you and me. He said, "The concept of a public/private partnership as a relationship between two sectors, government and the private market, is flawed by its exclusion of a third, essential actor, the residents of the community affected." Self-congratulatory messages about entrepreneurial successes and the proliferation of shiny downtown office buildings obscure the reality that many people do not benefit from all this success, and many are deeply and permanently harmed. In other words, the battle for local citizen participation has to be fought continually, everywhere. Giancarlo De Carlo was right, all those years ago. But there is a different aspect of the city that needs to be discussed from an anarchist point of view. Anarchism has shared with other political ideologies of the left certain assumptions about the growth of the modern industrial city and the modern industrial proletariat. Marx and Engels, whatever the virtues or defects of their concept of history, based it on the first country, Britain, to experience the Industrial Revolution, the mushroom growth of industrial cities like Manchester, Birmingham, Leeds, or Glasgow, and the proletarianization of the displaced peasantry and so on. To fit the real world into this theory, they minimized the survival of the English equivalent of the European peasant economy, and dismissed the huge small workshop economy as a tedious survival of the petty trades of the Middle Ages. Kropotkin, in his book Field, Factories, and Workshops, attempted to correct this view and to remind us that the vast industrial city was a temporary phenomenon, which happened to begin in Britain. Thus he argued in 1899 that decentralization was both inevitable and desirable. The scattering of industries over the country so as to bring the factory amidst the fields, To make agriculture derive all those profits which it always finds in being combined with industry, and to produce a combination of industrial with agricultural work, is surely the next step to be taken. This step is imposed by the necessity for each healthy man and woman to spend a part of their lives in manual work in the free air, and it will be rendered the more necessary when the great social movements which have now become unavoidable, come to disturb the present international trade, and compel each nation to revert to her own resources for her own maintenance. Now Kropotkin was, like me, an optimist. But he had grasped a big truth about the industrial city and about industrial employment. About the industrial city, Kropotkin's contemporary, the Garden City pioneer, Ebenezer Howard, declared in 1904 that, "I venture to suggest that while the age in which we live is the age of the great closely compacted city, there are already signs, for those who can read them, of a coming change so great and so momentous that the 20th century will be known as the period of the Great Exodus." Whether or not it happened in the way that Howard anticipated, ordinary demographic statistics of British cities support his view. A British economist, Victor Keegan, remarked a few years ago that the most seductive theory of all is that what we are experiencing now is nothing less than a movement back towards an informal economy after a brief flirtation of 200 years or so with a formal one. The huge industrial city, the vast concentrated factory with its army of the proletariat, are a brief episode in the history of cities, in the history of production and in the history of work. You have only to visit the dying industrial cities of Britain or the United States to become convinced of this. We have a characteristic Anglo-American divide in discussing this particular Italian economic miracle. For example, a British author, Fergus Murray, provides an absorbing account of the recent changes in Italian industry with the explanation that in the late 1960s labor militancy in many Italian industries reached levels that directly threatened firm profitability, and management undertook a series of strategies designed initially to reduce the disruptiveness of militant workers. One of these strategies was the decentralization of industrial production into a local, self-employed, small workshop economy. So we can see this whole recent evolution as a conspiracy by the capitalists. Predictably, the same industrial changes were seen quite differently from the United States. The American architect Richard Hatch, whom both Giancarlo De Carlo and I remember as a pioneer of participatory planning in that toughest of all environments, Harlem, New York, wrote much more recently that a new form of urban industrial production in Italy is giving new meaning to its historical form. It is based on a large number of very small, flexible enterprises that depend on broadly skilled workers and multiple-use, automated machinery. Essentially intermediate producers, they link together in varying combinations and patterns to perform complex manufacturing tasks for widening markets. These firms combine rapid innovation with a high degree of democracy in the workplace. They tend to congregate in mixed-use neighborhoods where work and dwelling are integrated. Their growth has been the objective of planning policy, architectural interventions, and municipal investment, with handsome returns in sustained economic growth and lively urban centers. Well, of course, lively urban centers are one of the aims of the urban planning profession, and which it has been singularly unskilled in providing, ever since the 1940s. Those of us who are concerned with urban planning have every reason to observe what is happening in Italy. There was, for example, an Italo-American anarchist, the late George Bonello, who found in the industrial renaissance of northeastern and central Italy a model that worked, creating in less than 3 decades, not hundreds but literally hundreds of thousands of small-scale firms, outproducing conventionally run factories, and providing work which called forth skill, responsibility, and artistry from its democratically organized workforces. I learned from the same source, that Bonello was amazed at the combination of sophisticated design and production with human-scale work-life, and by the extent and diversity of integrated and collaborative activity within this network. Small cities, such as Medina, had created artisan villages, working neighborhoods where production facilities and living quarters were within walking or bike range, where technical schools for the unemployed fed directly into newly created businesses, and where small firms using computerized techniques, banded together to produce complex products. By this point I am sure that many people here, whether they are anarchists, workers, or urban planners, will be acutely embarrassed at the idealized picture I have given you of Italia Artigianata and will complain that daily reality has little relation to this view. Well, I have to embarrass you one stage further, since my subject is an anarchist approach to urban planning. George Bonello's own conclusion was that Italy has taught the world perhaps more than any other nation about urban life and urban form. Once again it is in the forefront, creating a new economic order, based on the needs of the city and on human scale. Now, even making allowances for sentimental Anglo-American Italophilia, there is a sense in which this comment is absolutely true. Go, not to the cities of northern Italy, but to those of Britain and the United States, and you will certainly find the ruins of a factory culture of monopolistic employers who have fled or diversified, and of workforces dependent upon social security handouts, or upon the various alternatives to work devised for British or American cities, garden festivals, museums of our industrial heritage, or shopping malls and aquaria. Anything, in fact, except the opportunity to be involved in productive work. Comparing the experience of car workers in, say Coventry or Birmingham, and Turin, I was told by a British historian that in English factories, a third generation of skilled industrial workers have been molded in worker resistance to industrial capitalism, knowing nothing except employment for big capitalists, whereas in Torino, with its high generation turnover of new industrial workers from the south, the artisans and peasants who moved north were not crushed by factory capitalism, and have consequently found it easier to become self-employed workers, or members of cooperatives or employees of small-scale, high-technology entrepreneurs, or to drop out of industrial work almost completely and pick up a living from small-scale horticulture. Now we anarchists are not Marxists. We belong to a different tradition from the one which saw the steam engine and the consequent concentration of industrial production as the ultimate factor in human history. We belong to a different tradition which includes, for example, Proudhon's faith in the self-governing workshop and Kropotkin's concern with the decentralization of production and its combination with horticulture. It is our tradition which corresponds more closely to the actual experience, both of our grandparents and of our grandchildren. One of the people from a different tradition who has thought seriously about this issue is André Gortz, who argues that the political left has been refrigerated in authoritarian collectivist attitudes that belong to the past. He says that as long as the protagonists of socialism continue to make centralist planning the linchpin of their program, and the adherence of everyone to the democratically formulated objectives of their plan the core of their political doctrine, socialism will remain an unattractive proposition in industrial societies. Classical socialist doctrine finds it difficult to come to terms with political and social pluralism, understood not simply as a plurality of parties and trade unions but as the coexistence of various ways of working, producing and living, various distinct cultural areas and levels of social existence. Yet this kind of pluralism precisely conforms to the lived experience and aspirations of the post-industrial proletariat, as well as the majority of the traditional working class. Now this would be perfectly well understood in the urban fringes of Torino, or of Modena or Bologna or in all the workshop villages of Emilia-Romagna or, I imagine, here in Milano. And of course it has its implications in the world of the physical planning of the environment. It implies a plan which is modest, tentative, and flexible, which assumes dweller control as the first principle of housing and which also assumes that the householder has access to a garden, whether this garden is used for horticulture or as a play space for the children, or as a workshop or a commercial asset. And I take it for granted that there is a nursery and a junior school close at hand, and room for self-governing workshops all around. These are such simple demands that even as anarchists in a society which is hostile to anarchism, we should be able to achieve them. 8. A peopled landscape. 44. Our perceptions of our surroundings are as subject to changes in fashion as our attitudes to any human artifact. In the early 18th century, when Defoe traveled to Westmoreland, he found it a country eminent only for being the wildest, most barren, and frightful of any that I have passed over in England. For it lacked the signs of human activity, ingenuity, and well-being that mattered to him. A century later, the Lake poets sanctified that district as a place where, in the words Bishop Heber used for another tourist attraction, every prospect pleases, and only man is vile. The paradoxical result of this cult of wild nature combined with misanthropy towards mere humans was that by 1995 it was possible for Jonathan Crowell to visit Cumbria and report that the sole path up the spine of Helvellyn had gradually been widened by the pressure of walkers, so that it begins to resemble a trunk road. Tourism dominates while productive activity declines. Discussing the economic problems of small hill farmers, as opposed to factory farmers, Faye Godwin, a close observer of the rural scene, asks, do we want these lived-in landscapes to become clone theme parks regulated by the heritage industry? For she argues that current government thinking will lead not only to rural depopulation, but also to the loss of many of our most valued landscapes, whose character has been informed by small farmers over thousands of years, unlike the wilderness national park areas in other countries. She is right to stress that ours is a landscape constructed by human activity over centuries. Peter Kropotkin, geographer and anarchist, described how over a century ago he took a knapsack and went on foot out of London and saw empty fields within 10 miles of Charing Cross in a city supplied with Flemish and Jersey potatoes, French salads and Canadian apples. When he asked why, the explanation was heavy clay, with no recognition that in the hands of man there are no infertile soils, that the most fertile soils are not in the prairies of America, not in the Russian steppes, that they are in the peat bogs of Ireland, on the sandy downs of the northern seacoast of France, on the craggy mountains of the Rhine, where they have been made by man's hands. In the Weald of Kent and Sussex too, he saw no one in the fields. I could walk for 20 miles without crossing anything but heath or woodlands, rented as pheasant shooting grounds to London gentlemen, as the labourers said. Ungrateful soil was my first thought, but then I would occasionally come to a farm at the crossing of two roads and see the same soil bearing a rich crop, and my next thought was tel seigneur, telle terre, as the French peasants say. Kropotkin argued for a peopled landscape, and his book Fields, Factories, and Workshops is not only an exploration of the economic consequences of the humanization of work, but an anticipation of changes made possible by technologies which did not exist when he wrote. For he was writing at a time when Britain was still regarded as the workshop of the world, and when it was assumed by economists of both right and left that huge centralized factories were the industrial norm for the future. But Kropotkin argued that there is an inevitable trend for industry to disperse throughout the world, that the scramble for overseas markets is consequently futile, and that small-scale production for a local market is the pattern of future industry. He concluded that intensive small-scale farming could meet the basic food needs of a country like Britain, and that the dispersal of industry in combination with agriculture is rational and desirable and would provide a reduction of working hours and greater individual fulfillment. Education should equip every child for a working life that combined brain work and manual work. Kropotkin was endlessly optimistic, and prophecies seldom fulfill the prophet's anticipations. Certainly industry was globally dispersed, but for a global rather than a local market. Certainly Britain could be agriculturally self-sufficient, but through the opposite of the labor-intensive biodynamic farming he envisaged. On the other hand, as Lewis Mumford stressed, almost half a century in advance of contemporary economic and technical opinion, he had grasped the fact that the flexibility and adaptability of electric communication and electric power had laid the foundations for a more decentralized urban development in small units, responsive to direct human contact, and enjoying both urban and rural advantages. Kropotkin understood these implications before the invention of the motor car, the radio, the motion picture, though each of these inventions further confirmed his penetrating diagnosis by equalizing advantages between the central metropolis and the once peripheral and utterly dependent small communities. With the small unit as a base, he saw the opportunity for a more responsible and responsive local life, with greater scope for the human agents who were neglected and frustrated by mass organizations. Another observer of the depopulated rural landscape of a century ago was Ebenezer Howard, shorthand writer and inventor. His book Tomorrow, A Peaceful Path to Real Reform was also published a century ago, and has been reprinted continually under the title Garden Cities of Tomorrow. Howard was familiar with the appalling problems of the overcrowded Victorian city and put together a combination of proposals for outward movement. A body should be formed to buy rural land at the depressed land values of his day and develop a town surrounded by a green belt, to give the citizens the benefits of both town and country as listed in his famous three magnets diagram. The town would belong to its inhabitants, since, as Peter Hall explains, the citizen would pay a modest rate rent for their houses or factories or farms, sufficient to repay the interest on the money originally borrowed, to provide a sinking fund to repay the capital, and then progressively, as the money was paid back, to provide abundant funds for the creation of a local welfare state, all without need for local central taxation, and directly responsible to the local citizens. Land values. It is important to stress that his intention was to find a solution to the intractable problems of the Victorian city. He was convinced that once the site values of the inner city had been demagnetized, since large numbers of people had been convinced that they can better their condition in every way by migrating elsewhere, the bubble of the monopoly value of inner city land would burst. Needless to say, the capitalist property market ensured that this was not to happen. But Howard was attempting to cope with an issue that has been quietly dropped from the political agenda, the recouping for the community rather than for a landowner the unearned increment in site values that is generated simply by the community's existence. In this connection, Howard declared that he had drawn much inspiration from Henry George's famous book Progress and Poverty. The planning historian Dennis Hardy explains that it was the idea of land values properly belonging to the community which appealed to Howard, although he did not share George's enthusiasm for a centralist state system as the right way to appropriate and reallocate the benefits. Howard accepted the kernel of the book, but rejected anything that might lead to more centralization, as opposed to basically communal forms of organization. The centralized state has been no more successful. The Town and Country Planning Act of 1947 provided for a central land board which nationalized the betterment value of land and imposed development charges. But legislation in the late 1950s abandoned these provisions. In the 1960s a land commission was introduced by another Labour government imposing a betterment levy on land, but another conservative government abolished the commission in 1971. In the 1970s, the Community Land Act was equally short-lived. Our failure to develop the social will to tackle the issue of land valuation has, paradoxically, been worsened by the planning system. Planning permission for housing development can multiply the value of farmland tenfold, while its agricultural value has already been advanced by the prospect of subsidy, even though that subsidy may be paid as a reward for growing nothing. In the southeast of England, 60% of the cost of building a house in 1997 was the price of the land. Similarly, Ray Thomas of the Newtown Study Unit at the Open University, introducing the most recent edition of Howard's book, comments that, as far as land in old cities is concerned, the effect of the planning system has been to maintain prices in spite of the exodus of population. Derelict urban land for which no buyer can be found remains as a capital asset for its owners. The land remains an unused eyesore, but when there is any question of acquisition of the land for public purposes, the price is usually in terms of hundreds of £1,000s per acre. The implementation of Howard's ideas for what would nowadays be called the greening of the city has become exorbitantly expensive to the public purse. Another of Howard's famous diagrams, only restored in recent editions of his book, explained his concept of the social city. Howard was not, as his detractors claim, presenting a suburban ideal. His garden cities were envisaged with much higher residential densities than that of the kind of urban expansion that became known as suburban sprawl. They were conceived as a cluster, separated by a green belt, around a central city providing those facilities that individual towns could not supply, in a polynucleated settlement pattern of city regions, a peopled landscape. And although Howard was writing on the eve of the century when the internal combustion engine was to transform the urban environment, his transport priorities precisely fit those we are aspiring to for the 21st century. Howard's book inspired the two pioneer garden cities that he initiated in Britain, Letchworth and Welwyn, and many such ventures abroad. It led in post-war Britain to the government's New Towns Act of 1946 and to the building of 28 new towns, admired and emulated in other countries, and criticized, usually for the wrong reasons, at home. In comparison with other forms of development in the post-war decades, especially the disastrous adventure with tower blocks for the city poor, the new towns had many virtues, were a lucrative investment of public funds and were more economical in the use of land. The choice of government corporations as the engines of development, and the subsequent disposal of public assets in the private market destroyed, as Professor Peter Hall noted, the essence of Howard's plan, which was to fund the creation of self-governing local welfare states. Top-down planning triumphed over bottom-up. Britain would have the shell of Howard's Garden City vision without the substance. Both Howard and Kropotkin, the prophets of a peopled landscape, were astute in their perceptions of the issues that would preoccupy us at the end of the 20th century. A note prefixed to the 1919 reprint of Field's Factories and Workshops stressed that it pleads for a new economy in the energies used in supplying the needs of human life, since these needs are increasing and the energies are not inexhaustible. In the same year, Kropotkin urged that, after the cruel lesson of the last war, it should be clear to every serious person and above all to every worker, that such wars, and even crueler ones still, are inevitable so long as certain countries consider themselves destined to enrich themselves by the production of finished goods and divide the backward countries up amongst themselves, so that these countries provide the raw materials while they accumulate wealth themselves on the basis of the labor of others. We should not forget that at the moment it is not only the capitalists who exploit the labor of others and who are imperialists. They are not the only ones who aspire to conquer cheap manpower to obtain raw materials in Europe, Asia, Africa, and elsewhere. These two observations remain immensely relevant to our approach to today's global economy and our search for alternatives, and nowhere more obviously than in the production and distribution of food, as Tim Lang reminds us. In Britain, 5 giant supermarket firms control more than 2/3 of the retail food market and roam the world market for producers, always to the detriment of the local food market, whether in Britain or in Africa and Latin America, where export crops may dominate the demand for scarce and precious resources like water. In an American context, the economist Paul Hawken urges a shift from the free trade enshrined in current dogma and in treaties like GATT to the concept of most sustainable nation tariffs. Jeffrey Jacob explains the implications of this proposal. It is possible that the most sustainable nation tariffs could remove the profitability from a third-world agriculture that relies on the application of chemicals banned in North America and wages calculated to do no more than reproduce a subservient labor force. If, however, sustainability requirements in the North were to cripple export agriculture in the underdeveloped South, the beneficiaries would be the masses of rural and urban third-world poor. With the dissolution of plantation-style agriculture, peasants would be free to turn their attention to growing basic grains in order to address the long-standing calorific deficit from which they and the urban poor suffer, rather than producing luxury crops for first-world consumers. In addition, without the power and wealth that comes from the ownership of cash crop export operations, third-world elites would no longer have automatic access to the resources of oppression. Consequently, in underdeveloped countries whose economies are heavily dependent on export agriculture, the loss of North American and Western European markets could create an opening for democratic movements that in the past have been routinely crushed by the planter class. The Great Exodus. Kropotkin's reflections remind us of dilemmas we have failed to resolve, and Ebenezer Howard too, the heroic simpleton as Bernard Shaw called him when writing his obituary in 1928, was given to astute prophecy. More far-sighted than most social and demographic observers, he remarked in 1904 that, while the age we live in is the age of great closely compacted, overcrowded cities, there are already signs, for those who can read them, of a coming change so great and so momentous that the 20th century will be known as the Great Exodus. This was good news, because a century ago there was a growing public and official concern about the consequences of urban overcrowding, where any redevelopment at lower densities brought greater pressures of the dispossessed on neighboring districts, and of rural depopulation. A report to the Council for the Protection of Rural England in 1997 studied the Great Exodus today and found that the available statistics certainly indicate that the urban exodus, while long established in terms at local suburbanization around older urban cores, is now the dominant feature of population redistribution across Britain as a whole. On the other hand, the scale of the urban exodus does fluctuate over time, and it is important to recognize that it is by no means a one-way process. Net outmigration from the main conurbations fell to 78,000 in 1982 before rising to 125,000 in 1987 and then falling back sharply to 65,000 in 1989, since when it has moved back up to around its long-term average of 90,000 a year. It is not surprising to learn from this report that districts with a higher density of people per hectare have a greater tendency to lose their residents to non-metropolitan areas, all other things being equal. Earlier in the 20th century, movements of population were still in the opposite direction, and were thought alarming. One report on the exodus from the villages stressed that in some parts of the country we find villages from which the majority of the younger able-bodied men have emigrated, and it is generally the most capable and energetic who go. Side by side with emigration, for the last 30 years and more, there has been a huge exodus of laborers into the towns, especially the large towns. But of course the 19th century exodus was composed of the rural poor, while the 20th century exodus has been composed of the urban affluent. One of the seldom discussed virtues of the post-war New Town program was that, with a single exception, the new towns were the only official mechanism by which city dwellers with low incomes could join the outward movement of population from the cities which, just as Howard forecast, has characterized this century. The exception was the parallel town development program, by which an exporting city's local authorities could undertake overspill development in agreement with a cooperating importing town eager for growth. But in rural parishes, there is not merely no place for low-income newcomers, there is no place for the adult children of long-established local families who have been priced out of the housing market and are obliged to rent rooms in the nearest town. Rural housing. In the 1970s, the historian of the canals and of the railway network, LCT. Roald, wrote a third volume of autobiography in which he described changes in the village where he lived. Because of misapplication of the well-intentioned Slum Clearance Act by a zealous medical officer of health, most of the old village cottages I knew were condemned on grounds of their low ceilings, or lack of through ventilation. Even with the aid of the available local authority grants, their occupants could not afford alterations which would conform with load regulations. Consequently, such houses have been acquired by those who could afford reconstruction, executives, or retired businessmen. With the result that they have been prettified beyond recognition and embellished with such things as bogus wrought iron work of welded steel strip, carriage lanterns, or wooden wheelbarrows filled with flowers. Meanwhile, such old village families as have survived this upheaval live in council houses on the village outskirts, from whence they are collected and delivered daily by special coaches which take them to work in the near factories. The span of time between the writing and the publication of Roald's book is a reminder of several aspects of recent history. The first is that those pathetic and neglected cottages were demolished by the thousand in the early post-war decades as unfit for human habitation before they were redefined as precious relics of vernacular architecture. The second is that their inhabitants were thankful to be allocated one of these raw new council houses, with all the modest facilities that had been beyond their reach for years. And the third is that by the 1990s most of those council houses have been sold on instructions from central government and no more have been built. All attempts to provide affordable housing for rent in village England have to surmount the soaring price of land, an impenetrable thicket of legislation, and the vehement opposition of the present occupants of those picturesque cottages. There is a curious irony about the fact that in the first 40 years of this century it was possible for poor city dwellers to buy a patch of the empty fields that every observer deplored a century ago. Scattered around on the coast and in the country there are little patches of makeshift development with grass track roads leading to bungalows whose origins in First World War army huts or in converted railway coaches can still be discerned behind additions and improvements. Or they are weatherboarded chalets whose asbestos cement roof tiles were salmon pink in the 1920s but have now, through attracting mosses and lichens, become the color and texture of Cotswold stone. Some of these settlements are famous, like Peacehaven or Jaywick Sands. Others, hidden in the landscape of Kent, Essex, and the Thames Valley, are known only to their residents and to the planning authorities, where many hours of professional labor have been devoted to eliminating, controlling, or improving them. They are described collectively as the plotlands because when land was dirt cheap in the agricultural depression, it was parceled up into plots by speculators and sold, often for £5 or less for a plot, to people who wanted to live out their dreams of a place in the country. The pre-war literature of planning rural conservation was full of righteous anger about the bungaloid growth creeping over the face of the home counties, and demanding precisely the kind of control over development that was introduced in post-war planning legislation. The real offense was that low-income families were gaining the freedom to move into a more spacious life that was taken for granted by their betters. And the result was to turn the derelict farmland of ruined barns, dockweed and thistles into an improvised world of make and mend, resembling Barry Trinder's characterization of the pre-industrial rural scene with its bustling activity as a landscape of busyness. Our plotland heritage. Needless to say, by the end of the century, the plotlands themselves have become part of our heritage. At Basildon, one of the few remaining bungalows called the Haven at Dunton Hills has become a plotland museum. At Dungeness in Kent, a plotland site was designated as a conservation area to preserve it from redevelopment, as was the site called Holtzfield in Swansea Bay. But when Dennis Hardy and I attempted to collect the history of the plotlands in SE England, we were in time to gather the experiences of the original settlers. When we met Mrs. Sayers of Peacehaven, she had lived there since 1923. Her husband, severely wounded in the First World War, was urged to live in a more bracing, upland climate than that of Tottenham. They sought somewhere to rent in the Surrey Hills and found them far beyond their reach. Through the publicity of the flamboyant speculator who started Peacehaven on the south coast, they bought 3 plots and obtained title to the land in 1921. They built on it in 1922 and in the following year opened a branch post office and grocery shop, and lived there happily for many decades. Mr. Fred Nichols of Bowers Gifford in Essex was in his 70s. He had a poverty-stricken childhood in East London and a hard and uncertain life as a casual dock worker. His plot, 40 feet wide and 100 feet long, cost him £10 in 1934. First he put up a tent which his family and friends used at weekends, and he gradually accumulated tools, timber and glass which he brought to the site strapped to his back as he cycled the 25 miles from London. For water he sank a well in the garden. His house was called Perseverance. The view of those plotland pioneers was summed up for us by Mrs. Granger from Leyden, who told us how Seven feels so sorry for young couples these days, who don't get the kind of chance we had. She was right. None of those settlers from the 1920s and 30s would have qualified for a mortgage loan. And our rigid planning laws and building bylaws have ensured that there is no place for them in today's rural England. What we witness now is a semi-theological debate conducted by the professional employees of various interest groups on the relative proportions of the new housing needs forecast for the early 21st century that should be built on brownfield sites in urban areas and on greenfield sites in the country. What is missing is any discussion of which sections of the population the debate is about. Who is to be housed, how and by whom? Do the would-be rural dwellers of the new century have the same demands as those of the double-garage Range Rover families who move there today? There is a growing number of people, especially among the young, who are concerned with environmental issues, who reject what they see as the socially useless forms of employment the job market offers, but yearns to live on the land. They, are interested in alternative approaches to food production, in alterative technology, and building for themselves the most rudimentary of dwellings, in the expectation that their homes will evolve and improve over time. The numbers of these alternative citizens are going to increase in the next century, as environmental crises impinge more and more on people's lives. One such person is Simon Fairley, who explains how. When, with friends, I rented a house with a sizable garden on a country estate, we were thrown out after 3 years to make way for a golf course. I lived in a van for 2 years and eventually, with some other people, bought a bare land small holding. To accommodate ourselves we pitched tents on our land. In the 2 years since we moved onto our land, we have been through almost the entire gamut of planning procedure, committee decision, enforcement order, stop notice, Article 4 application, Section 106 agreement, appeal, call-in by the Secretary of State and statutory review in the High Court. All this for 7 tenths. The experience obliged him to master the complexities of the planning system and examine how very slight changes could accommodate the radical new forms of development that the quest for sustainability demands. A very different kind of rural society. The key argument of Fairley's outstanding book on low-impact development is that if permission to build or live in the countryside were to be allocated, not just to those who can afford artificially inflated land prices, but to anyone who could demonstrate a willingness and an ability to contribute to a thriving local environment and economy, then a very different kind of rural society would emerge. Low-impact development is a social contract, whereby people are given the opportunity to live in the country in return for providing environmental benefits. Planners will recognize this as a form of what they call planning gain. The mechanisms to strike such a bargain are for the most part already written into the English planning system, and there is thus no need for any major structural changes. Fairley is not bitter about the planning system because he also knows that without it speculative developers would have completed the destruction of the countryside begun by the farmers subsidized to destroy woodlands, wetlands, hedges, and wildlife. He knows that most of us demand a more luxurious but ecologically friendly environment than the one that suits him, and he realizes that all living environments are enhanced out of earnings over time. So he wants to make just a few changes to the planning machinery so that local authorities can actually foster experiments in low-impact rural development, some of them carried out at the margins of society, others designed to cater for more conventional people. There is, however, a huge need for changes in attitudes, not only in adopting concepts of fairness and social justice instead of greed, but also in accepting the desirability of a peopled landscape. An important ally is the economic historian Joan Thirsk, who edited the massive Cambridge Agrarian History of England and Wales. In a new book she traces the various phases of alternative agriculture in our history, from the period after the Black Death onward. She traces different causes for each of these times of searching for alternate crops and for our current situation of overproduction resulting from heavily subsidized environmental destruction. Thirsk pays particular attention to those turn-of-the-century reformers like Kropotkin who sought the repopulation of the empty countryside through the combination of labor-intensive horticulture and small workshop industry. Since far-sighted individuals have forecast the impossibility of restoring full employment now that modern technology is daily reducing the work required, we plainly await another Peter Kropotkin to pronounce the same lesson all over again. The continuing obsessive drive to foster technology and shed labor at all costs belongs appropriately to the phase of mainstream agriculture, and not to the alterative phase. All too often a concern for the protection of the countryside is a concern for the exclusive enjoyment of it by the mobile affluent classes and a determination to keep out any other aspirants to rural life. Yet the potentiality to retain or revive vital village services, the bus, the school, the shop, and the post office, depend upon the recreation of a peopled landscape.